everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
A Shield in a World of Monarchs, Solo Leveling X Bofuri, Author, Saberglory. Synopsis. Kid Tawaka is a D-rank hunter who wants to achieve something in her life. When she meets her end at the hands of a false ranker, she awakens memories of a past life, awakening a new set of powers with them. Maple has logged in. Chapter 1 to 36, Chapter 01. Clang. A tall, armored man gritted his teeth as his sword met the jagged blade of a towering, 7-foot-tall lizard man. The creature snarled, its reptilian eyes glowing with primal fury. "They're endless," the man growled, pushing back against the brute strength of his foe. Suddenly, a stream of searing fire shot past them, engulfing 3 more lizard men in blazing heat. Their shrieks echoed off the dungeon walls as they crumpled into ash. "Hey, watch it! I'm swinging here," barked a bald man wielding a massive poleaxe. He cleaved through another lizardman's skull with a brutal swing, the crack of bone sharp and final. He turned to glare at the source of the flames, a pink-haired girl in a black tank top, her arms shimmering with residual heat. The girl sighed, her exasperation barely hidden behind a forced smile. "Sorry about that, Hashida-san. I'll be more careful." Her tone soured as she turned back to the fray, muttering under her breath. "TCH." Another wave of fire leapt from her fingertips, catching a cluster of lizard men in its path. Hashida grunted, spinning his poleaxe to ready another strike. Humph. But the fight wasn't done with him. Grah. 2 lizard men burst from a hidden crevice in the wall, an almost invisible hole worn into the stone. Their jagged spears lunged for Hashida. Sure. Clang. The attackers' weapons clattered harmlessly against a towering triangular shield that interposed itself just in time. "Are you all right, Hashida-san?" The voice came from a black-haired woman, her face set in determination as she braced behind the shield. With a powerful shove, she forced the lizard men back, holding the line. Before the creatures could react, their heads jerked violently as arrows punched through their skulls. The lifeless bodies dropped to the dungeon floor, the tension in the air easing slightly. Hashida exhaled sharply. "Thanks for the save, Kid-san." Kid turned, her eyes soft but alert. She smiled, positioning herself between her team and the advancing enemy. "No problem. As a D-rank tank, my attack stat isn't very high, but you can leave all the defense to me." "Oi, Hashida!" A brown-bearded man called out, swinging his sword in a clean arc that took down 4 lizard men. Their bodies collapsed with heavy thuds. "Don't go flirting with the little girl. She's a minor. Keep it in your pants." The pink-haired girl paused, her flames flickering as she brought a hand to her mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. She failed, a soft chuckle slipping out. "Hey, Shinji. Not cool, dude. I wouldn't do that." Hashida snapped, turning to glare. Tick marks pulsed on his bald head as he jabbed a finger in her direction. "And quit laughing, Vivi, or I'll smash that pretty face of yours." Vivi shrugged, still smirking as she turned back to the fight, flames coiling around her fingers. Keith's eyes twitched behind her shield. She murmured, "But I turned 18 last month." Yet, her words were swallowed by the chaos of battle. She tightened her grip on the large triangular shield, stepping forward to meet the next wave. The lizard men hissed, their eyes wary. From the left flank, a sharp voice rang out. "The left wing's almost clear. Just a bit more, and we can help the others." It was a red-haired boy, loosing arrows with smooth precision. Each shot struck true, dropping a lizard man where it stood. His eyes glinted with excitement. "I want to see the C-rank hunters take down that C-rank boss." The group pressed on, the end of the skirmish within sight. Hunters. Human warriors who possess magical powers, fighting magic beasts and clearing dungeons. Exposed to the existence of mana, they are individuals who awakened after mana integrated with their bodies, gaining unique powers tailored to themselves. The battle against the seemingly endless waves of lizard men was finally over. All 9 hunters stood amidst the carnage, taking a moment to catch their breath. Let it be known that I hate mazes, Hashida groaned, his bald head glistening with sweat as a black-haired healer tended to his shoulder. I hate swamps. I hate dark spaces. I hate lizards. In short, I hate this entire damn dungeon. He yelled the last part, his voice echoing off the damp stone walls. Please try to stay still, Hashida-san, the healer said softly, her hands glowing as she continued to mend the wound. Nearby, the pink-haired girl approached Keed, her steps light but purposeful. I still don't get why you let that jerk get healed first, Vivi said, arms crossed. You're obviously in worse shape than him. Keed smiled gently. Ah, Vivi-san. Thank you for worrying, but it's really alright. My skill lets me harden my body, so it's not as bad as it looks. I didn't take much damage to my health. I saw, Vivi replied, her gaze sharp. Honestly, I was kinda surprised when you said you were a tank. Sure, you've got some muscle on you, but still. The strength needed for a tank is no joke. You have to push back against a multitude of attacks, sometimes all at once. Tank classes aren't as common as people think. Was it the only option for you? Keed hummed softly, her gaze drifting to the red-haired boy and the others not being healed. They crouched over the fallen lizard men, digging into the bodies to extract glowing crystals, essence crystals, the tangible rewards of their victory. I've never really been a fan of pain, Keed said, her voice thoughtful. And yet, I've always wanted to be a hunter. When I awakened last year and got my skill, reinforcement, I was excited. But my parents, they weren't. They forbade me from becoming a hunter. They think I'll end up like my big sister. She paused, her expression distant. I went behind their backs and registered about 5 months ago. I was a little naive, thought it'd be fun. My first dungeon was E-rank. Goblins. I had a sword, and while I struggled at first, it got easier. They couldn't hurt me much thanks to my skill. Keed's eyes drifted to where the bearded man was arguing with the group's assassin, the latter laughing nervously. Her smile faded. Then the skull-masked goblin appeared, and everything went to hell. Vivi grimaced. Yeah, I read about that on the news. You were there? Keed nodded. I was. It was terrifying. That thing was fast. One moment, hunters were losing limbs, and the next, their lives. Vivi's brow furrowed. But a B-rank hunter rushed in and saved you, right? That's how the news told it. Keed's smile was faint. Yes. A B-rank hunter killed it. 7 hours after it first appeared. Vivi's eyes widened. 7 hours? How did you survive that long? Keed's gaze turned distant again. It was the tanker in our party. He looked so average, but he kept us alive for 7 hours. He stood in front of that monster. He looked so vulnerable, but he felt invincible. Her smile softened. That's when I decided to become a tank. Vivi let out a low whistle. Whoa. That's some story. My life isn't half as interesting. The less said about my motivation, the better. Alright, hurry up over there. The C-rankers might need our assistance, the tall hunter said, gesturing to the healer. Right. Yama-san, the healer responded, hurrying over to Keed's side. Unlike Hashida's treatment, Keed's healing took only 7 minutes. As soon as it was done, the team rushed towards the lair of the final boss. Upon finding the entrance to the chamber, they froze. Oh? I didn't expect you guys to finish off those fodder so quickly. The walls were splattered with blood, limbs scattered across the ground. The sharp, metallic tang of iron filled the air. Vivi's breath hitched as her eyes landed on a fallen figure. Nagi-san. No. Her voice trembled. Nagi's corpse lay sprawled with a massive hole in his chest. Around him, 6 more bodies, each of them C-rankers, were butchered, torn apart across the corridor. At the center of the carnage stood a large man with gray hair, holding the severed head of a blonde woman. She had been one of the healers who'd joined the assault team. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly at nothing. Hashida took a slow, unsteady step back. A C-ranker shouldn't be able to kill multiple C-rankers alone, unless he's a false ranker. The realization hit the others as well. One by one, they all began stepping back, tension thickening the air. The gray-haired man chuckled, his grin wide and savage. "Oh well. I was gonna kill you all anyway." Flames erupted, engulfing his figure as Vivi launched a full-force attack. "Run," she shouted. No one hesitated. The team turned and bolted. "Shit. Shit. Shit," the red-haired boy cursed as he sprinted down the corridor. "Why the hell is there a false ranker here?" Keed lagged slightly behind, her face grim. Her hand tightened around her shield. "Maybe I should." Spurt. Blood sprayed through the air. The assassin, who had been leading their desperate escape, suddenly lost his head. His body crumpled, tumbling across the ground in a lifeless heap. Everyone skidded to a halt, horror rooting them in place. The healer's scream pierced the silence, raw and terrified. Standing ahead of them, as if he'd been there all along, was the gray-haired man. His expression was calm, almost amused, as he pressed his boot down onto the severed head. The silence following the assassin's death was suffocating, broken only by the healer's ragged sobs. Fear gripped the group, their instincts screaming at them to flee, yet their bodies refused to move. The gray-haired man tilted his head, studying their horror-stricken faces with cold amusement. His boot pressed down harder on the severed head, a wet crunch echoing in the corridor. "One down," he said casually. "How many more before this gets interesting?" "Run." Vivi screamed again, but her voice trembled this time. She raised her hands, flames flaring to life. As the only other C-ranker, she was their strongest combatant. Before she could release her fire, the man vanished. Keed's instinct screamed. She spun around just in time to see him materialize behind the healer, a grin slicing across his face. "No." Keed surged forward, her shield already moving. The gray-haired man's glaive slashed down, but metal met metal as Keed slammed her shield between him and the healer. Sparks flew, the force of the impact jarring her entire arm. The man chuckled. "You're fast. For a D rank." Keed gritted her teeth, pushing back. "Why are you doing this?" For a moment, they were locked, strength against strength. Then, with an effortless shove, he threw Keed back. She stumbled but didn't fall, bracing herself with her shield. "Keed-san." Vivi's voice was sharp, filled with panic. She unleashed another burst of fire, forcing the man to retreat a step, though the flames barely singed his jacket. "Vivi, the walls." Yama barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Everyone, run back. Don't let him pick us off." It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was their only option. Vivi sent another stream of flames at the gray-haired man, and as he effortlessly dodged, she sent a bigger blast at the cave itself, forcing a cave-in on the man. The gray-haired man simply chuckled as he was bathed by massive debris. The group bolted, sprinting down the branching tunnels, back towards the boss room. Footsteps echoed, uneven and panicked. Keed grabbed the healer's arm, pulling her along. "Stay ahead of me. Don't stop." "But..." The healer gasped, her eyes brimming with terror. "Don't look back." Keed barked. They ran. But the footsteps behind them were too quiet. Keed could feel it. The hunter had become the hunted. They regrouped at the entrance to the boss room, breaths ragged, hearts hammering. "We can't keep running, Shinji." Hashida growled. "He'll pick us off one by one." Shinji, the bearded hunter, slammed his fist against the wall. How the hell did a false ranker end up here? This was supposed to be a clean sweep. Vivi's hands trembled as she reignited a weak flame in her palms, her voice low. "My mana is already half. He's faster than any of us. Stronger too." Keed said nothing. She stared at her shield, where a deep gouge now marred its surface. We need a plan, Yama said grimly. Or we die. Everyone turned to Vivi, the only Siranker among them. She lifted her eyes, resolve hardening behind them, though Keed could see the faint shimmer of tears pooling beneath that determination. One of us will have to stay behind and distract him long enough for the rest to escape. Keed's breath caught. She can't mean. Her thoughts raced. Is it because of the story I told her? Does she want me to stay behind? I'm the only tank, it makes sense, but... Her mind flashed to the false rancor's grin, the cold certainty in his eyes. A chill ran through her. I don't want to die. It has to be me. Keed's head snapped up, shock widening her eyes as Vivi continued. It makes sense. You're all D-rankers, and I'm a C-ranker, so I'm the strongest one here, Vivi said, her voice steady despite the tremble Keed thought she saw beneath it. Maybe I can help her. Keed thought, activating her skill's secondary effect, reinforcing a single ally. No one noticed the transparent sheen that covered Vivi for a single second before dissipating. Hold on there, kid. It was Yama, his voice sharp as he stepped forward. His gaze was hard, but not unkind. Don't go throwing your life away so easily. Let me be the one to stay behind, Yama said firmly. You're still basically a kid, and I can't let someone so young die in a place like this, not if I can help it. Mr. Yama-san. Vivi's voice wavered, guilt and worry flashing in her eyes. But you won't be able to. As fun as that might be, a cold, mocking voice cut through the air, echoing off the dungeon walls. I'm getting bored, and running out of patience. The chill in the voice froze everyone in place, dread seeping into their bones. Gah! Blood splurted out of Shinji's mouth as a large blade exited from his throat. The group stiffened, fear rooting them to the ground. Slowly, they turned, eyes wide with terror. The gray-haired man stood there, behind the bearded man, his grin sharp and cruel. Blood still dripped from his blade, pooling at their feet. Deciding who gets to die first, the gray-haired man asked, tilting his head slightly. His grin was sharp, cruel. How'd you like my pick? Ugh. Shinji staggered, blood bubbling from his lips as he gasped for breath. His hands clutched his throat, but it was no use. With a choked gasp, he crumpled to the floor, dead. Silence fell. No one moved. Death hung in the air like a suffocating fog. The finality of their fate pressed down on them, cold and merciless. The gray-haired man chuckled darkly, licking the blood from his glaive. His eyes gleamed with sadistic delight. There's just something about killing another human being that's so thrilling. No monster could ever compare. The bloodlust radiating from him was suffocating, freezing the group in place. No one dared move. No one dared speak. Then Keed stepped forward. Her hands trembled, her heart hammering in her chest, but still, she lifted her shield. She planted herself between the group and the gray-haired man, her stance firm despite the fear that gnawed at her. Vivi's eyes widened, her breath catching. Keed. She whispered, her voice soft but carrying enough to reach the others. Understanding dawned. Damn it, Yama muttered, stepping up beside Keed. He drew his sword, the blade gleaming under the dim dungeon light. Can't let a little girl show us up, can we? The red-haired boy, Shiro, knocked an arrow and leaped back to stand beside the healer. His jaw clenched, eyes fierce. I don't plan on dying today. But if I am, better it be fighting, Hashida cut in, spinning his poleaxe with a grunt. His bald head glistened with sweat, but his stance was solid. We'll go down swinging. Vivi gritted her teeth, flames bursting to life along her arms. She stepped forward, determination hardening her gaze. Stand strong, everyone. Keed swallowed thickly, her heart pounding so violently she thought it might burst. But she held her shield high, her voice shaking but resolute. Don't worry, everyone. As long as I'm here, no one is going to die. Leave the defense to me. A beat of silence, then. Right. Ugh. Keed screamed through blood-filled teeth as the gray-haired man's glaive slowly pierced through her armor, stabbing cleanly through her chest and exiting from her back. She dangled helplessly in his grasp, lifted off the ground by the throat. Around them, the scene was a massacre. Yama lay sprawled on the ground, the top half of his head missing. The healer's body had been cleaved in two, her lifeless half soaking in a pool of crimson. The red-haired boy was pinned against the wall, an arrow driven through his skull, his own arrow. Vivi's body lay crumpled near the edge of the cave, her head slumped forward. Her entire right arm was gone, severed cleanly at the shoulder. Blood pooled beneath her, staining the stone beneath. Keith's mouth filled with more blood as the gray-haired man twisted the blade lodged in her gut. "So, what do you have to say for yourself?" he sneered, his grin cold and merciless. "As long as I'm here, no one is going to die, right?" Tears streamed down Keith's cheeks, her body racked with pain. Another scream tore from her throat as the blade twisted again, agony exploding through her. Suddenly, Greyorg. The cavern trembled with the guttural roar. The gray-haired man paused, his grin faltering as he glanced past Keed. His eyes widened slightly at the sight. Crawling along the ceiling of the cave was a towering lizard man, its scaled body stretching 19 feet in length. Its eyes burned with primal rage, saliva dripping from razor-sharp fangs. The final boss. Drawn out by the slaughter and the stench of blood. Rare, but not unheard of. The gray-haired man chuckled, releasing his grip. Keith's body crumpled to the ground like discarded trash, her shield clattering beside her. "I guess I'm done here anyway," he said, his tone casual, almost bored. He pulled his glaive free, wiping the blade clean with a flick. "Once I kill the boss, the gate will close, and the bodies can vanish, or whatever." Without sparing another glance at the broken corpses, he turned to face the lizard man, a savage grin curling his lips. A black-armored girl stood, holding a large rectangular shield, facing off against a massive blue bird wreathed in ice. "Connecting. What's going on?" She sat in a wooden hall, surrounded by 7 smiling companions as they engaged in lively discussion. "Installing interface. These memories, they're not mine." A 3-headed poison dragon burst from her dagger, flooding an entire dimension with toxic venom. "Updating software." "No. They're mine, but from a past life." She led a team, 2 hammer wielders, another shielder, a swordswoman, a mage, a crafter, and an assassin, standing strong together. "Restoring backup." "It's funny, isn't it? In death, I'm reliving my life, and even the one before that." She stood tearfully beside a hospital bed, holding the hand of a brown-haired girl who lay unconscious. "Uploading." "Ah. Risa. Sally. I swear, I'll save you." She pressed a gentle kiss to the girl's lips. "Uploading. I swear. Uploading. I'll save you." Bang. The gray-haired man's glaive clashed with a massive cleaver, the force of the impact causing the entire chamber to tremble. With a roar, the lizard man sent the man crashing into the ground, leaving cracked spider-webbing across the stone. "What the hell? This is an abnormal monster. Did the dungeon jump up a rank or something?" the man growled, his gaze sharp. The lizard man lunged, cleaver descending with terrifying speed, too fast for even a B-rank hunter to dodge. Boom. The gray-haired man gasped in pain as he barely managed to block the strike, his body cratering into the floor from the impact. Spitting out a glob of blood, he grimaced. "Guess I've gotta escape. Unless it's a red gate, the portal won't close anyway." He chuckled darkly. "Today was fun, though. I'll be back for you, you stupid lizard." "Sally." A rasping voice echoed through the chamber, carried on a cold breeze that swept through like a deathly whisper. "What?" The man stiffened, turning toward the entrance, only to find it obscured by swirling purple smoke, burning like phantom flames. From within the haze, 2 tiny purple lights burned like twin suns. The smoke parted, revealing Keed. She stood like a specter, her body pale and corpse-like, shadowed by 3 massive, floating jaws that loomed behind her like ethereal phantasms. Each jaw breathed, exhaling wisps of purple mist. The smoke dispersed completely, unveiling a monstrous three-headed dragon behind her. Keed was now wearing a black armor that glinted ominously, her eyes glowing with an intense, wrathful purple light. She stepped forward, silent but seething. Ready Player 2. Chapter 2, Chapter 02. 2,868 words. Did she just come back from the fucking dead? The gray-haired man chuckled, a sharp glint in his eye. Ah, Jin, boy, now you've truly seen everything. Keed stepped forward, her gaze steely. Hydra, she called, thrusting her hand out. Grara. The chamber trembled as the three serpentine heads behind her surged forward, smoke seeping from their gaping maws. With a deafening roar, they unleashed a torrent of thick, purple liquid. The poisonous tide crashed into the room, tearing through pillars and ricocheting off the ancient stone walls as it surged toward Jin and the towering lizard man. Jin's eyes widened. Well, damn. That's new, he muttered, leaping aside just in time. He watched, grimacing, as the lizard man faced the oncoming flood alone. Grara. The beast roared, hefting its massive cleaver. With a savage swing, it sent a concentrated wave of force slicing through the purple venom. The shockwave tore a deep trench into the chamber walls, splitting stone with an ear-splitting crack. Boom. A sonic boom followed as the shockwave's aftereffects rippled through the room. Pillars buckled and crumbled, crashing to the ground in a rain of debris. Jin flinched. Hey. That's A-rank levels of bullshit. His gaze darted to the collapsing chamber. I've gotta get out of this dungeon. As the lizardman's gaze locked onto Keed, the black-haired girl standing steadfast before her summoned Hydra, Jin made his move. Now's my chance to split, he whispered. Activating his rune, a shimmer enveloped his body, and in an instant, he vanished. He reappeared just outside the entrance to the chamber, his breath ragged. Around him lay the corpses of C-rank hunters had killed, their bodies still and cold. Further back, at the entrance, the remains of the other hunters lay scattered. Beyond the entrance, mana waves pulsed from deep within the dungeon, sending a chill down Jin's spine. His eyes narrowed. Did she reawaken? Back in the chamber, Keed stumbled, her body trembling. Confusion clouded her gaze. What just happened? Where am I? Where's Sally? She paused, her head throbbing. Huh? What am I saying? Who's Sally? Grara. A deafening roar echoed through the chamber, but Keed barely registered it. Instead, memories flooded her mind, snapping into place like broken shards. Her eyes widened in shock. I remember everything. Before the realization could settle, the towering lizard man lunged forward, its massive cleaver slicing through the air in a brutal horizontal swing. Boom. A sonic boom followed as the cleaver moved faster than sound, its sharpened edge slamming directly into Keed's gut. Blam. She was launched backward, crashing into the chamber's stone wall. The impact shattered the surface, spiderweb cracks radiating from where her body struck. Her eyes, still wide, flared with a red tint as a scream tore from her throat. That bastard! A red wave of force erupted from her body, blasting through the already fractured wall and sending shards of stone scattering across the chamber. She dropped to the ground, panting heavily, the rage boiling beneath her skin. Across from her, the lizard man narrowed its gaze, sensing the shift in power. Red lines glowed beneath its scaly skin as its body began to bulge, muscle tearing and reshaping. Its form grew larger, denser. Even the massive cleaver in its hand expanded, its edge thickening as it radiated dangerous energy. The creature staggered, dropping to one knee, its skin splitting as though shedding a layer. Keed gritted her teeth, her body trembling as she fought to keep control of her fury. I swear. I'll kill him. Kill that bastard. Just as the words left her lips, a shimmer of light caught her eye. A holographic screen blinked into existence before her, its surface glowing faintly in the dim chamber. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Maple. HP, 2000/2000. MP, 230/230. Status. STR, 24. VIT, 20430. AGI, 19. Dex, 23. Int, 19. Physical damage resistance, 1700%. Equipment. New Moon, Dagger, plus 45 ATK. Knight's Facsimile, Shield, plus 13,500 VIT. Black Rose Armor. Skills. Hydra, Devour, Pierce Guard, Bomb Eater, Counter, Quick Change, Indomitable Guardian, Shield Attack, Sidestep Deflect, Meditation, Taunt Inspire, HP Boost, S, MP Boost, S, Heavy Body, Green's Grace, Great Shield Mastery X, Cover Move X, Cover, Absolute Defense, Moral Turpitude, Sheep Eater, Hydra Eater, Giant Killing, Psychokinesis, Fortress, Martyr's Devotion, Pandemonium, Heaven's Throne, Nether Nexus, Crystallization, Twisted Resurrection, Machine God, Lore of the Deep, Bug Urn Curse, Zone. Freeze, Cataclysmic Eruption, Unbreakable Shield, Earth-Wielding X, Apex of Authority, Glow of Deliverance, Dark Rebirth. Underscore 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 underscore. Keed chuckled darkly, her laughter echoing through the crumbling chamber as the lizard man was consumed by swirling red smoke. The air trembled, the very walls of the dungeon cracking and splitting beneath the mounting pressure. From the fractures, molten lava seeped through, glowing ominously as it carved fiery rivers into the stone. The cracks extended, creeping like veins of destruction all the way to the dungeon's entrance. There, the corpse of the red-haired boy, still and forgotten, teetered on the edge of a growing fissure. With a final tremor, his body slipped, falling into the molten depths below. The lava claimed him instantly, his form vanishing with a sickening hiss. But the cracks did not stop. They spread, branching further until, eventually, they laced across the entire dungeon. Ha 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 ha. Keed's laughter grew wild, manic. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from something deeper, an unrestrained rage boiling beneath the surface. With a violent burst, the red smoke that cloaked the dungeon boss exploded outward. In its place stood a monstrous figure. The lizard man, now towering at an immense 30 meters, loomed over Keed. Its scales had darkened, glowing with veins of magma. It gripped a colossal bronze cleaver, the weapon's edge dripping with molten lava that hissed as it struck the ground. Grew. The beast's guttural breath echoed like thunder, shaking loose stones from the chamber ceiling. Slowly, it raised its 6-meter-long cleaver, the weapon glinting with deadly heat. Yet Keed did not flinch. She didn't cower. She only laughed harder, her body quaking with madness as though the sight of the towering boss only fueled her hysteria. Ha 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 ha. And then, with a roar that could split mountains, the lizard man swung. Clong! A thunderous, metallic crash split the air as the molten cleaver slammed into Keed, the impact echoing like a war drum struck by the gods. Boom! The force rippled through the chamber, shaking the walls and splintering the stone beneath her feet. SSSSSHHHHH. Lava hissed and sizzled as it splashed against everything, steam erupting in angry bursts. Crack crack. Fissures spider-webbed across the entire chamber, the structure groaning under the pressure. And then, silence, save for the slow drip of molten metal cooling against the rubble. The dungeon boss's eyes widened, its massive arm trembling as it struggled to drive the molten cleaver deeper. Sparks erupted where the blade met its target, but the weapon refused to cut any further. Hee hee hee. Keed's laughter echoed through the chamber, wild and unrestrained. Buried knee-deep in the cracked earth, she stared up at the massive blade biting into her shoulder. The metal sparked and hissed, but her flesh remained untouched. "You can't hurt me, can you?" she roared, a maniacal grin splitting her face. Her eyes blazed purple as she threw her head back and screamed, "I'm fucking Maple." Gah! The dungeon boss gasped, its body shuddering as 3 colossal dragon heads lunged forward. With a thunderous crash, they struck, their fangs sinking into scaled flesh. The impact tore the creature from the ground, each head biting and tearing as it was lifted into the air, and into the ceiling. The chamber shook with the force of the assault, cracked spider webbing along the walls as Keed stood beneath the chaos, her laughter ringing louder than the crashing stone. Grara! With a furious roar, the dungeon boss wrenched itself free, tearing the massive dragon heads apart with sheer brute strength. The dragon head retaliated, spewing waves of poison, but it fought on, its body thrashing violently. HSSSS. The air hissed as the lingering poison splashed against its thick, armored scales, only to evaporate on contact, dissipating into harmless mist. The creature's resistance was monstrous, its body refusing to yield to the venom's deadly touch. Freed from its restraints, the dungeon boss plummeted from the ceiling. Boom! The ground quaked as it slammed into the stone floor, the impact sending tremors rippling through the chamber. Cracks splintered beneath its massive bulk, dust and debris raining down as the beast rose. Keed stood unmoving, her shadow stretching beneath the crimson glow of the lava. Her laughter had faded, but her grin remained, sharp, dangerous. Her eyes, burning with madness, never left the towering lizard man as it rose from the crater it had carved into the earth. The beast snarled, its molten cleaver dragging across the stone floor with a deafening screech. Lava dripped from its blade, hissing and sizzling, leaving glowing scars in its wake. Keed tilted her head, crimson eyes narrowing. "Come on," she whispered, her voice low, dangerous. "Show me what you've got." With an earth-shaking roar, the lizard man charged. The ground trembled beneath its bulk, stone cracking beneath every step. It raised its cleaver high, magma spraying from its edge as it swung down with a force that could shatter mountains. Keed didn't move. Clong! The impact struck her rectangular shield, knight's facsimile, the force so tremendous it cratered the earth beneath her feet. Shockwaves rippled through the chamber, sending debris flying like shrapnel. Lava splashed in violent waves, licking at her armor, but Keed stood firm, unmoved. "That's it," she taunted, her voice dripping with venom. "You're pathetic." With a growl, she shoved forward, activating shield bash, the power of her shield sending the cleaver skidding back. The lizard man staggered, just for a moment, and that was all she needed. "Hydra! Grara!" The summoning surged, and from behind her, the massive serpentine heads re-emerged, purple smoke billowing from their open maws. They struck like lightning, jaws snapping, venom pouring in torrents. The chamber drowned in purple, the floor turning to slick, bubbling poison. The lizard man roared, thrashing as it swung its cleaver, the blade slicing through the haze, but this time, the poison clung. It hissed and steamed against its armored scales, seeping into cracks, filling its lungs. HSSSS. The air burned with the acrid scent of venom and molten rock. The beast stumbled, its footing faltering, but it didn't fall. No, its resilience was monstrous. Keed's grin widened. "Still standing?" she chuckled. "Good. Let's see how long that lasts." The ground beneath her feet pulsed, cracked spider webbing from her stance. Her body glowed faintly, a surge of mana igniting beneath her skin. Venom burst. The word echoed like a death sentence. The chamber exploded. Pillars shattered. Stone walls ruptured. Lava geysers erupted from the earth, spewing molten fire high into the cavern's ceiling. The very air trembled under the weight of her unleashed power. And from that chaos a shadow emerged. The lizard man. Its body bulged, twisted. Red lines carved into its scales, glowing brighter, deeper. Its eyes burned with fury, and with a guttural roar, it charged. Keed didn't flinch. She surged forward to meet it, shield first. Shield attack. Their collision shook the dungeon to its core. Boom. The shockwave threw debris in every direction. A pillar collapsed, crashing into the floor with a thunderous crack. Poison splashed, lava spilled, but neither combatant yielded. Keed gritted her teeth, pushing back with every ounce of strength. The lizardman's cleaver pressed down, heat radiating from its molten edge, but her shield held firm, unscathed. "You think strength is enough to kill me," she snarled, her voice a razor's edge. "I don't die." With a roar, she shoved the blade aside and slammed her shield into the lizardman's chest. "Shield attack." The impact echoed like thunder. The beast staggered back, claws scrabbling against broken stone. And Keed moved. She lunged, faster than she should be, her dagger flashing. It struck deep, driving into the lizardman's thigh. The beast howled, swinging its cleaver wildly, but Keed caught the blow on her shield. Sparks exploded from the impact. The ground split beneath her, but she stood. She always stood. And then she struck. "Deploy!" she yelled, her dagger shattering to form a large blade so black that they seemed hewn from the darkest night sky. With a scream, she drove her dagger into the lizardman's gut, the blade piercing through scales and muscle. The beast roared, flailing, but it was too late. "Hydra!" The lizardman roared in agony as 3 colossal dragon heads erupted from its body, one tearing through its shoulder, another bursting from its back, and the last ripping free from its thigh. Flesh and scale split apart with a sickening crack, the serpentine heads writhing as they emerged, hissing and snarling, their maws dripping with venom. "Die," Keed whispered. And with a pulse of mana, she detonated the Hydra. Venom burst. Boom! The explosion tore through the lizardman's body, its flesh rupturing, magma bursting from the wounds in a spray of molten fire. The beast staggered, its form wavering. And Keed didn't stop. "Hydra!" Again, she plunged her blade. Again, she detonated. Venom burst. Boom! Scales split. Bones cracked. The lizardman held in agony, collapsing to one knee. Its breath came in ragged gasps, molten drool spilling from its jaws. Keed stood over it, shadowed in crimson light, her dagger dripping with molten blood. "It's over," she said coldly. And then, with one final strike, she drove her large dagger through the creature's skull. Silence. The lizardman's body twitched, shuddered, then stilled. It collapsed with a thunderous crash, molten blood pooling beneath its corpse. Keed stood over it, her body trembling, her breath ragged. The adrenaline, the rage, it burned in her veins. She stumbled, her knees hitting the cracked earth, and for a moment, there was only the sound of her labored breathing. And then the screen appeared again. Boss defeated. EXP gained, 45,000. Item acquired, Molten Cleaver. Keed stared, her eyes widening as the words burned into her vision. And then she smiled. A slow, dangerous smile. "This is such bullshit," she whispered, her voice a rasp. Keed stood over the smoldering corpse of the dungeon boss, its massive form still steaming from the lingering heat of battle. The stench of charred flesh filled the air, thick and heavy. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, her gaze lingering on the beast's lifeless eyes. "Well, it's not like I haven't done worse," she muttered, stepping closer. Without hesitation, she knelt by the lizardman's massive head, her shadow looming over it. She placed a hand on its scaly snout, her expression unreadable. "Thanks for the meal," she said softly. And then, she opened her mouth wide. An hour had passed. The once towering corpse was now reduced to a half-eaten ruin, Keed already having devoured her way down to its torso. The taste was bitter, metallic, but she pushed through with mechanical precision, her movements methodical and unwavering. Between bites, she scrolled through her system menu, her fingers idly swiping through glowing screens. Every 20 minutes, a notification flashed, another skill gained from the monstrous feast. The list grew steadily, a quiet testament to her patience and grim determination. She paused for a moment, wiping a smear of blood from her chin, and glanced down at the fading remains. The lizard man had been a formidable foe, but now, it was nothing more than sustenance, fuel for her growing power. The skills she had gotten were as follows. Lava Burst allows the user to expel a burst of molten energy from their body, burning nearby enemies. Magma Infusion weapons and attacks can be temporarily infused with molten energy, increasing damage and adding burn effects. Stoneguard Hide increases physical defense and reduces damage taken by 35%. Molten Core gradually regenerates health when exposed to extreme heat or fire. Volcanic Breath unleashes a short-range breath attack of searing, molten air. There's a shop too, just like in the game. Looks like everything carried over. Keed mused, a faint smile playing on her lips as she tore into a vein a piece of flesh. The taste was bitter, metallic, but she didn't mind. She chewed thoughtfully, her eyes scanning the translucent screen hovering before her. Even the party function, she noted, tapping the icon with curiosity. But, how would that even work here? Wouldn't they have to be a player? She chuckled lightly, still chewing as her gaze flicked over the screen. Too bad there's no one to test this with. Suddenly, the interface flickered. Keed paused, the meat halfway to her mouth, her breath catching as the screen shifted. Would you like to add Vivi Hachibana to your party? Yes, no. Keed stared, the words sinking in, her mind racing. The name glowed softly on the screen, a ghostly invitation that made her heart skip a beat. Vivi, she whispered, her grip tightening around the half-eaten piece of flesh. The dungeon silence pressed against her, broken only by the faint crackle of distant lava. Slowly, her finger hovered over the option. How? Chapter 3, Chapter 03. 1,464 words. Where? Keed shouted, sprinting toward the ruined chamber's entrance. The passage was completely blocked by rubble and cooled slag. But she didn't stop. Her eyes flicked back to the glowing screen, dreading the possibility that its message might change. Would you like to add Vivi Hachibana to your party? Yes, no. It hadn't disappeared. That can only mean one thing. Keed cried, frantically pulling away chunks of rock. Vivi is alive. Somehow, she's still alive. Add her, she commanded, her hands working furiously to clear the debris. Add Vivi Hachibana to my party. Vivi Hachibana has been added to your party. Cover move. Keed shouted as she vanished in an instant. A deafening explosion followed as the debris blocking the entrance erupted outward, shattered by the force of her sudden reappearance within the wreckage. Dust and rubble filled the air, but Keed stood firm, her body shielding someone. As the dust settled, her eyes locked onto the figure beneath her. Vivi, Keed's breath caught in her throat. Wounded was an understatement. Vivi's body was a mess of deep gashes and burns, her once pristine clothing torn and soaked in blood. But the worst of it, Keed's stomach twisted at the sight her entire arm had been severed, sliced clean off at the shoulder. The wound still oozed, blood pooling beneath her limp form. Her skin was pale, too pale, drained of warmth and color. And yet Keed's eyes darted to the subtle rise and fall of Vivi's chest. She's alive, Keed whispered, her voice trembling with relief. She's actually alive. A faint shimmer caught her attention, drawing her gaze above Vivi's head. A green diamond icon floated there, marking her as a party member. That's right. Keed quickly focused on the symbol, and an interface materialized before her. Name, Vivi Hachibana. LV, 1. Job class, None Carrot. HP, 13/270. MP, 45/370. Status, Weakened, Extreme, Bleed, Extreme, Burn, Medium. STR, 18. VIT, 9. AGI, 15. Dex, 18. Int, 37. Physical damage resistance, 0%. Equipment. None. None. Termite dress, broken, +5 to fire abilities. Skills. Fire generation. Keed's jaw clenched as she read the status. She didn't need the interface to tell her that Vivi was on the verge of death. She was barely hanging on, bleeding out fast. Keed moved quickly, ripping open her inventory and pulling out a healing potion. She pressed it to Vivi's lips, tilting her head up just enough to let a few drops trickle into her mouth. Come on, Vivi, stay with me, Keed murmured, watching for any sign of improvement. HP, 213/270. Holy shit. And that was just a low potion. Keed smiled in awe. Back in New World Online, Maple had always been a character with incredibly low health, meaning even a small potion was enough to fully restore her. It seemed Vivi, now at level 1, shared the same quirk. Keed watched as color slowly returned to Vivi's face, her once pale complexion regaining some warmth. The cuts on Vivi's body sealed shut almost instantly, leaving no scars behind. But the most astonishing sight was her missing arm, regenerating right before Keed's eyes. No way. Keed whispered, barely believing what she was seeing. She quickly pulled up her inventory, scanning through its contents. I've got just over 200 low potions and about 50 high potions. Why did I use up all my medium potions during that event? Despite her mild frustration, Keed let out a small chuckle and sat down beside Vivi's now upright form. At least you're okay, she murmured, relief washing over her as she reopened her status screen. Name, Maple. LV, 1-7. HP, 2000/2000-2700/2700. MP, 270/270-340/340. Status. STR, 24-31. VIT, 20430-20437. AGI, 19-26. Dex, 23-30. Int, 19-26. SP, 14. Physical damage resistance, 1700%. Equipment. New Moon, Dagger, plus 45 ATK. Knight's Facsimile, Shield, plus 13,500 VIT. Black Rose Armor plus 7,000 VIT. Skills. Hydra, Devour, Pierce Guard, Bomb Eater, Counter, Quick Change, Indomitable Guardian, Shield Attack, Sidestep Deflect, Meditation, Taunt Inspire, HP Boost, S, MP Boost, S, Heavy Body, Green's Grace, Great Shield Mastery X, Cover Move X, Cover, Absolute Defense, Moral Turpitude, Sheep Eater, Hydra Eater, Giant Killing, Psychokinesis, Fortress, Martyr's Devotion, Pandemonium, Heaven's Throne, Nether Nexus, Crystallization, Twisted Resurrection, Machine God, Lure of the Deep, Bug Urn Curse, Zone. Freeze, Cataclysmic Eruption, Unbreakable Shield, Earth-Wielding X, Apex of Authority, Glow of Deliverance, Dark Rebirth, Lava Burst, Magma Infusion, Stoneguard Hide, Molten Core, Volcanic Breath. Keed smiled to herself. I leveled up 7 times, which means I get 2 stat points per level. But unlike the game, my stats also increase by 1 with each level up. She rested a hand on her chin, deep in thought. Aside from my vitality, all my stats are around the level of a C rank. Back in New World Online, vitality was the only stat she cared about, an excellent choice for her past self. She wasn't sure exactly how strong that dungeon boss had been, but the fact that nothing it did even scratched her skin proved just how absurdly high her defenses were. Still, she sighed. Looks like I'll have to break tradition and invest my points in something else this time. A sudden shiver ran down her spine. Ugh, that felt wrong. Like I just killed something inside me, weird. Shaking off the feeling, she refocused on her status screen. Alright, let's think this through. A hunter's best trait is their speed, so agility is a must. I have a lot of skills that use mana, so I should also raise my intelligence. What else? Strength? Maybe. Let's see. With 14 stat points to distribute, she made her decision. I'll put 5 into agility, another 5 into intelligence, and 4 into strength. I use a shield, so dexterity isn't a priority right now. Name, Maple. LV, 7, HP, 2700/2700. MP, 340/340. Status. STR, 31-35. VIT, 20,437. AGI, 26-31. Dex, 30. Int, 26-31. SP, 0. Physical damage resistance, 1700%. Keed exhaled, looking over her updated status. Not bad. My speed and intelligence are better now, but I still feel like a walking fortress. She flexed her fingers, adjusting to the subtle change in her stats. Though she had added points outside of vitality, she still felt absurdly tanky. A low groan from beside her caught Keed's attention. She turned just in time to see Vivi's eyes flutter open. Ugh. What happened? Did we survive? Vivi's voice was sluggish, her body still weak from the ordeal. Hey. Keed leaned closer, her voice gentle but firm. We survived, okay? We made it. You're safe, Vivi-san. You're okay. Vivi's breath hitched as her eyes widened in disbelief. Keed, we survived? I'm alive? She sat up suddenly, her hands roaming over her body, searching for wounds that should have been there. Her fingers trembled as they traced over unbroken skin, no gashes, no burns, no missing arm. She turned to Keed, her voice barely above a whisper. Keed. Before Keed could react, Vivi lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around her in a desperate embrace. We're okay. Vivi whispered, her voice shaking. Keed smiled, relief washing over her as she hugged her back just as tightly. Eventually, they pulled apart, though Vivi's hands lingered as she checked Keed for injuries. How? She asked, her brows furrowed in confusion. Keed hesitated, searching for the right words. I reawakened, she admitted. I thought I had died, but then, something just snapped, I guess. Vivi's eyes widened in awe. Are you sure? A reawakening is incredibly rare. Keed nodded. Yeah. There's no other way to explain it. A slow smile spread across Vivi's face. That's amazing. Congratulations, Keed. I'm happy for you. But then, her expression sobered. Where are the others? Did anyone else make it? Keed stiffened. The smile on her lips faltered. No, she said, voice quiet. You were the only one I was able to save in the end. Silence hung between them. Vivi closed her eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling in a slow, steady breath. I see. She murmured. We all knew what we signed up for when we became hunters. When she opened her eyes again, there was no anger, no blame, only quiet acceptance. We should leave before the boss decides to send more monsters after us. Keed hesitated. Then, with an awkward chuckle, she rubbed the back of her neck. About that. Vivi frowned. About what? Keed offered a sheepish smile. I may have killed the dungeon boss in my rage. Vivi blinked. Once. Twice. I'm sorry, what? Chapter 4, Chapter 04. 1625 words. Shibuya, Tokyo. A group of hunters stood before a massive blue gate, its swirling energy casting an eerie glow onto the surrounding buildings. The air was thick with tension as they prepared for what lay beyond. At the forefront stood Keiji Katakura, an A-rank hunter and the vice-guild leader of the Azure Guild, the 6th-ranked guild in Japan. His sharp gaze swept over the assembled team, 12 A-rank hunters and 6 B-rank hunters, all fully geared and armed for battle. Despite their impressive lineup, Keiji couldn't shake the unease settling in his chest. 12 A-ranks and 6 B-ranks, and I'm still hesitating. That mana spike from earlier, it could only belong to an A-rank dungeon. But how did a C-rank gate turn into this? His cape fluttered as he turned to address his team. Alright, last chance to double-check your supplies. Mana potions, health potions, stamina potions, this is an A-rank dungeon. We can't afford mistakes. Right. The hunters responded in unison, each one meticulously going over their inventory one last time. As they did, the low hum of an approaching engine caught Keiji's attention. A sleek black Lexus pulled up behind them, its tinted windows glinting under the morning sun. The doors opened, and two figures stepped out. The first man was immediately recognizable, Takashi Sujimura, an S-rank hunter and guild master of the Azure Guild. Guild master? Reiji straightened in surprise. What's going on? Takashi ran a hand through his dark hair, his presence alone commanding attention. Looks like I'll be joining this raid after all. Reiji's eyes widened. It had been a long time since he'd seen Azure's guild master in action. The guild rarely took on A-rank dungeons these days, not since the Blade Guild became the dominant force in Japan. But his shock didn't end there. As he turned to the woman standing beside Takashi, he felt his breath hitch. Why you're... The woman's crimson eyes glowed faintly as they landed on him, cold and calculating. Explain. Her voice was sharp, commanding. Why is there an unregistered A-rank gate in the middle of Shibuya? She was Kane Tawaka, another S-rank hunter, and a member of the Blade Guild. Dressed in a dark purple hat, a fitted blue jacket, and sleek black pants, she exuded an air of authority that made even veteran hunters wary. Takashi sighed, Oi. Don't scare my vice leader. He turned to Reiji expectantly. Reiji, tell her what happened. Reiji swallowed, gathering his thoughts. Why yes, sir. This morning, a team of our C-rank and B-rank hunters, along with a few solo hunters, entered what was supposed to be a C-rank gate. Everything was normal for the first few hours, until the gate's mana signature suddenly spiked. He took a breath, recalling the escalating reports. At first, it only rose from lower C-rank to upper C-rank. We were immediately notified and sent in our B-rank team to clear it. But then... He clenched his fists. The gate's mana kept rising. It climbed to high B rank, then, just a few hours ago, it spiked again, straight to A rank. Silence settled over the group. Kane's sharp gaze remained fixed on the blue gate, its swirling energy unstable and pulsing with mana. Her voice was cold and direct as she turned to Reiji. Do you have any information on the dungeon itself? Reiji blinked, snapping out of his thoughts. Ah, yes. About 4 hours ago, just as the gate spiked to A rank, a solo hunter named Jin managed to escape. His expression darkened. He was critically wounded, but he was able to give us some intel before collapsing. Takashi crossed his arms. And? According to him, it was a lizardman dungeon. The creatures inside were mostly mid-tier monsters. However, high-ranked lizardmen chiefs, the kind that usually appear in B-rank dungeons, were also present. Takashi nodded. That would mean we should expect dragonkin inside. While Takashi seemed satisfied with the information, Kane's crimson eyes remained locked onto Reiji, as if searching for something deeper. What about the hunters inside? She pressed. Did he say anything about their condition? A heavy silence settled over the group as Reiji hesitated. Then, his shoulders tensed, and he spoke in a strained voice. By the time he escaped, most of them had already been killed. He clenched his fists. The few remaining hunters, they stayed behind to buy him time, to get out and warn the guild. Kane's reaction was subtle, but Reiji didn't miss it, the slight tremble in her clenched fist, the way her glowing red eyes dimmed for a split second. Was someone she knew in that group? Before anyone could dwell on it further, a sudden shout broke the tension. Hey! The gate! Everyone's attention snapped toward the gate as its swirling mana began to shift. The surface rippled, and slowly, figures began to emerge. Someone's coming out. Reiji immediately reached for his weapon, bracing for an attack, but what he saw made his breath hitch. Two figures stepped through the gate. The first was a young woman, her short, dark hair slightly disheveled, clad in an outfit that looked far too pristine for someone who had just come from an A-rank dungeon. The second was another woman, taller, with a composed demeanor and piercing crimson eyes that glowed faintly in the dimming light. Kane's eyes widened. The first woman blinked at the gathered hunters, momentarily shielding her eyes from the evening sun. As she adjusted to the light, her gaze landed on Kane. Her expression shifted from confusion to shock. Sis? What are you doing here? Her voice rang across the battlefield, cutting through the stunned silence. The response was immediate. Did she just say sis? As in, sister? Wait, so her sister is an S-rank hunter? Whoa, that's insane. Murmurs spread rapidly through the group, shock evident on their faces. The idea that Kane Tawaka, one of Japan's most powerful hunters, had a sibling, and that she had just walked out of an unstable A-rank dungeon, was almost too much to process. But amidst the murmuring, Takashi Sugimura stood still. His expression, usually calm and unreadable, had shifted into something unreadable, his gaze locked onto Keed. This? He whispered, his voice barely audible, but filled with disbelief. Kane, too, hadn't moved. Her crimson eyes remained locked onto her sister, unreadable emotion swirling beneath their glow. But of everyone present, Reiji was the most shaken. Even as an A-rank hunter, his perception was sharper than most. He could see it, the aura radiating from the S-ranks beside him. Kane's power surged around her in a dark, suffocating purple aura, thick and oppressive. Takashi, standing beside her, exuded a weighty gray aura, dense enough that it almost felt tangible. And yet, standing opposite them, the young woman, Keed, was shrouded in an overwhelming black and red aura. It crackled and pulsed, shifting like a living entity, and every now and then, red lightning flickered across her body, vanishing just as quickly as it appeared. The space between them felt frozen in time, the air too afraid to move, as if even the wind understood that a single wrong shift could break the fragile balance. Three figures stood at the center of it all, Keed, Kane, and Takashi, a silent, invisible storm swirling between them. And then, Kane spoke. Her voice was a whisper, but in the deafening silence, it carried weight like thunder. How? Reiji's breath hitched as he murmured under his breath. Could she actually be Japan's 22nd? A title only given to the country's most terrifying, unknown powerhouses. If she really was, then Japan might have just gained another S-rank monster. But before he could dwell on it further, Kane's cold voice cut through the tense atmosphere. We're leaving. Now. Takashi blinked at the abruptness but quickly recovered, a slow, knowing smile forming on his face. We'll have to ask her a few questions first. He turned toward Keed, his expression friendly but unreadable. To put together a full picture of what happened in there. If you don't mind. Kane's eyes narrowed. Now. Her purple aura flared violently, the temperature around them dropping instantly. A suffocating weight filled the air, pressing down on everyone nearby as her glowing crimson eyes locked onto Takashi with undisguised hostility. Unfazed, Takashi allowed his own gray aura to surge outward, clashing against Kane's in an invisible battle. The air between them crackled, as if reality itself was on the verge of tearing apart under the sheer pressure of their auras. Two monsters in human skin, staring each other down. Then, Keed moved. Hey, here's my address. She handed a small piece of paper to Vivi before turning her attention to Takashi. Vivi here can explain most of what happened inside. She only missed the last part, but maybe later, I guess. Takashi resisted the urge to frown. His mind worked quickly, calculating his options. Can I take on 2 S-ranks and win? The odds weren't great. In the end, he sighed. I understand. Do you want us to drop you off? Kane didn't hesitate. We'll manage. Takashi finally allowed himself to frown as he watched the sisters walk away, tension still lingering in the air like a storm that had barely passed. Fuck. Reiji stepped beside him. Guildmaster, should I look into her? Maybe we could recruit her into Azure. Takashi shook his head. I highly doubt it. Not with her sister in Blade. You can try, though. Then, shifting his focus, he turned to the other survivor of the dungeon. Well, hello there. His tone was polite, but his gaze was sharp. Would you mind coming with us to explain exactly what happened? Vivi smiled, nodding without hesitation. No problem at all. Chapter 5, Chapter 05. 1850 words. Over here. I already ordered us a ride, Kane said as she and Keith arrived at a quiet bus stop. Kane took a seat on one of the benches, adjusting her cap slightly as she waited, while Keith remained standing, leaning against a nearby pole. Thanks to the cap obscuring Kane's features, no one recognized her, and Keith, still unknown to the public, didn't draw any attention either. The night air was cool, the distant hum of passing cars the only real noise around them. They waited in silence until, 20 minutes later, a sleek black sedan pulled up in front of them. The driver stepped out, holding a key in his hand. Kane stood, taking the key without a word. Then, turning to Keith, she motioned toward the car. Get in. Keith let out a quiet sigh but obeyed, sliding into the passenger seat while Kane took the driver's side and started the engine. The car pulled away from the curb, slipping into the Tokyo streets. For the first 10 minutes, the drive was quiet, almost suffocatingly so. The streetlights cast fleeting shadows across their faces, the rhythmic hum of the tires against asphalt the only sound filling the space between them. Then, Kane finally spoke, breaking the silence with a sigh. A C-rank dungeon? Her voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, sharp and cold. What were you thinking? Keith hesitated, then answered, her voice laced with uncertainty. I thought I could handle it. And I did. I'm reawakened now, sis. Kane's grip on the wheel tightened. And what did it cost you? She asked, her tone like a sudden gust of icy wind. Keith opened her mouth but found no words. Kane exhaled through her nose, her fingers drumming against the wheel as she took a turn at a junction. We had a deal, she continued, her voice steady but firm. When you decided to go behind Mom and Dad's back and become a hunter, you swore you wouldn't make them worry. That meant sticking to dungeons appropriate for your rank. No risks. No reckless stunts. Yeah, I know. Keith started, but Kane cut her off before she could finish. Do you? Kane's voice was sharper now, more forceful than she intended. Because I got a call from Mom today, saying you were missing. Imagine my shock when I found out you were inside an unstable dungeon, one that kept spiking in difficulty. Keith tried to respond. I was okay, I was terrified, Kane interrupted, her hands gripping the wheel tightly. I thought I'd lost you. You could have died, Keith. And it would have been my fault, because you became a hunter, and I knew and didn't stop you. Her breath hitched, but she kept speaking, her voice raw with emotion. The thought of having to tell them you were gone? After everything that's happened? Keith's throat tightened, her words dying before they could even form. The weight of Kane's fear, her anger, and her love pressed down on her, and for the first time in a long while, Keith saw her sister vulnerable. The car rolled on, the tension inside growing heavier with each passing second. Kane's hand stayed firm on the wheel, her knuckles white from gripping it too hard. The rhythmic flicker of streetlights through the windshield cast fleeting shadows across her face, accentuating the tightness in her jaw, the worry etched into her expression. Keith shifted uncomfortably in her seat, her fingers curling into fists on her lap. She wanted to say something, anything, to make it better, to reassure her sister, but she knew words wouldn't be enough. Not this time. Instead, she lowered her head slightly, staring at the floor of the car. I'm sorry, she finally murmured. Kane didn't respond immediately. For a moment, it seemed like she wouldn't at all. But then she exhaled, long and slow, as if letting go of something she'd been holding in for far too long. Just don't do it again, she said, her voice softer now, but still carrying the weight of her emotions. Keith nodded, but deep down, she wasn't sure if she could keep that promise. The thrill of the fight, the rush of power she'd felt when she reawakened, it was intoxicating. And after what had happened in that dungeon, she needed to get stronger. Because if she didn't, next time, she really would die. The rest of the drive continued in silence, the city lights blurring past outside. By the time they reached home, the weight of exhaustion settled over Keith's shoulders. The adrenaline had long since faded, leaving her mentally drained. Kane parked the car, turning off the engine but not moving to get out just yet. Instead, she glanced at Keed, her expression softer now, though still filled with quiet concern. "You're going straight to bed," she said. "No arguing. I'll talk to Mom and Dad about letting you rest this night. Tomorrow, you're explaining everything." Keed huffed but didn't protest. She was too tired to, anyway. They stepped out of the car, the cool night air wrapping around them. The house was dark, their parents likely asleep, unaware of the storm of emotions that had passed between the two sisters just moments ago. Keed hesitated before heading inside. "Good night, sis," she said quietly. Kane paused at the door, then nodded. "Good night, Keed." And with that, they stepped inside, each lost in their own thoughts. If Keed had one wish at that moment, it would be for the ground to open up and swallow her whole. She kept her head down, staring at the floor as she finished explaining what had happened. Her voice had been steady, but she'd deliberately left out one crucial detail, the part about her dying. Kane had noticed, of course, but said nothing. The silence in the room was suffocating. "So you're a hunter?" Mrs. Tawaka's voice was eerily calm, but Keed could see her knuckles turn white as she clenched her fists too tightly. Keed didn't respond. What could she even say? Her mother turned sharply to Kane. "And you knew?" Kane hesitated, then nodded. Mrs. Tawaka exhaled sharply, her shoulders trembling as she clenched her fists even tighter. "Why? Why didn't you stop her?" Before Kane could answer, their mother's voice cracked. "Are you happy now? Is this what you wanted?" Her eyes burned with unshed tears as she looked between them. "Am I going to lose my only children?" Keed felt a lump rise in her throat, her vision blurring as tears stung her eyes. Across the room, her father moved without a word, stepping beside his wife and gently pulling her into a hug. He didn't say anything, he didn't need to. The quiet shake of his head, the exhaustion in his eyes, said enough. Kane understood immediately. She turned to Keed and placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "Come on," she said softly. "Let's give her some time." Keed wanted to refuse. She wanted to stay, to reassure her mother, to tell her she didn't need to worry. But she knew Kane was right. Their mother needed space to process this, to process her. Swallowing the words she longed to say, Keed simply nodded and followed Kane out the door in silence. Keed's eyes widened as she stared up at the towering structure before her. The Blade Guild. The #1 guild in Japan and the second most powerful in all of Asia. It was a name that carried weight, a symbol of strength and prestige, and now, she was walking right through its doors. She followed her sister inside, her heart pounding with excitement, though she forced herself to keep her composure. "Act normal, act normal," she repeated internally, suppressing the urge to squeal out loud. The halls were massive, lined with polished floors and gleaming banners displaying the guild's emblem, a silver blade surrounded by swirling energy. The atmosphere carried an air of discipline, every step echoing against the pristine walls. As they walked, various officials and guild members noticed them, their gazes briefly flicking toward Kane before stepping aside without hesitation. Keed wasn't surprised. Kane Tawaka was one of the 11 S-rank hunters of the Blade Guild. Her presence alone commanded respect. Still, as they moved deeper into the guild, doubt began to creep into Keed's mind. Sis," Keed spoke hesitantly, glancing around at the powerful hunters walking past them. I'm not sure I'm ready for this. I mean, this is the Blade Guild, the top of the top. I just got my powers, and I don't think I can." "Relax," Kane interrupted with a small chuckle. "I didn't bring you here to join the guild." Then, before Keed could feel any relief, Kane added, "Although you will have to eventually." "That's non-negotiable." Keed twiddled her thumbs, her shoulders tensing. "Why yeah, okay." Kane only smirked before leading them down a staircase. The further they descended, the more Keed noticed the walls shifting from elegant designs to a more reinforced, industrial look. "No, the reason I brought you here is to test your new strength," Kane explained. "The Blade Guild has one of the best training facilities in the country, and we need to see exactly what you're capable of now. That way, when you take the assessment test in the Hunter Association, you'll know what you can and can't show them. Keed nodded but couldn't shake off a lingering concern. But, wouldn't the Blade Guild find out about my abilities? Kane shook her head. Not really. Only the Guildmaster will be aware, and honestly, I don't think he cares much about the specifics, only that you're competent. That almost reassured her. Almost. Maybe I shouldn't tell her about the system. Keed pushed the thought aside as Kane's voice pulled her back to the present. We're here, Kane announced as they stepped into a massive chamber. The room was vast, its pure white walls reflecting the bright overhead lights. It felt sterile, futuristic, like something out of a high-tech military base. Keed barely had time to take it all in before she noticed workers moving swiftly across the chamber. At Kane's nod, they rushed to various control panels, activating something. A low hum filled the air. The lights in the room intensified, the walls subtly shifting, adjusting to whatever settings were being prepared. Kane rolled her shoulders, stretching her arms as her eyes began to glow faintly with energy. Any idea what your new strength entails? She asked, her tone casual but expectant. Keed blinked, momentarily thrown off. Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm a tank. My defense has shot through the roof. Honestly, I doubt anything could even hurt me at this point. Kane grinned. Is that so? There was something almost predatory in her smirk. Then I guess we'll start with that, your durability. Keed nodded, though a small part of her hesitated. How? Kane disappeared. Keed's breath hitched. Before she could react, a fist crashed into her with the force of a collapsing building. Chapter 6, Chapter 06. 1506 words. Pain. Kane barely resisted the urge to yelp the moment her fist connected with Keed's face. She had put enough force into the punch to shatter reinforced steel, yet Keed didn't even flinch. Her wide eyes blinked in confusion, her voice barely above a whisper. You went for the face. She stood there, completely ignoring the sheer force that had just slammed into her cheek. Kane leaped back, flexing her fingers, feeling the dull ache reverberate through her knuckles. What the hell is she made of? Keed's expression shifted as realization set in. Her voice rose, indignant. You went for the face, she repeated, louder this time, her hands clutching her cheeks as if only now registering the insult. You jerk. Kane smirked. Oh? That got a reaction? Then she vanished. Keed tensed, immediately adopting a guarded stance, scanning the space around her. But Kane was gone, moving too fast to track. You don't think anyone can hurt you? Kane's voice echoed from every direction, eerily weightless, leaving no trace of movement. That's a bold claim. Keed frowned, her eyes darting around the chamber. Where is she? Eyes. Knees. Ankles. Wrists. Elbows. Neck. Kane's voice was everywhere at once, circling Keed like a phantom. Every joint is a weak point for any living being. How does your durability compare? Keed hesitated. I didn't really think about the... Boom. A powerful shockwave blasted past her, the sheer force displacing the air in the chamber. The ground cracked beneath her feet. Keed barely had time to process before she realized she was moving. No, she was being pushed. She turned her head just enough to see the trail her feet had carved through the reinforced floor, stretching all the way back to the chamber's center. Huh? Kane reappeared in front of her, hands braced against the ground, using the momentum to pivot. Her body twisted, her left leg swinging upward like a whip. Keed's eyes widened. Oh, crap. Crack. The rising kick struck her neck, launching her into the ceiling with a deafening impact. The reinforced metal groaned under the force before Keed came crashing down, a cloud of soot and debris following in her wake. She sat up, dusting off the blackened residue on her sleeves. That was pretty cool. Boom. 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 3 more shockwaves exploded around her, Kane's relentless attacks hammering into her weak points. Elbows. Wrists. Knees. Throat. Yet. Nothing. Kane's mind raced. There's no way. If brute force wasn't enough, then let's see how her eyes hold up. Crack, clang. Keat flinched as something snapped, something sharp. She blinked. Her vision refocused just in time to see a very long katana blade sticking out of her eye. Correction, snapping in half while trying to pierce her eye. She blinked again. Then slowly, she turned to Kane. "What the hell, sis?" she yelled, stumbling backward toward the wall, hands flying to her face. "Are you trying to kill me?" Kane stood frozen, still gripping the hilt of what was now a broken katana. Steel. My blade was made of reinforced, mana-infused steel. It snapped like glass against her eye. Her eye. What the actual hell? Her breathing was heavy. Then, finally. Holy shit. Kane exhaled, staring at the shattered blade in disbelief. Your durability is no joke. Kane placed a hand on her chin, watching Keat closely. You're a bit slow, but you only just got your powers. There's still time to train so you can actually make use of all that mana you have. Keat huffed, still shaken. What if I was wrong? I'd be down an eye. That was not cool, sis. Kane smirked, though internally, she was reassessing things. I was only planning to nick her, and we have a healer on hand, so it would have been fine. Keat pouted. Jerk. Kane chuckled. Anyway, is there anything else you can do? Keat hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yeah, actually. I've got a bunch of extra abilities. They aren't super strong on their own, though. Kane raised an eyebrow. Alright, let's see them. Keat stepped forward, extending her hand. Stand back. Kane didn't argue and leaped onto the wall, keeping her distance. Hydra! Keat shouted. A massive, 3-headed serpent made entirely of venomous energy surged forth from her palm. It roared as it took form, its bodies writhing like liquid shadows, before spewing a violent torrent of poison against the far wall. The corrosive substance sizzled on impact, eating away at the stone. Kane's eyes widened in shock. Dragon? And it's made out of poison? I thought you were supposed to be a tank. And what part of this isn't strong? Keat took a deep breath. Next one. She quickly assessed her mana usage. That only cost 5 MP, but if I kept it going, it'd drain way more. Kane's expression turned wary. I almost forgot, she said she had a lot of extra abilities. Keat straightened. Alright, let's try this. Paralyzing shout. A shockwave of invisible force erupted from her, radiating outward in all directions. Kane immediately felt her muscles seize up. For a brief moment, she was completely immobilized, her body locked in place. It lasted barely 2 seconds before she managed to shake it off with sheer strength, but even that brief pause was enough to make her uneasy. A paralyzing skill. Kane muttered, flexing her fingers as the sensation faded. It even worked on me. If this was a fight, that delay could be more than enough time to finish an enemy off. And then there's Martyr's devotion. As Keat spoke, her entire form began to change. Her dark hair shifted to a shimmering gold, a radiant halo forming above her head. A pair of pristine white wings unfurled behind her, feathers glowing with ethereal light. Then, a golden ring of energy spread outward from her feet, expanding until it encompassed the entire chamber. Kane's body tensed as the wave of divine light passed over her. What the hell just happened? Keat smiled warmly. As long as an ally is inside this circle, they're under the effective cover. Kane's eyes widened. Wait, seriously? Cover wasn't an uncommon technique. It was a staple of tanks, allowing them to shield an ally by redirecting all incoming attacks onto themselves. but with Keed's already absurd durability. Kane's breath hitched. That means. She felt her legs grow unsteady. If Keed were in any dungeon party, casualties would plummet drastically. An ability like this will make her invaluable, and sought after by everyone. Before she could voice her concerns, Keed was already preparing another ability. Kane straightened, alarm creeping into her voice. Hey, Keed, maybe you should stop for now. Predator. Kane froze. The moment Keed uttered the word, the air in the chamber turned heavy. A deafening silence followed, one so profound it felt like the entire world had momentarily stopped. Then, without warning, a massive purple gate materialized behind Keed, its swirling abyss churning with ominous energy. Even Keed stood still, her eyes widening in shock. That took 200 MP. That's more than half. Dungeon? Kane murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she stared at the swirling mass of violet energy before her. Then, movement. A black hand stretched out from the portal's depths, followed by a grotesque face emerging from the void. Kane's breath hitched. Every instinct screamed at her as she immediately drew her remaining katana. No. Her grip tightened. A dungeon break. Keed's eyes widened, not out of fear, but recognition. This is. Before she could finish, the air behind her cracked, Kane had already vanished. Clang, crack. The sickening sound of metal snapping rang through the chamber. Kane's katana, her second one, had broken against the creature's flesh. Towering at 8 feet, the monster was a nightmarish sight, its body a mass of jet-black muscle, for long arms flexing with unnatural strength. Its head had no eyes, no nose, just a gaping maw, filled with rows upon rows of jagged teeth. But what caught Kane's attention most was its golden sheen. Its scales shimmered with a familiar glow, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to Keed's own radiance. They were under the effects of Keed's cover. Kane turned sharply. Keed, are you doing this? Keed stiffened. For a brief moment, her expression was unreadable. Then, slowly, she gave a mechanical nod. I think so, she admitted. It was supposed to be a summoning skill, one that calls 2 demons to fight for me. 2? Kane repeated. Growl. Before she could process that, the portal flared again, and another figure stalked out. Then another. And another. More demons poured from the abyss, growling as they did, each as monstrous as the last. The chamber grew heavy with their presence, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Kane's heart pounded. Okay, stop, she barked. Keed flinched and quickly complied. The portal snapped shut, its violet glow fading as if it had never been there. But the demons remained. Chapter 7, Chapter 07. 1447 words. What are they? Kane asked, her eyes narrowing as she studied the lead demon. The creature growled in response, its deep, guttural sound vibrating through the chamber. They're predator demons, Keed answered, stepping closer to one of them. Slowly, she extended a hand. The demon in question paused for a moment before leaning into her touch, a low, rumbling purr escaping its throat. Its massive frame, covered in shimmering black and gold scales, looked like something out of a nightmare, yet it acted as if it were a tamed beast seeking affection. The more they eat, the stronger they become, Keed added, her fingers running across the demon's sleek, muscular form. Kane's expression darkened. How do you know so much about them? Keed shrugged, pulling her hand away as the demon let out a soft chuff. Beats me. I just know. It's my power, I guess. Internally she sweat-dropped. I can't tell her that they're the lesser versions of a particular demon that tried to eat me in a game in my previous life. Kane frowned but let it go. She took a step toward another demon, her aura flaring outward. The sheer force of it sent a ripple through the chamber, the stone beneath her feet cracking slightly. Hey, how long do they last after you summon them? The demon immediately reacted, a red aura surging from its body, clashing against her own like 2 storms colliding. Its claws flexed, its muscles tensed, ready for a fight. Keed frowned. Let's see. Around 6 hours it seems. Although I can keep some of them as members of my clan. Those don't cause any mana to summon since they'll always be on my person but hidden. _clan_. Standard soldier, 0 out of 45, increase their strength by 30%. Elite soldier, 0 out of 15, increase their strength by 50%. Knight, 0 out of 9, increase their strength by 100%. Elite Knight, 0 to 1, increase their strength by 250%. These percentage bonuses. This isn't even including my passive bonus for monster summons, like Apex of Authority and the others. Maple was so broken. How did I even create such a character? Keed chuckled. Kane smirked. Hey, Keed. Can I fight one of them? Keed glanced at the demon, then at Kane, before nodding. Sure. A mental command passed between her and the demons. Immediately, 12 of them stepped back, melting into the shadows, leaving only one behind. The remaining demon let out a low growl, stepping forward to face Kane, its stance shifting, preparing for battle. Kane cracked her knuckles, her smirk widening. Good. Let's see what they're made of. A tall, dark-haired man strode into the main building of the Blade Guild. The moment he stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. Employees straightened in their seats, fingers flying across keyboards with newfound urgency, while others busied themselves with paperwork that hadn't seemed urgent moments ago. Still, their eyes couldn't help but flicker toward him, sneaking glances when they thought he wouldn't notice. This was Gotoruji, the guild master of the Blade Guild and, for a very long time, the strongest hunter in all of Japan. He moved with the quiet confidence of a man who owned every room he entered. A few moments after stepping inside, he paused. His sharp gaze shifted toward a specific section of the building, his instincts instantly flaring. Who's in the training room? His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight. One of the nearby staff members, seemingly having overheard the question, rushed forward to respond. Goto-sama. Earlier today, Lady Kane arrived with a guest. They both went straight to the training room. Goto's eyebrow arched slightly. Guest? Who? The man scratched his head, looking unsure. I'm not certain, sir. I didn't recognize them at all. Goto hummed in acknowledgement. I see. Carry on. Without another word, he headed toward the training room, his expression unreadable. A guest they don't recognize? He mused. That means it's not an S-rank hunter, as they are all publicly known in Japan. Or rather, not a recognized S-rank hunter, if the aura I'm sensing is correct. When he reached the doors of the training chamber, he pushed them open and stepped inside. His eyes immediately took in the scene. The entire chamber was covered in blood and gore. It painted the walls, pulled on the floor, and dripped from the shattered remains of training equipment. And standing at the center of it all was Kane Tawada. She was slightly panting, her chest rising and falling, yet her expression was calm. Goto's gaze swept over her and then shifted, scanning the room for the so-called guest. She stood to the side of the chamber, the only part not stained by blood, her eyes met his, and for a moment Goto shivered, but only for a moment. Kane. Goto's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere, drawing her attention. She turned, flicking some blood off her wrist with a casual motion. Goto. What are you doing here? He exhaled sharply, crossing his arms. As if any competent hunter wouldn't sense that spike in power from a mile away. His gaze swept over the ruined training chamber before settling back on her. I decided to check out the occasion, especially since I heard there was a guest. He shifted his attention to the other figure in the room. Keed. Care to introduce us? Kane tilted her head slightly, then gave a shrug. Sure. Goto, meet my sister, Keed. Keed, Goto. Keed raised a hand in a nervous. Hi. Goto's sharp eyes studied her. She was young, too young to be standing in a room dripping with blood as if it were just another Tuesday. Her armor was strange, unlike anything he'd seen before, and while he couldn't sense much mana from her, that in itself was a red flag. Some of the most dangerous hunters he'd met were the ones who could suppress their presence. His gaze flicked to the corpses of the demons strewn across the chamber. Your work? Keed shook her head. No. Kane did most of it. I just stood back and watched. Goto raised an eyebrow at Kane, who sighed. Ignore her ramblings. Although you should know that she summoned them. Oh? And just how strong are her summons? Goto asked, his tone neutral, but his sharp gaze never left Kane. Kane paused, considering. I'd say one of them could give an A ranker some real trouble. The stronger ones, or S ranks, they could probably win outright. Goto didn't react outwardly, but his mind was already calculating. Summoning magic wasn't unheard of, but this level of power, this quantity, was something else entirely. His eyes flicked over the training chamber once more, taking in the shredded remains of at least 10 creatures. At least 10 A-rank monsters, summoned instantly. He exhaled through his nose. In the right hands, that kind of ability could shift the tide of battle in an instant. His gaze returned to Keed. She looked young. Kane had introduced her as her sister, which meant. You're recently awakened, then, he asked, his tone shifting slightly, almost casual. Keed hesitated. Her fingers fidgeted slightly, a nervous tick. Well, yes and no. Goto raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Before she could answer, Kane stepped forward, standing next to her. My sister awakened around 6 months ago, she said smoothly. And yesterday, she reawakened. Goto's eyes widened, just for a fraction of a second. Reawakening. That was rare. Very rare. For a hunter to awaken, their power had to be unlocked through extreme stress or unique circumstances. But reawakening, gaining a second, far stronger power, happened only to the truly exceptional. That was 0.1% of humanity's hunter population. And in Keed's case, judging by the carnage in the room, her second awakening hadn't just made her stronger. It had transformed her. Goto's lips pressed into a thin line. I see. He glanced at Keed again, this time with a newfound intensity. She would become strong. Very strong. Stronger than. Goto's thoughts came to a halt, his eyes flashing white for a brief moment as his instincts surged. A quiet, dangerous thought whispered in the back of his mind. Should I kill her? He quickly dismissed it. No. She was too valuable an asset to eliminate so recklessly. Instead, he exhaled, masking his momentary hesitation. First, you'll have to take the reassessment test. An S-rank summoner. That's definitely a power. Actually, Keed cut in, raising a hand awkwardly. I'm a tank, not a summoner. Goto froze. For a long moment, silence stretched between them. Then, slowly, he turned to fully face her. Come again? Chapter 8, Chapter 08. 2,253 words. So, where exactly are we going? Mr. Goto looked a little concerned, Keed mused, watching the empty streets blur past as Kane drove. Who knows how the guildmaster thinks? Kane replied with a smirk. I'm taking you to a B-rank gate. Keed perked up. Oh? So soon? Aren't there procedures, rules? Kane let out a laugh. Of course there are. But you're an S-rank hunter now, rules don't apply to us. Keed grinned. That sounds so badass. But why a B-rank gate? Isn't that too low for us? Kane chuckled. Do you know how many gates appear daily across Japan? Keed shook her head. About 130, Kane answered, her expression darkening slightly. Keed's eyes widened. That many? Kane nodded. Most of them are E to D rank, with C, B, and A rank gates being less frequent. But if hunters only tackled gates at their level, How many innocent people would die from dungeon breaks? Keith's expression grew serious. It doesn't matter if we're S rank, Kane continued. If a gate is becoming too dangerous to leave open, or if it passes the 3-day mark, it must be cleared, at all costs. Even if it means calling in an S rank hunter. Keith nodded, the weight of her new role settling in. I think I get it now. Good. Kane smiled before shifting gears. I asked around and found a dungeon that fits the specs for your training. Keith blinked. Training? Kane smirked. Yeah. You might just be the most durable person I've ever met, but you're slow, even slower than A ranks. She glanced at Keith. We're going to fix that. You're gonna use all of your S-rank power. By the time Keith and Kane arrived at the glowing blue gate, a group of hunters was already gathered in front of it. Keith quickly counted, 11 in total. She walked alongside her sister, her gaze sweeping over the group. Some were engaged in light conversation, while others quietly checked their gear. Ah, you made it. I was starting to think you'd be a no-show, a tall, dark-skinned woman with brown hair remarked as Kane approached. Kane smirked. Hey, Cora. Say hi to my sister. She's the one I told you about. Cora tilted her head slightly, shifting her gaze to Keith. Sup. So you reawakened yesterday, huh? Keith nodded. Hi. I'm Maple, Keith. Keith. And yep, I reawakened. I haven't taken the reassessment tests yet, but everyone seems to think I'm S rank now, so I'm here to make sure I actually deserve the title. Cora grinned. Alright, girls got spunk. I'm Cora, A rank battle mage. Nice to meet you. She extended a hand. Keith took it, shaking firmly. Likewise. It's nice to meet you too. Would you like to add Cora Kujisaki to your party? Yes, no. Party members, January 9th. Keith blinked. Huh? No, she answered internally, dismissing the prompt. Her thoughts raced. It seems I can only add 9 members to my party. And I already added Vivi back in the dungeon. She even had a level, which means my party members can level up too. I'll have to keep an eye out for unique hunters, just like Maple Tree. She glanced at the other hunters. They were murmuring among themselves, their focus shifting toward Kane. It wasn't every day an S-rank hunter raided a gate alongside them. Keith frowned slightly. When I take my reassessment test, everyone will know I reawakened. A firm yet reassuring hand landed on her shoulder. She turned to see Cora standing behind her. Don't worry about it, Cora said. You'll get used to the attention. Everyone does. Keith chuckled nervously. Sure. I guess. She sighed inwardly. Even in the game, Maple always stood out, and all she did was play normally. Once everyone was ready, they stepped through the gate. Kane was the first to enter, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings as the dungeon materialized around them. The interior was a vast, dimly lit cave, its jagged stone walls slick with moisture. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like fangs, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed through the cavern. Keith followed close behind, her boots crunching against the damp ground as the rest of the group emerged. She could already see her breath before her. It's cold. Cora took a deep breath and turned to the team. Alright, everyone, form up. Tanks in front, healers and mages in the middle. Fighters, you know your positions. She paused, then glanced at Kane with a smirk. And you, Kane, you'll bring up the rear. Kane shrugged, a relaxed smile on her face. Fine by me. With a practiced motion, she unsheathed her twin katanas, the polished steel gleaming in the dim light. Keith took her place among the group, feeling a surge of anticipation. This was her first real raid since her reawakening. She clenched her fists, holding her black shield tightly. As the team advanced deeper into the cavern, the air grew colder. A thin layer of frost coated the jagged stone walls, and an eerie stillness settled over the group. The only sounds were the occasional drip of water and the crunch of boots against ice-crusted rock. Keed tightened her grip on her shield, her instincts on high alert. Already, something felt off. Looks like the monsters had arrived. Cora noticed it too. Keep your eyes open, she muttered. They're already watching us. Small sparks raced down her arms. The mages readied their staffs, and the fighters shifted into defensive stances. Kane, at the rear, remained relaxed but alert, her katanas held loosely at her sides. Then, the first scream tore through the cavern. A hunter at the front, a swordsman, barely had time to react before a blur of motion slammed into him, knocking him off his feet. Blood sprayed against the ice-covered walls as sharp claws tore into his armor, shredding it like paper. Contact, one of the tanks shouted, raising his shield just in time to block a second strike. Keed's eyes darted toward the attacker, a gaunt, emaciated creature with elongated limbs and hollow, glowing white eyes. Its skin was stretched taut over its bones, and its mouth, lined with jagged teeth, twisted into a hungry snarl. A Wendigo. More of them emerged from the shadows, their movements unnaturally fast. They crawled along the walls and ceiling, their long fingers gripping the stone with clawed hands. The air filled with a chorus of guttural hisses and chittering laughter. Keed barely had time to react before one lunged at her, a blur of motion. She raised her shield on instinct, bash. The impact sent the creature flying backward, slamming it into the cavern wall with a sickening crunch. Another Wendigo came from her left. This time, she was ready. Devour activated the moment it struck her, and the creature's claws sank into her arm, only for its flesh to begin dissolving as the skill took effect. It let out a wailing shriek, thrashing as its arm melted away, leaving only bone. Keed pushed forward, slamming her shield into its skull, crack, before stomping down hard on its twitching body. Around her, the battle erupted into chaos. Cora's hands crackled with blue lightning as she unleashed a barrage of lightning from her 2 fingers, striking one Wendigo midair and sending it convulsing to the ground. The tanks held their formation, shields bracing against the relentless assault. The fighters struggled to keep up, the creatures were too fast. Kane, despite being at the rear, moved like a shadow. The moment a Wendigo lunged at her, she twisted, dodging with ease before her twin katanas flashed. SHNK. The monster's head separated from its body before it even realized it had been cut. But more were coming. Keed's heart pounded. She was getting excited. A Wendigo darted toward her, she tried to swing, but it was too quick. Its claws raked against her side, but her insane durability kept it from doing real damage. Still, she couldn't just let herself get hit over and over. Kane's words echoed in her mind. You're slow. We're gonna fix that. Keed clenched her fists. Fine. Let's fix it. From the ceiling, a Wendigo pounced. Keed barely had time to react before she felt the heavy thud of its body landing atop her shield. But the weight vanished almost immediately. Her eyes widened. Too light. A sharp pain, no, just pressure, clamped around her neck. The Wendigo had used her shield as a foothold, bouncing off the wall to strike from behind. Its jagged teeth clamped down, but they barely even scratched her skin. Then, SHLCK, the monster's head vanished, dissolving as Devour took effect. Keed exhaled sharply, rolling her shoulders. I could blast them all away with Hydra or Machine God, but Kane wants me to fight with only my physical strength in this dungeon. And that's exactly what I'll do. She swung her shield at another approaching Wendigo, but it ducked back, dodging the strike effortlessly. Keed grimaced. Fast little bastard. Adjusting her stance, she reached for her dagger, gripping the hilt tightly as she held her shield in one hand. Her lips curled into a smirk. Come on then. The Wendigo cocked its head as if it understood the taunt. Then, in a blur of motion, it lunged. Keed barely had time to blink before it impacted her shield. Slam. The creature latched onto the metal, its clawed fingers digging into the edges as it climbed, scrambling over the surface, its elongated head stretching over the top to bite at her face. SHNK. Keed didn't hesitate. She drove her dagger up into its gaping maw, the blade piercing straight through the roof of its mouth and out the back of its skull. You have leveled up. Keed smirked. That's 2 stat points. Into agility they go. A rush of energy coursed through her, subtle but noticeable. Her movements felt a fraction sharper, her reflexes just a little quicker. Good. But not good enough. Another Wendigo lunged. Keed swung her shield, but again, it dodged, slipping inside her guard with unnatural grace. Its claws raked across her chest. She barely felt the attack, but the sheer speed of it sent a jolt of frustration through her. She stabbed her dagger. Before she could strike back, the Wendigo grabbed her dagger-wielding hand, using it as leverage to swing itself upward. In an instant, it was crouched atop her outstretched arm, its hollow white eyes boring into hers. Damn it, still not fast enough. Keed activated Devour. The Wendigo yelped as its legs vanished. Its torso, now unsupported, collapsed onto her hand, before its middle section vanished as well, splitting the monster in half. Keed let out a slow breath. Around her, the cavern had gone eerily silent. The others had finished off the remaining Wendigos. The battle was over. All right, everyone, gather up. Kor's voice rang out, firm and commanding. Healers, get to work. Fighters, check your equipment. If you need a mana potion, take it now. The group moved swiftly, tending to minor injuries and checking their gear. A few hunters downed mana potions, the glass vials clinking as they replenished their reserves. Kenny approached Keed, arms crossed, a knowing smirk on her face. So, how was it? Fighting something faster than you? Keed exhaled, a small smile tugging at her lips. A little frustrating. But I think I managed. Kenny raised an eyebrow. Really? Are you sure? She leaned in slightly. Because I counted 12 times you got hit without even realizing it. Keed winced. 12? Kenny chuckled. Your defense is insane. Most hunters would be staggering from wounds, but you barely noticed. Impressive, but also a problem. Keed groaned, rolling her shoulders. I'm trying, okay? I will get faster. That's a certainty. Kenny nodded. That's the spirit. But if you recall, I did promise to show you how to use your power properly. Keed's eyes narrowed. I'm listening. Kenny took a step back, crossing her arms as she explained. As you're aware, a hunter is basically a human who awakened due to possessing mana. That mana naturally strengthens our bodies, enhancing speed, power, reflexes. Mages channel it into spells, while close combat types use it for raw enhancement. She glanced at Keed. The higher a hunter's rank, the more mana they have. Sometimes, we even end up with excess mana, nothing immeasurable, but a surplus. Keed nodded, absorbing the information. Kane continued. That extra mana, most hunters don't know how to use it efficiently. But if you can learn to manipulate it, to refine and focus it, you can push beyond your limits. An assassin can make themselves faster, a fighter can make themselves stronger, a tank can make themselves tougher. You can shape that energy however you need. Keed's eyes lit up with understanding. Just like my reinforcement skill. Kane grinned. Exactly. But instead of relying on the system to activate it for you, you take control. No skill activation, just you and your mana. Keed exhaled, rolling her shoulders. She closed her eyes, recalling the sensation of her D-rank reinforcement skill. The way it coursed through her body, hardening her muscles, making her feel sturdier. But this time, she didn't activate the skill. Instead, she reached inside, grasping at her mana, not just the surface flow, but something deeper, something she could barely perceive. Something that was most definitely not mana. She took a breath. And then, she pulled. Chapter 9, Chapter 09. 2,122 words. Keed stared at the glowing screen in front of her, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. Name, Maple, LV, 8. HP, 2800/2800, plus 5000, MP, 350/350, plus 500. Status. STR, 36, plus 50. VIT, 20438, plus 1000. AGI, 34, plus 50. DEX, 31, plus 50. INT, 32, plus 50. SP, 0. Physical damage resistance, 1700%. Acquired skills. Strength boost, S, passive. Vitality boost, S, passive. Agility boost, S, passive. Dexterity boost, S, passive. MP boost, S, passive. HP boost, S, passive. Awakened new stat, perception plus 50. For awakening a new stat, you have been rewarded with 2 extra SP per level up. A second screen overlapped the first. Name, Maple, LV, 8. HP, 7800/7800, MP, 850/850. Status. STR, 87. VIT, 21438. AGI, 84. DEX, 80. INT, 82. PUR, 50. SP, 0. Physical damage resistance, 1735%. Keith's jaw nearly dropped. What the fuck? Her fingers twitched as she scrolled through the changes, reading and rereading the absurd numbers. The moment she had tapped into her S-rank power, everything had changed. So this is the power of an S-rank? Her eyes flicked to the skill descriptions, mind racing. S means small, so that gives plus 50 to a stat? That's like leveling up 50 times without even using my stat points. No wonder S ranks are so strong, this is cheating. She exhaled sharply, still processing the new stat, perception. It was strange. She wasn't just seeing better. It was like she could feel everything around her, even things outside her line of sight. Is that why everything suddenly feels so clear? Her mind jumped to Kane. She's been an S rank way longer than me. If I'm getting S level boosts, she probably has hers at L by now. Keed clenched her fists. I have a lot to catch up on. That assumption was completely wrong. Because Keed's power wasn't normal. Normal S ranks didn't have a system granting them passive stat increases or stacking skills like hers. Even if they could boost their abilities, it wouldn't come close to anything Keed had just done. Their strength came from relentless training, and even that had a hard limit. Blissfully unaware of the sheer magnitude of what had just happened, Keed turned to Kane with a bright smile. How was that? Kane didn't respond immediately. She looked dazed. Behind her, aside from Cora, the other hunters had instinctively retreated toward the walls, their expressions caught between awe and fear. Keed blinked at their reactions before realization struck. Ah, of course. You won't be able to tell unless you see me in action. Alright, let's go fight some monsters, she cheered. Then she was gone. Kane remained still, staring at the spot where Keed had just been, her mind struggling to process what she had witnessed. Cora walked up beside her. Did you see? What was that? Kane exhaled slowly, only now realizing she had been holding her breath. I don't know. I think I saw something. Right? Cora shuddered. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was terrifying. She ran a hand through her hair, her nerves still on edge. Damn, she's gonna be a powerhouse. Even among S ranks, I can already tell. Kane blinked, barely registering her words. Her thoughts drifted back to the instant Keed had moved. For just a split second, she had seen something. Or had she? I thought I saw. A chill ran down her spine. Eyes. Millions of them. All staring. Was that just her imagination? Cora's voice snapped her out of it. We should catch up. I'm not sure what you had her do, but when she took off just now, I barely even saw her move. Kane hesitated, then shook off her unease. Yeah. Let's go. With Cora leading the group, the hunters hurried deeper into the dungeon, chasing after the girl who was rapidly leaving them all behind. This is so much easier. Keed grinned as she effortlessly sidestepped a Wendigo that lunged at her from behind. With a single-handed shield bash, she sent the creature crashing into the wall with a sickening splat. Around her, the blood-soaked remains of numerous Wendigos littered the ground, their lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of crimson. She sheathed her dagger with a sigh. I barely even had to use this. A sudden screech rang out. Cree! From within the walls, a hidden Wendigo lunged at her, landing directly on her shield. Keed instinctively blocked, but the creature used her shield as a platform, propelling itself away in an attempt to escape. Gah! It barely made it midair before Keed snatched its leg in a vice-like grip. Yeah, that got old fast. Now die. With a casual yet brutal motion, she slammed the monster into the ground, its head bursting apart on impact. A sickening splat echoed through the chamber. You have leveled up. LV, 816. Keed chuckled, stretching her arms. That's 24 points into agility. She took a moment to assess herself, then smirked. I can feel myself slowly turning into Sally. She paused, then burst into laughter. Who am I kidding? No amount of agility can make me move like that speed demon. Who are you talking to? Kane's voice broke through her thoughts as she arrived, accompanied by Cora and the rest of the hunters. Cora let out an exasperated sigh as she scanned the carnage around them. Did you have to kill every last monster on the way here? You couldn't have saved a little for us? Keed laughed nervously, scratching the back of her head. Sorry about that. Got a little carried away. I haven't entered the boss lair yet, though. She gestured toward the massive opening behind her, from which an icy wind howled, sending a sharp chill through the air. The entrance was completely frozen, jagged stalactites protruding from every surface like the fangs of some great beast. We're really going to fight the Wendigos in there? Oh man. One of the hunters groaned, brushing snow off his shoulders. Murmurs of agreement spread through the group. None of them seemed eager to fight the nimble, deadly creatures in such an unforgiving environment. Cora scowled. Quit your whining. We're already here, so we do our jobs. Kane chuckled. Hey, Cora. Mind if Keed and I take it from here? Cora turned to her, frowning. What are you talking about? Keed perked up, flashing a confident grin. Yeah, don't worry. Sis and I can handle this, no problem. Cora blinked, glancing at the other hunters. None of them protested. If anything, they seemed relieved to leave the dungeon's most dangerous part to the S-rank sisters. Fine. Cora sighed. You guys go mine the crystals. If you want to be lazy, do it on your own time. The hunters groaned but didn't argue, dropping their gear and pulling out their mining equipment before making their way to the monster-free crystal-filled chambers. Cora turned back to Keed and Kane. I'm coming with you. She crossed her arms. Just because you're both S-rank doesn't mean I'll leave my job to you too. As the trio stepped into the frozen chamber, a wave of icy air washed over them, stinging their skin. The boss lair was vast, an open cavern of jagged ice formations and towering stalagmites, their razor-sharp tips glistening under the dim, eerie blue light reflecting off the walls. Snow crunched beneath their boots as they advanced, their breaths visible in the freezing air. Then, the air shifted. A deep, guttural growl rumbled through the cavern. Keed's gaze snapped to the center of the room, where a massive Wendigo loomed. It was easily 5 meters tall, its skeletal frame wrapped in thick, matted fur. Its eyes, deep, sunken pits of glowing red, locked onto them, a primal hunger burning within. Its elongated claws scraped against the ice as it shifted, exhaling a misty breath that reeked of decay. Then came the guards. 14 of them, each standing at least 3 meters tall, stepped forward in unison, surrounding their alpha. Unlike the usual Wendigos Keed had fought, these ones carried weapons, rusted axes, jagged spears, and crude swords, each dripping with frost. Their bodies were lean but muscular, built for both speed and raw strength. Keed let out a low whistle. Huh. Why are the final bosses always big? Kane shrugged, her breath steady. Don't know, don't care. Cora, however, raised her arms, lifting shards of ice from the surroundings, her instinct screaming at her. Be careful. This is a boss. The boss Wendigo let out a chilling shriek, its guards immediately launching into motion. Two of them lunged at Keed, their rusted weapons slicing through the air. She barely tilted her head, letting a jagged spear scrape past her cheek, sparks flying, before twisting her shield up to deflect the second attack. The force behind it sent vibrations through her shield, but she barely felt it. Then she moved. Before either Wendigo could react, Keed surged forward, planting her foot into the nearest one's chest. The impact sent the creature skidding backward, cracking the ice beneath it. She spun on her heel, swinging her shield in a brutal arc. Crack, the second Wendigo's skull split open, blood splattering across the frozen ground. Keed smirked. One down. Kane, meanwhile, had already vanished from sight. A split second later, slash. A Wendigo's head tumbled to the ground, its body collapsing before it even realized it had been attacked. Another one tried to react, but Kane was already behind it, driving a blade through its spine before twisting sharply. Snap. Cora wasn't idle either. She intercepted two Wendigos with a swift swing of her arm, summoning shards of ice that fused together into a jagged ledge, slamming into their attacks and knocking them back. One of them recovered instantly, its frost-coated axe flashing toward her in a deadly arc. She ducked low, pivoting on her foot before kicking upward. An ice spire erupted from the ground, slamming into the Wendigo's jaw with bone-crushing force. Teeth shattered, and the creature reeled back. Without hesitation, Cora followed up with a swift stab, driving an ice dagger straight through its throat. Before she could engage another enemy, Keith's voice rang out. Stop. Both hunters froze mid-action, Kane turning to her sister with a questioning look. What is it? Keith clasped her hands together, eyes pleading. Let me handle the rest of the fighting. Kane frowned. Why? Keith hesitated, biting her lip. She couldn't exactly say, if you guys keep killing them, I won't get the experience points. That would sound ridiculous. Instead, she quickly reworded her reasoning. I want to test myself against them, she said. Please? Cora crossed her arms. This isn't some kind of game, Keed. No, it's okay. Keed insisted, her hair shifting to a shimmering gold as a warm, golden light spread from beneath her feet, covering the entire chamber. As long as this light is active, you guys won't take any damage. Just trust me. She tilted her head, widening her eyes into an unmistakable puppy dog expression. Kane stared at her for a long moment before sighing in defeat. Fine. Cora, let her do her thing. Cora gave Kane a disbelieving look. You're seriously just going along with this? Kane smirked. You'll understand in a second. As if on cue, one of the Wendigo guards reappeared behind Cora, its spear already thrusting forward. She barely had time to react. Instinctively, she braced herself for impact, expecting pain. Clang. The spear shattered the moment it made contact with her. Not against armor, not against a barrier, against her skin. Cora stared in shock, touching her arm as the broken weapon clattered to the ground. What? What just happened? Kane chuckled. As long as you're standing in Keith's light, you're constantly under the effects of cover. Cora's eyes widened. That's an incredible ability. Before she could say more, the boss Wendigo finally moved. And it was fast. One moment, it stood watching from afar. The next, it had already closed the distance. Keith barely had time to react as the creature's massive dagger slashed toward her neck. SHNK. Boom. The blade connected, only to stop dead against her skin. The sheer force of the strike released a huge displacement of air in an explosion, as well as making her head tilt slightly to the side, but that was all. Cora's breath caught in her throat. What just happened? Kane smirked, watching the stunned expression on Cora's face. I think you were right. She turned her gaze back to Keed, her smile widening. She's going to be a hunter among hunters. Chapter 10. 1,649 words. Well, that was anticlimactic. Cora deadpanned, staring at the battered dungeon boss lying motionless before her. Despite its speed, the Wendigo had only lasted a few minutes before Keed swiftly ended its life, along with the rest of the guards. Not a single one had managed to lay a scratch on her. The fact that I'm still baffled, even when I knew exactly what would happen. I'm not sure what I expected. Kane sighed, shaking her head. Cora glanced at Keed, who had begun gathering the corpses of the fallen monsters. Her brows furrowed. What's she doing? Kane narrowed her eyes. She mentioned this earlier. Is she really going to do it? Do what? Cora asked, before her expression twisted in horror. She's eating them? A wave of disgust washed over her as she gagged. Kane pressed her lips together, resisting the urge to recoil. She has the ability to absorb the power of anything she eats, including their abilities. Cora turned to her, eyes wide with realization. That means she'll continuously grow stronger the more she eats. A hunter with no limits, except for how many enemies she can devour. She wrinkled her nose. Still disgusting, though. Meanwhile, Keed hummed in satisfaction as she tore into one of the Wendigo guards. The meat had a strange texture, like frozen fish, hardly pleasant, but she wasn't about to complain. The benefits were well worth it. Agility +3. Acquired skill. Speed up LV1 increases speed by 5% for 1 minute. Costs 1 MP per second after the first minute. Keed's eyes lit up as she swallowed another bite. Nice, more agility. And a speed boost skill. That explains why they were so fast. They must all have this ability. She immediately stopped eating the first guard after gaining the skill and moved on to the next. There were still 13 more to go. Oh my god, she's eating another one. Cora whispered in horror. Agility +3. Speed up LV1-2 increases speed by 10% for 1 minute. Costs 1 MP per second after the first minute. It took Keed a few more minutes, but she methodically devoured parts of the guards. After the 7th, she stopped gaining stats, only leveling up her speed skill. Agility +21. Speed up LV2-4 increases speed by 40% for 1 minute. Costs 1 MP per second after the first minute. With the guards taken care of, only the dungeon boss remained. Keed carefully extracted its essence stone, only to find something else embedded within its corpse, a rune. Rune of Frost. A rune, huh? She examined the glowing stone in her palm before glancing at the Wendigo's lifeless form. Do I even need it? Shrugging, she stashed the rune in her inventory. I'll figure it out later. And with that, she dug into the boss. Agility +33. Strength +10. Vitality +10. Perception +5. Predator's Instinct LV1 enhances reaction time and senses. Slightly increases evasion and critical strike rate. Speed up LV4-6 increase speed by 60% for 1 minute. Cost 1 MP per second when the 1 minute mark has passed. By the time Keed finished eating, she was drenched in blood, her entire figure looking more like a creature from a nightmare than a hunter. Cora let out a sigh before pulling her toward a nearby water source, using her abilities to wash her clean. Thanks, Cora. You're the best. Keed cheered, now refreshed. Yeah, it's fine. Just, next time, maybe do that in private, okay? Cora said, rubbing her temple. I'll go check on the others. You two should get moving, we've been in here so long that the dungeon might close soon. Keed nodded before following Kane toward the dungeon exit. As they stepped out into the cool night air, she turned to her sister with a grin. So? How'd I do? Kane gave her an amused look. I'd say you're about as fast as an A rank now. You've definitely improved. You have the provocation skill, right? Keed nodded. Good. That means you won't always need to rely on speed all that much. But that doesn't mean you should neglect your physical training. Starting tomorrow, you'll attend the gym daily, Kane stated firmly. You may be strong, but you're still quite a ways from the top of S rank. Keed pouted slightly, but Kane only smiled. Not that I can tell her she's probably already one of the strongest S rankers in Japan. That would just give her a big head. And then there's Goto. As they exited the dungeon, a group of people in formal suits was waiting just outside. The moment Kane and Keed stepped through the gate, one of the men hurried over. Kane raised an eyebrow. Something wrong? It's an emergency, ma'am, the man said, his expression grim. Earlier this afternoon, 7 A-rank gates appeared simultaneously, each of them near the upper limits of A rank. All available S-rank hunters are being dispatched immediately. You've already been assigned a gate, 2 other S-ranks will be waiting for you there. Keed's eyes widened. 7 A-rank gates? That's not normal, is it? She asked Kane. Her sister shook her head. No, it isn't. She turned back to the man and nodded. All right. I'll be on my way. The man gave a sharp nod before returning to his colleagues. I'm coming with you, Keed stated, looking Kane directly in the eye. Kane blinked, then smirked. Okay. Keed was mid-sentence when she processed the response. I know I'm just a new S rank, and I'm not as strong as the rest of you yet, but with my defense, I can. Wait. Did you just say okay? Kane chuckled. Well, duh. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll probably do something weird. You sound like Sally, Keed said, smiling fondly. Who? Kane asked, but before Keed could answer, Cora approached. I'm assuming you two already heard? Cora asked. Both sisters nodded. Good, Cora said, crossing her arms. Then I'm coming with you guys. It's probably safest that way. That night, Japan was in an uproar. Not 1, not 2, but 7 high A-rank gates had manifested at the same time, each one hovering dangerously close to the realm of immeasurable. They had to be cleared. Immediately. But the real question wasn't how to deal with them. It was why. Why had the gates appeared like this? Why now? What force was at play? And more importantly, was this just the beginning? A few minutes later, Keed, Kane, and Cora arrived at their assigned gate in Tokyo. It was massive, far larger than the one Keed and Kane had entered earlier that morning. The swirling blue portal loomed over them like a monolithic structure, nearly the size of a small complex. Keed's eyes flicked to the 2 figures standing nearby, dressed similarly to Kane, well, one of them, at least. The other had his upper body completely exposed, his skin covered in scars that told stories of countless battles. S ranks. That much was obvious. As they approached, one of them, a man with short brown hair and a rugged, battle-worn face, smirked. Oh look, she's here, he said with an easygoing tone. Keed recognized him immediately. Kenzo Tanaka. One of the stronger S ranks in the Blade Guild, known for his reckless combat style. His body bore numerous scars that hadn't faded over the years, the most prominent being 2 crossed marks on the right side of his face. Hey, Kenzo, Kane greeted casually. So you're the other ones assigned here? Before Kenzo could answer, the second S rank, a woman with light brown eyes and orange-brown hair styled into twin buns, spoke up. Oh hey, Kane, she greeted cheerfully before gesturing at Kenzo with a mock sigh. Considering how often this hothead tries to get himself killed, I didn't really have much choice in where I was assigned. Keed recognized her too. Akari Shimizu. The Blade Guild's main healer, and more importantly, Japan's only S-rank healer. Kane gave her a nod, her expression unreadable. So, is this everyone? Akari, who had been half-heartedly scolding Kenzo, turned to them with an amused look. Oh? Yeah, this is all of us. Although. Her gaze landed on Keed and Korra. I see you brought 2 extras, she noted before smirking at Korra. Hello, Korra. As always, I assume you'll be adhering to the rules of needing my services? Korra clenched her jaw. Don't think I won't wipe that smug look off your face, Akari. Akari merely chuckled before shifting her attention to Keed. And who's this? Her eyes lingered on Keed for a moment longer than necessary before she introduced herself. I'm Akari, and I couldn't help but notice your presence. If you ever need healing, just know that my services don't come cheap, okay? Keed blinked. Okay? Kane sighed, already used to Akari's antics. Ignore her, she told Keed before turning back to the healer with a knowing smirk. And I think you'd be very surprised. Kenzo chuckled, crossing his arms. I'll believe it. She's strong, he said with a grin. I can tell. His expression turned eager as he gestured toward the massive gate behind them. Come on then, let's go. Show us what you've got. Keed took a steady breath, unstrapping her shield from her back as she moved to the front, joining the other tanks. The rest of the team followed suit, falling into formation. With that, they stepped forward, into the A-rank dungeon. The moment Keed crossed the threshold, a strange sensation prickled down her spine, like static dancing across her skin. She frowned. Whoa, that felt weird. The others barely had time to react before the gate behind them flashed. Purple. Then, just as suddenly. Red. Chapter 11, Chapter 11. 1,466 words. An S-rank red gate. Goto roared into the phone, his voice sharp with frustration. His fingers gripped the armrest of his chair so tightly that the leather groaned under the pressure. What do you mean S-rank? I received no reports of an S-rank dungeon appearing in Japan. His jaw tightened as he listened to the response on the other end. His expression darkened. The Hero Association classified that gate as A-rank. I only sent 3 S-rank hunters in there, and now you're telling me it's higher than that? If anything happens to them, you'll be the one paying for your incompetence. The reply from the other side must have been particularly infuriating because Goto's entire body tensed. With a sharp crack, his fingers sank through the armrest, splintering the material beneath. His face twisted into a scowl. You bastard. You and I both know I don't care about their well-being, he said, his tone chillingly indifferent. But if we lose that many S-rankers in one night, our position as the strongest guild will be in question. A sharp crunch echoed through the room as he crushed the phone in his grip, the shattered pieces falling to the floor. I'll have to go see this gate for myself, he muttered, rising from his seat. The moment the hunters stepped through the gate, they found themselves standing in an expansive field of mushrooms. But these weren't ordinary mushrooms, each one towered over them, stretching at least 10 meters high, their thick stems and broad, umbrella-like caps casting eerie shadows over the land. Kenzo's eyes widened as he took in the bizarre landscape. Oh, shit. We're in a red gate, he blurted out, his voice echoing through the fungal forest. Akari groaned loudly. Ah, no. This is going to be such a pain. Around them, the other hunters murmured in dissatisfaction. Keed turned to Kane, her brows furrowed in concern. Isn't a red gate a bad thing? Like, really scary? Deadly scary? Kane parted her lips to answer, but Korra beat her to it. Of course a red gate is bad. Super bad, even. She folded her arms, scanning the strange terrain. But look at our team. We've got nothing but S-rank and A-rank hunters here. An A-rank dungeon is dangerous, yeah, but it's still manageable. Akari nodded, sighing dramatically. The idiot is right, at least. The only reason I'm pissed is because a red gate isn't just a dungeon, it's an entrance to another world, way bigger than a normal dungeon. Which means. Her voice dropped into a whisper, her eyes dull with despair. We're going to be stuck here for days. And I won't be able to take a bath. Kane's expression hardened. We should still stay on high alert. Just because we're strong doesn't mean we're invincible. Even S-ranks die in dungeons. Kenzo let out a booming laugh. Now those are fighting words. He grinned, swinging his arm. Swoosh. A blur of motion. Kenzo's hand shot out instinctively, catching a massive spear just before it impaled him. The sheer force of the impact drove him back, his boots carving deep trenches into the dirt. His body slammed through the thick stem of a mushroom, sending it crashing to the ground. A thick plume of dust and debris erupted into the air. Through the haze, Kenzo's labored breathing could be heard. As the dust cleared, his form was revealed, standing firm, the spear still clenched in his grip. Sparks of electricity danced along the shaft, crackling up his arm, leaving faint burns on his skin. And yet, he only grinned. With a powerful spin, Kenzo swung the spear in a full arc. Swoosh! And hurled it right back the way it came. The weapon tore through the air at blinding speed, electricity discharging violently along its path. Thud. The spear embedded itself deep into the stem of another mushroom. Kane's gaze sharpened. A figure stood just beyond the point of impact. The spear had missed. But only barely. A thin line of crimson trickled down the figure's cheek from a small cut, a sign that he had tilted his head just in time to avoid a fatal strike. Then, he moved. 7 feet tall. White hair. Blue skin. His body was marked with intricate yellow tattoos, glowing faintly against his skin. His muscular frame, though barely covered in armor, radiated a sense of raw power, tougher than steel, stronger than any plate. And he wasn't alone. 5 more figures stood beside him, each identical in their alien, battle-worn features. The one who had narrowly dodged Kenzo's spear stepped forward. He reached out, grasped the weapon's shaft, and ripped it from the mushroom's flesh. Then, slowly, deliberately, he raised the spear to his lips. And licked the blood from its tip. A slow, predatory grin stretched across his face. The hunters hadn't realized. They were being hunted. Outside the gate. A silver, glowing hand pressed against the scarlet surface of the gate. The moment it made contact, the red barrier rippled, distorting like the surface of a disturbed pond. The hand pushed harder, trying to force its way through. But it wouldn't budge. As expected. The entrance is shut tight, Goto murmured, pulling his hand back and flexing his fingers. A faint tingle ran through his palm from the residual energy. His expression darkened as he turned to his subordinate. This isn't good. Have you contacted the Hunters Association yet? I have, sir, the subordinate responded hesitantly. But they keep insisting this was an A-rank gate. Goto's brow twitched. Those pricks. His jaw clenched as a certain face came to mind. An S-rank dungeon, and I'm stuck out here? His fists tightened. That's 3 fewer S-rank hunters available when this gate reopens. Even the damn healer is inside. His subordinate broke the silence. Should we try measuring the mana waves again with the mana meter? Goto exhaled sharply, shaking his head. No need. A red gate stops emitting mana waves once it's sealed. We can't measure it anymore. A thought struck him. He narrowed his eyes. Wait. If it was classified as an A-rank gate before turning red, how did you confirm it was S-rank? The subordinate nodded, already prepared for the question. That's the strange part, sir. The moment the hunters entered, the mana waves spiked drastically, instantly hitting S-rank, before the gate changed. Goto frowned. Changed? Yes, sir. First, the gate turned purple. Then red. Goto froze. Purple? His fingers twitched as he processed the information. A purple-colored gate? There's no record of that ever happening. His gaze snapped back to the barrier, his stomach twisting with unease. Just what the hell is behind this gate, he growled, slamming his fist against the surface. The gate didn't even flinch. Inside the dungeon, blood dripped down the length of a broken spear, its shattered halves embedded in the fleshy stalk of a mushroom. Kane exhaled, slowly sheathing her sword. Her keen eyes swept across the battlefield, scanning the aftermath of the first clash. These guys definitely aren't normal A-rank monsters. Her gaze flickered to the 6 towering figures standing opposite them, their white hair and blue skin marked with faintly glowing yellow tattoos. No. They might even be S-rank. But that wasn't what unsettled her. Her grip on her hilt tightened as her gaze shifted to the lifeless body sprawled in the dirt. A spear jutted from the man's forehead, his vacant eyes staring at nothing. A fellow hunter. An A-rank mage. Dead in a single strike. Kane's jaw clenched. This isn't a normal dungeon. She shifted her stance, glancing toward Keed. Her sister had positioned herself in front of the entire group. Kane's brows furrowed. Keed isn't fast enough to keep up with them. Which means there's only one thing she'll do. As if in response to her thoughts, a golden ring of light expanded from Keed's feet, spreading outward in a wide radius. The luminous circle encompassed the entire group of hunters. Keed's voice rang through the battlefield. Everyone. As long as you're inside this circle, you'll be under the effects of cover. Don't hold back, obliterate them. Murmurs erupted among the A-rank hunters. What? What is she talking about? Under the effects of cover? Area of effect? Is that even possible? Cora rolled her eyes. Oh, for goodness sake. Without hesitation, she launched forward, her foot slamming into the ground. Thwum. She punched forward, striking only air, but a roaring stream of fire erupted from her fist. The inferno engulfed the enemies instantly. The flames crackled and twisted, swallowing their blue-skinned opponents in a blazing torrent. But by the time the fire cleared, they were gone. Kenzo clicked his tongue, his eyes scanning the surroundings. TCH. What a bunch of cowards. Chapter 12, Chapter 12. 1,594 words. Looks like they're actually gone, Cora muttered with a sigh of relief. Those guys were definitely above A rank. Hey! Kenzo's voice cut through the quiet, drawing attention. He gestured toward Keed, his gaze fixed on Kane. Mind explaining what's going on here? Who exactly is she? Kane remained silent as she stepped forward, walking past Kenzo and Akari. Hey, what gives? Akari called out, falling into step beside her. You're the one who brought her, and I don't recognize her at all. You two even look kinda alike. Kane didn't respond. Instead, she stopped beside one of the massive mushrooms, running her fingers along the deep grooves carved into its stem, claw marks, each at least a foot deep. Kenzo followed her gaze, frowning as he spotted another mushroom in the distance. Unlike the first, this one bore only a small puncture wound, barely a quarter of a foot deep. It was the mushroom that he had threw the spear towards, when he counterattacked the enemy. Shit, he muttered under his breath. This is bad. This just got a whole lot harder. Keed and the other hunters exchanged confused glances. Akari crossed her arms. What are you talking about? You're starting to freak me out. Kenzo turned to a young man in shining knight armor, his yellow cape draped over one shoulder. Hey, Nagi, mind cutting down that mushroom? He pointed at a slightly smaller one nearby. The A-rank hunter blinked, puzzled by the request, but nodded. Sure. Drawing his sword, its blade gleamed green as he activated his power. The ground cracked beneath his feet, energy rippling outward as he swung. Rarg. Boom. The mushroom was engulfed in an explosion of light and energy. As the dust settled, gasps of disbelief rippled through the group. A thin, white line marked the spot where Nagi's attack had landed. And yet, the mushroom remained completely intact. Thought so, Kenzo muttered. He gestured toward a distant mushroom. I threw that spear with full force, and it barely pierced a few centimeters. These mushrooms are ridiculously tough. Cora nodded in agreement. Yeah, I even blasted those bastards with my hottest flames, and the mushrooms didn't even get singed. The hunters murmured among themselves, unease growing in their expressions. Then Kane raised her hand and pointed. Now, look at that one. Silence fell over the group. This particular mushroom bore deep, jagged claw marks, each at least a foot deep. Cora's throat tightened. Their combined attacks couldn't even scratch the mushrooms. Kenzo had barely dented one. Yet something out there had the strength to tear into them with ease. A slow, heavy realization settled over the hunters. Just what kind of monster lived in this forest? Not to mention, Keed mused aloud, when Kenzo-san caught the spear, he was blasted through several of those mushrooms. That means the spear had enough force to carry him straight through something so tough. She glanced at the deep claw marks again, her mind piecing together the implications. Which means those guys are really strong. Cora exhaled sharply, tension creeping into her voice. So we have to watch out for at least 2 different types of powerful monsters. Kenny nodded before turning to Keed. Keed, can you expand your cover circle? Keed paused, considering the request. Then, without a word, the shimmering boundary around them began to expand. It stretched outward at an alarming rate, spreading so far that they could no longer see its edge. Keed blinked, sensing a subtle shift in the air. Her gaze snapped toward the distance, her instincts flaring. Without hesitation, she moved to the edge of the group, her posture tense. Akari let out a relieved sigh. Well, that's convenient. So she's S-rank? That's good. With 4 of us, we should be able to clear this dungeon. Kenzo smirked. That's the spirit. He cracked his knuckles, rolling his shoulders. Now, let's give our guests a warm welcome. He stepped up beside Keed just as she slammed her shield into the ground with a resounding thud. A shockwave rippled outward, kicking up dust and rustling the towering mushrooms. In the distance, the wave passed over something, revealing a flash of blue fur. Kenzo's smirk widened, his grin turning feral. Kane unsheathed her twin katanas, crouching low in a battle-ready stance. The air thickened with tension. Then it emerged. A massive beast, towering at 6 meters, prowled forward with slow, deliberate steps. Its quadrupedal frame was a coiled mass of pure muscle, each limb tensed like a spring ready to unleash devastating power. Glowing yellow eyes locked onto them with predatory focus, and a low, rumbling growl rumbled from its throat. Its bared fangs gleamed like daggers in the dim light. A blue-maned lion. And where there was a male lion. A chorus of deep, guttural growls echoed around them. Shadows shifted between the mushrooms as sleek, muscular forms stalked forward. Dark blue lionesses, their movements smooth and lethal, circled the group like specters of death. The hunters tensed. They were surrounded. For a moment, no one moved. The only sounds were the low growls of the lionesses, the faint rustling of mushroom caps swaying in the artificial wind of the dungeon, and the slow, deliberate breathing of the hunters. Then, the male lion took another step forward. Its claws dug into the damp earth, and with each movement, its muscles flexed beneath its thick fur, a predator preparing to pounce. Kenzo exhaled, his smirk unwavering. All right, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. Looks like we're doing this the hard way. Kane's grip on her twin katanas tightened. We need to take them out fast, she said, her voice level but firm. If we drag this fight out, we risk attracting more monsters. Keed shifted her stance, planting her shield firmly into the ground. I'll handle defense, she said, her voice steady. Cora's hands burned with rising flames. Then I'll handle crowd control. Akari swung her large bardiche, her usual light-hearted expression gone. Nagi took a measured breath, his sword gleaming with energy. Kenzo cracked his neck, flexing his fingers as golden energy crackled around his fists. And I'll be right where the action is. The lion's growl deepened, and in the same instant, the lionesses lunged. Dark blue streaks blurred through the air as they sprang from all sides, their movements terrifyingly fast. Kane was the first to move. She pivoted on her heel, her katanas flashing as she met the nearest lioness midair. Steel clashed against flesh, and a spray of dark blood arced through the air as her blade carved deep into its flank. Kenzo laughed as he met another lioness head-on, his fists crackling with energy. He dodged under a swipe of razor-sharp claws and drove his fist into its ribs with a sickening crunch, sending the beast hurtling backward. Cora thrust her hands forward, and a wave of fire erupted from her palms, engulfing two of the lionesses. The flames roared, illuminating the battlefield in a violent glow. But the male lion, he hadn't moved yet. Keed kept her gaze locked on him, gripping her shield tighter. Then, without warning, he vanished. Left. She twisted her body, bringing her shield up too late just as a massive force slammed into her face. The impact rattled through the earth beneath her, her boots skidding across the ground as the earth struggled to hold her footing. The blue-maned lion had moved with impossible speed, faster than anything that size should be capable of. It growled, pushing against her face, its weight bearing down on her. Keed gritted her teeth in frustration. Then, devour. The lion yelped in pain, surprised as its claws vanished a flash of pixelated light. It wanted to pull back, but since it was already forcing its weight on Keed, that was impossible. So it could do nothing as its paws, its arms, and eventually, its head disappeared. You have leveled up ×9. Reward. Item, Blue Fur Jacket, Nimbus Cradle. Equip bonuses, AGI +15, STR +15, DEX +5. Passive abilities, active when equipped. Intimidation, passive. Feline Grace, passive. Keed froze, covered in blood as she blinked. Well, that was boring. I did it. The lionesses, meanwhile, kept up their relentless assault. Kane danced between them, her blades moving so fast they blurred. Kenzo fought like a brawler, meeting them head-on, while Nagi weaved between his allies, slashing at any beast that got too close. Cora's fire lit up the battlefield, but these monsters weren't easy prey. Once the beasts realized that their leader was dead, they changed tactics. Akari cursed under her breath. They're gonna scatter. Not on my watch. Keed yelled as she stretched forth her hand. Psychokinesis. All the lionesses froze in their tracks as her skill took hold. Ethereal hands, unseen to everyone, pressed down on them, as the hunters rushed forward, killing them. Even my psychokinesis can barely lift up a small animal, yet she's able to hold down so many at once. Could she be an S rank? A random A rank hunter said as she stabbed a lioness through the eye with her dagger. Without too much fanfare, the rest of the beasts were killed easily, with Keed holding them down. Calculating EXP. You have leveled up ×4. LV28 +9 +4 LV41. Name, Maple, LV, 41. HP, 11,100/11,100. MP, 1,180/1180. Status. STR, 130. Bit, 21,481. AGI, 177. Dex, 113. Int, 115. Per, 85. SP, 86. Physical damage resistance, 1,700%. Chapter 13, 1,681 words. Wow. What a workout. Kenzo declared, rolling his shoulder before cracking his neck with a satisfied sigh. Akari, leaning her bardiche against one of the massive mushrooms, clapped her hands together. Alright, anyone who needs healing, come over here. A strange silence settled over the group as her words hung in the air. It was only then that the hunters began to notice something unusual. Is it just me, or was that battle a lot easier than expected? One of the hunters asked, glancing at his unscathed arms. Now that you mention it, there's not a single scratch on me, another chimed in. Were those really S-rank monsters? Yeah, I swear I took a fatal hit back there, but I'm completely fine. Kenzo, who had been checking himself over, finally spoke up. Huh. Now that's weird. I think this is the first fight I've had where I don't even have a bruise to show for it. He clenched his fists, his expression thoughtful. Akari crossed her arms, a look of mild displeasure on her face. And not for lack of trying, I'm sure, she huffed. Honestly, you fight like you've got a death wish. Then, her gaze shifted to Keed, her brow furrowing slightly. It's her ability, isn't it? She said so earlier. She jabbed a thumb in Keed's direction. As long as we're inside that circle of hers, all the damage gets transferred to her. The attention suddenly shifted to Keed, who blinked, looking slightly abashed at the scrutiny. Kane, meanwhile, quietly sheathed her twin katanas, the cold steel humming softly as it slid into place. Her sharp gaze flickered toward Keed, her thoughts unreadable. Is she going to eat the monsters here? She wondered, watching Keed carefully. Should I allow her to? It's bound to make everyone uncomfortable. Her eyes widened as an idea blossomed in her mind. Unless. Yummy. Lion meat is so tasty. Keed drooled as she bit into a skewer of roasted meat, holding another in her free hand. Stat gains. Agility plus 20. Strength plus 25. Vitality plus 20. Perception plus 10. Skill. Commander's Decree, LV1, increases the stats of all summons and subordinates by 5%. Speed Up, LV6-7, increases speed by 70% for 1 minute. Costs 1 MP per second after the first minute. Seated around a roaring fire in the middle of the mushroom forest, Keed and the rest of the hunters feasted on freshly cooked lion meat. Skewers sizzled over the flames, the rich aroma of roasted meat mixing with the damp, earthy scent of the oversized mushrooms. Kane had originally suggested cooking the lion meat as a cover-up for Keed's particular eating habits, but before she knew it, the others had embraced the idea. Now, what started as a simple cover-up had turned into a full-fledged feast, a temporary camp formed in the middle of the forest. Of course, the scent of roasting meat didn't go unnoticed. For more groups of blue-maned lions had attacked since they lit the fire, but they were swiftly torn apart by the hunters. With Keed's ability negating their injuries, they fought recklessly, almost enjoying the challenge of each new wave. Yeah, you're right, a green-haired girl said, sitting beside Keed. She handed her another skewer as soon as she noticed Keed had finished her first. This stuff is surprisingly good. Wow, I can't believe the rumors are actually true, a dark-haired man on Keed's other side chimed in, watching her with a mix of awe and curiosity. Reawakenings. I thought they were just fairy tales. Something to keep hunters from giving up, a dream that maybe, just maybe, they'd reawaken and grow stronger. The hunters around them, seated in loose circles, were now eagerly trying to strike up conversations with Keed. She barely had a moment between bites before someone else tried to get her attention. Across from them, Kane sighed, perched on the bent trunk of a massive mushroom, watching the scene unfold. After the second lion attack, the group had finally realized that Keed's strength far surpassed that of an A-rank hunter. Then, Kenzo, reckless as ever, had decided to test Keed's strength himself. He had thrown a full-powered punch at her, only to end up with a broken arm for his trouble. That moment sealed the deal. Keed wasn't just strong. She was S-rank. Once the shock wore off, her sudden rise in popularity became undeniable. Keed, caught off guard by the attention, had ended up revealing her reawakened status. Now, the hunters weren't just acknowledging her power, they were trying to win her favor. Kane gave a soundless chuckle. Keed already had fans. Growl. A familiar sound rumbled through the trees. Ah, it's happening again, the green-haired girl muttered, rolling her eyes as more growls filled the air. What is this, the fifth time? Another hunter laughed. It's like they never learn. Before they could finish their thoughts, blue-maned lions once again pounced from the shadows of the mushrooms, snarling and snapping. Akari, still chewing her skewer of meat, barely reacted as a lioness lunged at her, jaws clamping down on her neck. she didn't flinch. Instead, she lazily pressed the end of her skewer against the lioness's snout and slowly pushed it away. "Hey, Kenzo, you're not gonna fight this time?" she asked casually, taking another bite of her meal. Kenzo sighed, still seated, still eating. "Don't bother me. I'm eating." He gestured vaguely at the attacking lions without even looking up. "Honestly? Fighting these guys got boring after a while. Feels like bullying at this point." With Keith's circle still active, the monsters stood no chance. No matter how fiercely they attacked, their claws and fangs failed to penetrate her defenses. The hunters, realizing they were in no real danger, simply sat around the fire, enjoying their meal as the lions futilely lashed out. "So, do we just let them keep going?" "Kinda feels rude," Nagi remarked, glancing at his untouched sword while chewing a piece of meat. Suddenly, all the lions froze mid-attack. A moment later, they were yanked off the ground, rising into the air with startled growls and panicked kicks. Nagi turned to Keed, who casually held up a hand, her expression impassive as she manipulated them with psychokinesis. "Cool," he muttered. Keed slowly curled her fingers into a fist. In an instant, every lion's neck twisted sharply, leaving their heads facing the wrong way. "My EXP. Thanks for your cooperation, stupid monsters. You have leveled up. Reward. Item, Blue Fur Boots, Leo Rio. Equip bonuses. AGI plus 25. Passive abilities, active when equipped. Unshaken, passive, always land on your feet, negating fall impact. Grants perfect balance, preventing staggers or loss of footing." Keed smiled at her rewards. With this, she now had a full set of blue fur equipment, jacket, gauntlets, boots, pants, and even a headband. "No shield, though," she mused. "Not that it matters. I still have Knight's facsimile. Even without Devour, it still has destructive growth, and the more it breaks, the stronger it gets." "Do you think there's a large pride of lions somewhere in the mushroom forest? I mean, where are they all coming from?" Cora asked, conjuring water from the air to refill her cup, then offering to do the same for the others. "Yes," Kane replied from her perch on a mushroom trunk. "There's no way this many lions could exist in the same territory without being part of a larger pride. Otherwise, they'd tear each other apart." Keed perked up at that, eyes gleaming with excitement. "All right then." She jumped to her feet, grinning. "Let's go hunting." Keed took off without hesitation, her ring of faint golden light shimmering at her feet, as it moved with her. There was no hesitation from the others, why would there be? As long as they stayed close to Keed, they were untouchable. Nagi was the first to move, stepping into Keed's protective radius without a second thought. "No reason to hold back when we've got an invincible zone, right?" Kenzo cracked his knuckles, shaking out his arms. At this point, it'd be stupid not to follow her. The others exchanged glances, but none of them hesitated. One by one, they fell in line, jogging after Keed as she led them deeper into the mushroom forest. Even Kane, who had been watching from her perch, let out a quiet sigh before smirking. She doesn't even need to give orders. What would go to think of this? The deeper they went, the thicker the air became. Keed slowed as they reached a clearing, the others coming to a stop behind her. The golden ring around her pulsed again, casting a soft glow over the torn-up ground. Deep claw marks littered the fungi stalks, and blue fur drifted through the air like fallen leaves. She grinned. "This is it," she murmured. Then the growls started. Low, guttural, and layered, one, then too many to count. From the shadows, hundreds of yellow eyes blinked open. A towering lion, nearly twice the size of the ones before, stepped forward, its deep indigo mane bristling as it met Keed's gaze. The other lions fanned out behind it, forming a silent, watchful semicircle. A vast shadow swallowed the forest floor, stretching across the towering mushrooms as an oppressive presence loomed overhead. The hunters instinctively looked up. Two massive spheres of light blinked down at them from above. No, not lights. Eyes. A colossal lion, so massive that its sheer size darkened the landscape for miles, gazed upon them with an almost unnerving stillness. Muscles rippled beneath its deep blue fur, and each slow breath carried the weight of a storm waiting to break. Alpha blue-maned lion, S rank, has appeared. Keed blinked, the system hadn't done this before. The others tensed, hands going to their weapons, but no one moved to retreat. Why would they? Keed's ring of light still surrounded them. For them, this wasn't a battle. It was a hunt. But who was the hunter? Chapter 14, 1582 words. Alpha blue-maned lion, S rank, has appeared. Keed stared at the floating system notification in confusion. It's never done this before. Is this monster special? Am I supposed to do something other than just kill it? Of course, that wasn't the case. The system had only issued a warning because it was programmed to do so when a player faced a significantly stronger enemy while underleveled. If Keed's power were based purely on her level, then the alert would have been justified. However, Keed wasn't just any player. She had inherited not only the system but also the overwhelming strength of her avatar from her previous life. Her absurd defense did not correlate with her displayed level at all. Behind her, the hunters were already discussing their strategy. So, how do we do this? This guy is looking pretty big. Akari asked, resting her bardiche on her shoulders, her eyes on the massive monster before them. I say we go wild. Kenzo declared, cracking his knuckles before turning to Keed. Hey, Keed, do you think your defense can hold up against these guys? Keed opened her mouth to answer, but Cora cut in. Even if she's S rank, I doubt she can withstand all of them for long, Cora reasoned. Thanks to her power, their attacks will only do minimal damage, but... Keed blinked. Minimal? Pretty sure it's 0. But those small hits will add up, Cora continued. Eventually, even she'll get exhausted. Keed frowned, raising a hand slightly. Actually. She's right, Kane interjected, arms crossed. We're still in the early stages of this dungeon. We need to conserve our stamina instead of exhausting our strongest tank. We still don't know the true limits of her durability. Guys. Keed tried again, but the discussion continued. That big one's the real problem, Kane said grimly. If any of them can break through Keed's defense, it's him. Her sharp eyes flicked toward the colossal lion looming in the shadows. I'll do my best to keep it occupied while you handle the rest. Keed sighed. I'm just gonna kill them now. Kane continued giving instructions. A-rank hunters, contain the fight here. Don't let a single one escape. Keed raised her hand. That's a yes, then. Akari, stay close to Keed, Kane added. Since she's transferring all the damage to herself, she might need healing if she gets overwhelmed. Akari grinned. As long as you're willing to pay for my services. Kane deadpanned. So help me Akari, I will. Keed exhaled and finally spoke louder. Hydra. The air darkened as a three-headed phantasmal dragon erupted from Keed's body, its form expanding, and growing. And growing, and still growing. The hunters went silent. For the first time, the colossal lion's ears flattened in alarm as the shadow of the Hydra loomed over it. 3 massive heads, each radiating toxic energy, grinned down at their prey. Then, they roared. A tidal wave of venomous purple liquid surged forth, drowning the battlefield in a newly formed lake of poison. The smaller lions barely had time to react before they were swallowed whole, their bodies vanishing beneath the lethal flood. The colossal lion, however, roared in defiance. With a powerful leap, it tore through the spectral heads, rending them apart with ease. Without a tangible body, the Hydra's phantasms were destroyed almost instantly. Boom! The colossal lion crashed into the ground, sending a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. A cloud of dust and toxic sludge exploded outward, forcing the hunters to step back as purple venom splashed dangerously close to their feet. As the dust settled, all eyes turned to the fallen beast. Seriously? Kane breathed. The alpha blue-maned lion lay motionless in the poison lake. Its massive form was still, its once ferocious presence now reduced to an unceremonious corpse. Dead. Keed blinked. Wait, it's already dead? Then she realized what had happened. Bug-earn curse. This skill worked in tandem with her poison abilities. Every hit of poison carried a 30% chance of inflicting instant death, an effect that could not be blocked or resisted. The colossal lion had sealed its own fate the moment it destroyed the Hydra's phantasmal heads. Korra exhaled heavily. Another anticlimactic battle. Akari and Kenzo just stared, struggling to process what they had witnessed. What? Akari finally managed to blurt out. Kenzo scratched his head, still eyeing the massive corpse. She can use magic? But how the hell is it that strong? Taking down an S-rank monster instantly. Akari turned to Kane. Did you know she could do this? Isn't she a tank? Or was it some kind of runestone? How much would something like that even cost? Kane stood there, slack-jawed. A shiver ran down her spine as realization dawned. I didn't think it was that powerful. I almost got hit by that attack back at the guild's training hall. She murmured, her voice laced with unease. She glanced at her sister, who was just as stunned, her widened eyes betraying her disbelief. Meanwhile, Keed remained fixated on the lake of poison, her thoughts racing. Just a single touch from this lake carries a chance of instant death. That's so hardcore. Her gaze flickered with intrigue. A damn lake. A small smile crept onto her lips as an idea formed. My Hydra skill only costs 5 MP to activate, she mused aloud. But the more mana I pour into it, the bigger it gets. If I were to just dump all of my mana into it, couldn't I clear an entire dungeon from outside by flooding it? A brief silence followed. You have leveled up ×9. Reward. Blue fur equipment, set, ×4, set effect, summon a pack of blue fur lions once a day. Lionheart mantle, S rank, a flowing cloak made from the alpha blue-maned lion's fur. It enhances the wearer's intimidation factor and increases resistance to physical and magical attacks by 30%. Beastlord's fangs, A rank, dagger pair, twin daggers forged from the enchanted fangs of the slain lions. These weapons deal bonus damage to beast-type enemies and have a high chance of causing bleed on hit. Savage King's boots, A rank, armor, boots crafted from the reinforced hide of the alpha lion. They increase movement speed and agility while providing additional resistance to knockback effects. Echoing roar, amulet, S rank, accessory, a pendant infused with the alpha lion's final roar. When activated, it unleashes a powerful sound wave that stuns nearby enemies and weakens their defenses. New skill acquired. Predator's Dominion, the presence of a true apex predator lingers within you, whether you're aware of it or not. This passive skill exerts an oppressive aura that weakens the will of beast-type monsters, making them hesitate or outright flee. If you maintain eye contact with a target for more than 3 seconds, weaker beasts may become paralyzed with fear. Oh wow. These rewards are amazing, Keed declared, her eyes scanning the list of items. With the various blue fur equipment sets she'd already obtained, she now had 5 full sets, more than enough to sell or distribute among her teammates. System notification. Alpha blue-maned lion is eligible for pandemonium conversion. Would you like to initiate the transformation? Yes, no. Huh? Keed paused, glancing at the colossal lion's corpse, half submerged in the lake of poison. Curious, she muttered, yes? Activating pandemonium. Converting, alpha blue-maned lion, demonic beast? Pandemonium process initiated. The hunters barely had time to react before the corpse began to change. The lion's massive frame swelled, its muscles twisting and expanding as dark energy surged around it. Then, it rose into the air, glowing with a deep, ominous light. Tension spiked. The hunters immediately took their stances, weapons drawn. Corrupted substance detected, venomous Hydra's toxin. Initiating adaptive evolution, the light began to dim, but before relief could set in, a wave of pure oppression crashed down upon them. The force was suffocating, pressing into their chests like an invisible weight. Then, it moved. The beast stood once more. What the hell? Kenzo shouted, energy surging through his hands as he prepared to strike. Did this thing just revive itself? Keith's eyes widened as she realized what had happened. Oh. I did that. She immediately threw herself between the lion and the hunters. Wait. Stop. She held up her hands, trying to keep them from attacking. Keed, what are you doing? Kane demanded, her swords gleaming, ready to strike. Just chill, Kane. Everyone, calm down, Keed said, keeping her voice steady. He won't hurt anyone. Akari gaped at her. What the hell are you talking about? That thing is a monster. An enemy of humanity. The beast took a single step forward, and the hunters flinched, bracing for battle, until... Lick. 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 Keith stiffened as a massive, rough tongue dragged across her back. She barely held back a giggle as the giant lion continued nuzzling against her and licking her affectionately. The hunters stood frozen in sheer disbelief. What the hell? One of them muttered. Kane swallowed hard. Just, what exactly is your power, Keed? She whispered. Keed ignored the question, turning to face the beast, her arms wrapping around its massive snout as she affectionately rubbed its fur. Evolution complete, demonic beast, venom tyrant. Grant your demon a name _ Keed blinked as the system prompted her. A name? She tapped her chin, thinking. How about? Chapter 15, Chapter 15. 1,243 words. Keed tapped her chin, thinking. How about? Cinnamon? She chuckled. That sounds like something Maple would have done, like when she named a turtle Syrup. A lion should have a hardcore name. Name, Cinnamon. Race, demonic beast, venom tyrant. Type, tamed monster. Owner, Keed. Danger rank, elite night class. Base stats. HP, 92,000. MP, 38,400. Strength, 470. Defense, 3,100. Agility, 280. Intelligence, 800. Willpower, 1,600. Resistances. Poison, immunity. Curse, high resistance. Physical, 40% damage reduction. Magic, 25% damage reduction. Fear effects, immune, when near Keed. Active abilities. Venom Flood, Cinnamon releases a tide of corrosive toxin from his mane and jaws, creating a poisonous field that deals continuous damage to enemies and weakens their defenses. The longer enemies remain in the zone, the more severe the debuffs become. Abyss Howl emits a roar that instills dread in nearby enemies, potentially stunning them for 1 to 3 seconds and reducing their attack power for a short duration. Tyrant's Lunge, a devastating forward charge that knocks back all enemies in its path and deals massive physical damage. Gains bonus damage if enemies are affected by poison. Pack Command, Cinnamon can summon Spectral Blue for alliance to aid in combat. These allies act autonomously but follow Cinnamon's general intent. Dreadborn Leap, Cinnamon leaps into the air and crashes down with immense force, creating a shockwave infused with venom. The impact stuns ground-based enemies and leaves a toxic zone behind. Passive skills. Venom Tyrant Physiology, Cinnamon's entire body is coated in a subtle toxin that damages and weakens any enemy that physically touches him. This passive also grants minor regeneration while in toxic environments. Keed's Bond, Beast Link, when within 20 meters of Keed, Cinnamon's stats increase by 15%, and he becomes immune to mind control or fear effects. If Keed drops below 50% HP, Cinnamon enters a frenzy state, increasing movement speed and aggression. Intimidation Aura, weaker beast-type enemies will hesitate, flee, or become paralyzed in Cinnamon's presence. This effect grows stronger if Keed is standing beside him. Special trait, Chaos Shard, stabilized. A remnant of the transformation process through Keed's Pandemonium conversion. This shard grants Cinnamon heightened adaptability, allowing him to grow stronger over time and mutate further depending on environmental exposure or Keed's influence. When slain, Cinnamon can reconstitute over time if Keed is alive and has enough mana to support his regeneration. Huh? Keed paused. No. Delete that name. Name cannot be removed once placed. Fuck you too, Keed hissed. The massive lion whined at Keed's outburst. Keed softened immediately, smiling as she rubbed his snout. No, not you, Cinnamon. You didn't do anything wrong. Meanwhile, the hunters behind her were undergoing a synchronized mental breakdown. Is she talking to the lion? Akari asked, gripping her bardiche like a lifeline. The aura Cinnamon radiated made the air feel heavier. Is she a necromancer? Cora questioned. No, wait, that thing looks demonic. Maybe a summon? So she's a tank/mage/summoner now? Damn, reawakening is busted. I'm jealous. Kenzo let out a bark of laughter, loud enough to echo through the glowing mushroom fields. That's fucking awesome. Hey Keed, once we clear this dungeon, let me fight it. Kane sighed, not even surprised. I thought you'd want to fight her. Kenzo shrugged. She's obviously stronger than I am. I mean, she tanked my attack like nothing, has a poison dragon, and now a poison lion. She's probably on the same level as the guildmaster. That's the kind of fight I want to see. Kane looked toward Keed, who was currently snuggling the embodiment of large-scale biological warfare like a house cat. Keed's eyes lit up. Oh yeah. I should add you to my clan. Clan. Standard Soldier, 0 out of 45, increase strength by 30%. Elite Soldier, 0 out of 15, increase strength by 50%. Knight, 0 out of 9, increase strength by 100%. Elite Knight, 0 to 1, increase strength by 250%. HM. You're my first pet here, just like Syrup was back home. But you're still new. And Elite Knight's supposed to be reserved for the absolute strongest. She looked up at Cinnamon, thoughtful. What do you think? Cinnamon rumbled low in his throat, as if in understanding. Keed nodded. Yeah, you're right. Let's keep it humble for now. We'll build up together. She tapped the air in front of her. Designate Cinnamon tonight. She gave his snout one last affectionate rub. You'll just have to manage with a 100% boost instead of 250%, okay? Clan. Standard Soldier, 0 out of 45, increase strength by 30%. Elite Soldier, 0 out of 15, increase strength by 50%. Knight, 1 out of 9, increase strength by 100%. Cinnamon. Elite Knight, 0 to 1, increase strength by 250%. Cinnamon roared, and his flesh began to hiss and swell. Shadows spilled from his paws, spreading like ink across the mushroom forest as his body rapidly expanded, doubling in size within seconds. Keed's eyes sparkled. Whoa, so big. Hey Kane, is it just me, Akari asked, voice tight, or did that lion just get bigger? Kane's frown deepened. You're seeing it too. He definitely doubled in size. Akari nodded slowly. Cool. Just wanted to make sure I'm not hallucinating. She's gonna join our guild, right? Because I think she's stronger than every S rank in Japan combined. Especially if she just makes monsters her pets. Kane said nothing, only nodding as a single thought echoed in her mind. Would she even listen if I reminded her to join? Keed crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks. Now you're too big, Cinnamon. The lion let out a pleased rumble before shrinking back down, until he was only a head taller than Keed. His massive eyes gleamed with pride, as if awaiting praise. Kawaii. Keed squealed, throwing her arms around him. Cora exhaled. Should we set up another camp? Though I don't think we can eat these lions, they're literally leaking poison. Kane shook her head. No, we clear this dungeon fast. With Keed here, it'll be like clearing an earache. Cora glanced at her. You know you just jinxed us, right? Kane raised an eyebrow. What are you talking ab? Growl. Cinnamon snapped his head skyward, lips curling back to reveal jagged fangs. High above, a small dot swelled in size, screaming toward them. Whoosh! A metal projectile launched straight toward Keed. Any other S-rank would have dodged or blocked, but Keed, still riding the rush of one-shotting a monster, reacted just like Maple would have. She stood there and took it. Clasp. A heavy device clamped onto her shoulder, a chain snapping taut and jerking her skyward. A shadow streaked overhead, sleek, winged, fast. A giant, manta-ray-like creature with blades for wings. Keed's feet left the ground. In an instant, she was gone. In that frozen moment between heartbeats, she caught a glimpse of the mushroom forest below, now rapidly shrinking. Her team. Still clustered together. Trying to run towards her. Still unaware of the danger they were in. Her breath caught. Dozens of humanoid figures moved between the trees, surrounding the hunters. She recognized them, similar to the ones who ambushed them at the start of the dungeon. They already proved to be strong, fast, and now, there were so many of them. Too many. There wasn't time to shout a warning. The chain held firm, dragging her into the sky. So she did the only thing she could. Protect them, Cinnamon. Keed roared, her voice echoing across the forest. Chapter 16, Chapter 16. 1971 words. A massive creature soared above the forest canopy, its wide, blade-like wings slicing through the air with every beat. It resembled a manta ray, but grotesquely larger, its black carapace shimmering with streaks of violet. Suspended by a thick black chain attached to its underbelly, a lone human girl dangled in midair, Keed. Buffeted by the roaring wind, Keed narrowed her eyes against the rush. Despite the speed, her mind was calmly weighing her options. So I have two choices, she thought. Option 1, use cover move and return to the others. We kill all the humanoids, current threat neutralized. Downside? I'll never know where this thing was taking me. She tilted her head up slightly, eyes locking on the rider perched atop the creature. He looked like the other humanoid monsters they'd encountered, lithe, inhuman, but clothed in armor and wearing a full-face helmet. He hadn't tried to harm her. Not once. Just grabbed her and took off. Which brings me to option 2. Let him take me. Maybe I'll end up face to face with the dungeon boss. I could learn something, numbers, strengths, and the location. Then when I know enough, I use cover move to teleport back with intel. 2 birds, 1 Keed. She nodded proudly to herself. Then her expression soured. But what if the others can't hold out until I get back? Cinnamon was strong, she knew that. But she didn't know just how strong, not yet. And she didn't know how many of those humanoid enemies were lurking in the trees. Her thoughts were cut short. You have leveled up ×2. Keed blinked. Well. I guess that answers that question. On the forest floor, panic was settling in. What are we gonna do? Cora shouted, shielding her eyes as Keed's shrinking figure was pulled higher into the sky. That thing just yeeted her into the clouds. Nagi cried out. Where did it even come from? Akari growled, adjusting the grip on her bardiche. A guttural growl silenced them. Cinnamon crouched low, muscles taut, lips peeled back to bare jagged fangs. His eyes scanned the surroundings, the dense mushroom forest no longer felt empty. Kane and Kenzo stepped up beside him. Kenzo's fists clenched with focus, while Kane drew her katana, aura flaring. She'll be fine, Kane said, voice steely. I doubt there's anything in this dungeon that can actually hurt her. Kenzo nodded grimly. We, on the other hand, have company, he finished, gaze sweeping the terrain. All around them, the mushrooms each now harbored hidden enemies. Dozens of humanoid figures stepped into view, emerging from between stalks and shadows. The group was surrounded. Cora exhaled slowly and lit her palms with fire, the flames casting flickering shadows on the damp earth. She turned slightly to reposition, then froze. SSSSS. Her foot had grazed the edge of the shimmering, toxin-laced lake that Keed had left behind. It still bubbled with venom, the corpses of dozens of monster lions floating half-sunk in the deadly liquid. "Great," she muttered. "Everyone, watch your step. That poison lake's still, poisonous." Their backs to the edge, enemies on all sides, and no sign of Keed. Kenzo moved first. "Yarg!" He let out a battle cry as his form blurred, dashing toward a cluster of the humanoid monsters. His bronze aura flared, coating his body like a living flame. With a twist of his torso, he drove his fist forward, a powerful punch aimed straight at the nearest enemy. The blow missed its mark, but not entirely. The impact exploded into the mushroom stalk behind them, reducing it to splinters as the monsters leapt out of range. "Irk!" Kenzo flinched as a sharp pain lanced through his side. An arrow had embedded itself in his waist, the shaft quivering with force. His eyes narrowed, tracking the ripple in the air left in the arrow's wake. He caught sight of a bow-wielding humanoid perched atop a fungus-covered rock. A mistake. Whoosh! A spear sliced through the air toward his throat. Kenzo twisted back instinctively, the blade grazing his forehead with a stinging hiss. "Gah," he gasped, only to be met by a solid kick to the gut. The force launched him off his feet and sent him crashing back into their formation. He rolled to a stop, gritting his teeth. His hand flew up to his brow, wiping away the stinging liquid trickling into his eye, blood, not sweat. Pushing to his feet, he raised his head. Standing a few paces ahead was a humanoid monster, legs still outstretched from the kick. Its posture was calm, almost casual. Kenzo's eyes widened in recognition. It was the same one that had hurled the spear at them when they'd first entered this cursed dungeon. "You bastard!" he hissed, fists tightening. "Don't go getting yourself killed." Kane's voice came from beside him, sharp but composed. She stepped in closer, her eyes locked on the enemy ahead. "Stick to formation. We've still got Cinnamon." Kenzo blinked, her words dragging his awareness back to the battlefield. He turned, and finally saw it. The battle had already erupted all around him. Their hunters were fully engaged, blades clashing and spells flying. But it was chaos. The humanoid monsters weren't just holding their own, they were overwhelming the hunters. Each one fought with brutal precision and strength on par with S-rank threats. The A-rank hunters were being shredded in seconds, their movements growing more desperate as injuries mounted. Kenzo's breath hitched. They were losing. The only reason any of them were still standing was because of Cinnamon, the massive lion-like beast Keed had somehow tamed. He moved like a living battering ram, tearing through enemies with tooth and claw, covering the wounded and intercepting killing blows. His roar echoed like a war horn, a defiant force of nature amidst the slaughter. Without him, they'd already be dead. Kenzo grit his teeth, planting his feet. Cinnamon lunged forward, his claws glowing with power as he sliced cleanly through one of the lightning-infused humanoids, splitting it into 4 twitching pieces. Without pause, he barreled into 3 more, his massive frame a blur of motion as he crushed them before they could even raise their weapons against Keed's allies. It wasn't hard for Cinnamon. These enemies, dangerous as they were nothing compared to what he had faced before. Once, he had been the king of the blue-furred lions, an apex predator feared throughout the mushroom forest. He hadn't claimed the forest by chance or inherited it by lineage. No, he had earned it. He had clawed his way to dominance by defeating every rival, every monster that dared challenge his reign, including the previous rulers of the forest, the scale crabs. They were thick-shelled, merciless creatures who had ruled the region with their brutal strength. But Cinnamon had torn through their ranks and slain their king in a battle that had reshaped the balance of the forest. He had claimed victory. He had built a pack. But one crab survived. And it returned, with a master. The lightning people. Their leader, a being cloaked in arcs of thunder, sat on a throne mounted atop the surviving scale crab's back. With a wave of his hand, he led his tribe of lightning warriors against Cinnamon's pride. The war that followed was fierce, brutal, and bloody. It ended in a draw, no clear victor, but the enemy had retreated, wounded and scattered. Since then, the lightning people had launched raid after raid against Cinnamon's pack. And Cinnamon had let them. He saw it as opportunity. A chance for his pride to grow strong. To evolve. To adapt. Over time, they had grown resistant to lightning, learned to move faster, strike quicker. The raids had forged them into steel. Which was why. Ruaware. Cinnamon's roar shook the air, a deep, thunderous sound that echoed across the battlefield. A radiant purple aura exploded from his body, cascading like a wave. Silence fell. Then. Splash. The poison lake rippled. From its shimmering, toxic depths, once the graveyard of Cinnamon's fallen kin, lions rose. Reborn. Blazing purple light burned in their eyes. Dozens, then hundreds, charged out of the lake, their manes crackling with the same ominous energy that flowed from Cinnamon himself. Their paws thundered against the earth as they surged into the fray, snarling and pouncing with deadly precision. Kenzo's eyes widened, a grin spreading across his face. Kane watched them pour into the battle, then turned her gaze to Cinnamon. She knew his true size, knew he could have crushed these enemies on his own. But doing so would have put the hunters in danger, caught in the shockwaves of his sheer might. This method was better. Smarter. A clever kitty, she murmured with a faint smirk. Then she raised her voice. Form teams. One group of lions per hunter. The A ranks, still recovering from their initial panic at the sudden arrival of the purple-eyed beasts, quickly caught on. With renewed vigor, they regrouped, each one now accompanied by a dozen roaring, poison-wreathed lions as they charged their enemies. The tide of battle was shifting. And Cinnamon's pride had returned. Keed hummed absently as she was dragged through the sky, soaring above drifting clouds and towering mountain peaks. The wind whipped past her, tugging at her clothes and hair, but she barely noticed. Only a few minutes had passed, yet the endless sky and shifting scenery had already become boring. With a sigh, she pulled open her system interface and began scrolling through it. Wow, I have so many materials in my inventory, she muttered. I'm definitely going to have to organize all of this eventually. You have leveled up ×4. You have acquired lightning rune ×2. Keed blinked, then grinned. Whoa, I still get rewards even when my minions do the killing? She pumped her fist. Nice. I mean, I still get EXP when they defeat enemies, so it tracks, although only 6 levels for that many monsters? Guess the EXP drops when I'm too far away. She flicked through her items with renewed interest. So now I've got 3 runes. 1 frost rune, and 2 lightning runes. Before she could examine them further, the manta ray creature suddenly dove toward a gaping crevice nestled between 2 jagged peaks. The wind howled louder as they descended into the dark, cavernous opening carved into the mountain's heart. As soon as they entered, the creature released her. Keed's eyes widened as she plummeted. We're here already, she muttered, glancing down. The floor was far below, and several humanoid figures were waiting, watching. Alright, equip, Leo Rio. Blue-furred boots shimmered into existence on her feet before turning invisible. Her descent didn't slow, but just before impact. Thud. Keed landed squarely on her feet, her knees bending slightly to absorb the shock. A faint shockwave rippled outward, disturbing dust and pebbles. She blinked. That felt weird. The boots just rotated my body midair so I'd land feet first. She looked down, then grinned. Neat. Her attention was pulled upward as a deep, thunderous voice echoed across the mountain chamber. So this is the girl that defeated the Colossus. Keed looked up. There, seated atop a jagged throne carved into the mountain itself, was a massive figure. His body crackled with energy, arcs of lightning dancing across his broad frame. Glowing eyes peered at her from beneath a horned helmet, and the sheer pressure of his presence made the air feel heavy. Keith straightened, eyes narrowing slightly. Her curiosity was piqued. "So," she murmured, "this must be the boss." Name, Maple, LV, 57. HP, 12,700/12,700. MP, 1340/1340. Status: STR, 171. Bit, 21,517. AGI, 213. Dex, 129. Int, 131. Por, 111. SP, 154. Physical damage resistance, 1,700%. Chapter 17, Chapter 17. 1809 words. So this is the girl who defeated the Colossus. Keith looked up sharply. Seated atop a jagged obsidian throne was the boss, tall, cloaked in flickering lightning that pulsed outward in slow, steady bursts. Each surge of energy crackled through the air but never struck anything. Controlled. Calculated. Keith blinked. Did you just talk? The boss leaned forward, lightning crawling along his form like living veins. An odd question, he said, his voice a deep rumble that echoed across the chamber. He rested his chin on his gauntlet hand. Tell me. Why are you surprised I can speak? Keith stepped forward warily. Well, you guys are monsters, right? Insolence, one of the guards barked, stepping forward with fury in his eyes. To dare call us. He stopped as the boss raised a hand, commanding silence without a word. The boss turned back to Keith. You have some nerve, intruder. To call us monsters. You are either brave or very foolish. Do all your companions share this? Ignorance? Keith's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by intruder? This dungeon is the one intruding into our world. You're the invaders. The boss blinked, then leaned back in his throne, considering her words. Dungeon, he repeated. What dungeon do you speak of? Now it was Keith's turn to be taken aback. What do you mean, what dungeon? This whole world of yours is a dungeon that spits out monsters if left unchecked. Murmurs rippled through the gathered creatures. Is she insane? As expected, an intruder babbles nonsense. Poor creature. She's lost her mind. The boss, no, the leader, breathed deeply. The air thickened with pressure, his voice now layered with mana that froze the entire chamber in place. Everyone but Keith. I have tolerated much, but you will not refer to us as monsters again. His voice was cold steel. The Colossus you defeated was a monster, an uncontrolled being. We, however, are Voltoids, born of Chaos World. He stood, the throne crackling behind him. And I am Becquerel. Keith's stance shifted slightly. If you aren't monsters, then why did you attack me and my friends? Becquerel tilted his head. You entered our domain uninvited, mere moments after the anomaly appeared. For all we know, you're invaders. Anomaly? Keith echoed. You mean the gate? Becquerel scoffed. That thing? It looks nothing like any gate we've known. It doesn't even look like a gate. Why would you call it that? And what is this gate you speak of? He crossed his arms. The way you speak of it. It is no ordinary door. Okay, now I'm confused, Keith thought. Is this what a red gate does? She focused her gaze on him. A gate is a tear in space that leads to another dimension. In that dimension are creatures, monsters, that want to destroy humanity. If the dimension isn't cleared of those monsters, or the boss holding it, the gate opens, and they pour out, destroying everything. We call the dimension a dungeon. Becquerel leaned forward slightly, lightning flickering from his shoulders. A dimension that traps beasts while they grow more ravenous. Waiting to be unleashed? He smiled faintly. Dungeon is a fitting name. For a prison. So, this isn't a dungeon? Keat asked, her voice uncertain now. Does this look like a prison to you, girl? Becquerel snapped, irritation threading through his thunderous voice. Keat gave a nervous smile. Well, it could be a really big prison. Do not test my patience, Becquerel growled, his tone sharp enough to cut steel. The only reason you still draw breath is because I allow it. Keat sighed and muttered under her breath, figures. Becquerel's glowing eyes focused on her. You claim that by destroying every monster in the dungeon, the gate closes? Well, as you can see, this is no dungeon. So tell me, how do you plan to close the gate that brought your kind here? Keat blinked, processing the question. Maybe the anomaly? You said it appeared before we got here. That could be what opened the gate in the first place. Becquerel fell silent. Then, without warning, his hand flared with electricity. A crack of lightning struck the mountain's peak above them, carving a blazing hole through the stone. From the shattered summit, a radiant object descended slowly, drawn to hover above Becquerel's outstretched hand. It glowed with an eerie, chaotic light. Keat narrowed her eyes, shielding them from the glare until she could make out the object within the radiance. An essence stone? Chaos shard detected. Chaos shard? Keat echoed aloud. Didn't Cinnamon have something called Chaos Shard, stabilized? A Chaos Shard, you say, Becquerel rumbled, his voice intrigued. So this has the ability to open doors between our worlds. Perhaps this is how the Monarchs escaped during the war. He turned the shard over in his palm, the lightning around him dimming as he contemplated. I have no idea what he's talking about, but if that shard really is what created the gate, then maybe if I break it, the gate will collapse, and we can leave. Keat stepped forward cautiously. If we have that, my friends and I can leave your world. Since apparently this isn't a dungeon like we thought. She extended a hand toward the shard. So, may I? Becquerel watched her in silence, his gaze unreadable. Keat smiled awkwardly, giving a little wave with her outstretched hand. Pretty please? Becquerel smirked, his voice laced with amusement. And why exactly should I leave this in your hands? With this, there's nothing stopping you from returning here, with an even bigger force. Well yeah, but without it, we can't leave in the first place, Keat replied quickly. In that instant, her instincts flared, she tilted to the side just as a massive arc of lightning seared past her, missing by inches. It slammed into the far side of the mountain. Boom! The sky beyond the chamber lit up molten white. In the distance, the lightning struck another mountain, utterly obliterating it in a storm of fire and ash. The shockwave rippled through the air, making the ground beneath her tremble. Allowing you all to leave is a risk I'm not willing to take, Becquerel said, his voice a blade forged of power. His eyes glowed like twin suns as the surrounding voltoids leapt from their ledges above. Hundreds of them dropped into position, encircling Keat in the blink of an eye, weapons raised and lightning flickering along their bodies. Keat exhaled slowly, lowering her stance. Guess we're doing this the hard way. Clang! Kenny darted through the ranks of the voltoids, her sword flashing like lightning. Behind her, a pack of poisonous lions tore into enemies with wild, reckless fury, following her path through the chaos. She crossed blades with a random voltoid, just as one of the lions lunged and raked its claws down his back. The force of the blow shoved him forward, straight into Kenny's waiting blade, which severed his neck in a clean arc. There was no time to breathe. Two more voltoids rushed her. One lunged with a spear, its tip glinting as it streaked toward her at breakneck speed. She braced for impact, but it never came. A lion had leapt into the path, taking the hit in her place. The second voltoid vaulted over the fallen beast, but Kenny was already moving. With a roar, she unleashed a vertical slash with all her strength. Her blade split him clean in half. The first voltoid, still alive, had no such mercy. 3 lions pounced on him, dragging him down with snarls and tearing claws. It had only been a few minutes since the battle started, and yet Kenny was already feeling the burn. that shouldn't have been possible. As an S-rank hunter, she couldn't remember the last time she'd felt true exhaustion. And yet, here she was, drained, panting, every breath shallow. Each Voltoid felt like facing a veteran S-rank hunter with blood in their eyes. And there were so many of them. Even with the lions holding the line, she hadn't had a moment to rest. Kane blinked sweat from her eyes and charged again. She sliced through the tendons of a Voltoid sneaking up on Akari while she healed an A-rank hunter, the creature screeching in pain. That was all the warning Akari needed. She swung her bardiche, cleaving the Voltoid's head clean off. "I'm running low on mana," Akari muttered through gritted teeth, watching the A-rank tank she'd just saved dive back into battle with the pride of lions flanking him. Kane held out her arm to her. The Voltoid's tough skin demanded brutal, high-powered strikes that shattered her sword arm again and again. This was the fourth time her wrist had snapped during the fight. "You're not gonna tell me how much this is gonna cost, are you?" Kane asked wryly, joking as Akari laid a glowing hand over the broken joint. But the strain was showing. Akari's eyes were sunken, her skin pale, her robe streaked with blood from wounds she had deemed too minor to waste energy on. Her hands trembled slightly, her body barely holding together. "I'm starting to wonder if we'll even make it back alive," Akari admitted, swallowing hard to fight the nausea clawing at her gut from mana overuse. Kane rotated her wrist once the healing was done, then turned back toward the battlefield. Kenzo was still locked in a relentless duel with a particularly powerful Voltoid. 20 minutes, and neither of them had given an inch. It was an even match, but it also meant Kenzo was focused entirely on that single opponent. Which left Kane alone to run interference. Again and again, she'd intercepted Voltoids sneaking past their front lines, targeting healers and A-rank hunters with surgical precision. Assassins, most of them, stealthy, vicious, and lethal. And it was her job to keep the others alive. Akari couldn't help. Kenzo was occupied. That left only her, and she was running herself ragged. The only saving grace was Cinnamon. The beast was a whirlwind of destruction, holding off over 3 dozen Voltoids at a time. Every time Kane glanced his way, he was still standing, still slaughtering. The other bright spot was Cora, who had begun manipulating the lake's poison as if it were an extension of herself. Poison whips lashed out from her hands, spikes of toxic ice rained down like shrapnel, and blades of venomous mist sliced through the air. Whatever magic allowed her to use the poison in the lake, it was a blessing. Sometimes, a single touch from the poison was enough to kill outright. Those who survived the initial strike suffered worse, flesh boiling, bones melting, until they collapsed in shrieking agony. And still, the Voltoids kept coming. Chapter 18, 1547 words. "Well, this is awkward." Keed sighed as a large spear bounced off her stomach for the 12th time. A few minutes ago, Keed had been surrounded by hundreds of Voltoids, each of them wielding large spears charged full of lightning. Each of the Voltoids was a powerful being comparable to high-level S ranks on Earth, and their spears allowed them to pierce through the thickest of armors. However, clang! Keed scratched her head as a Voltoid stumbled backwards after his spear completely bounced off her shoulder. "This feels a lot like déjà vu." Clang! Times 70. "And there's so many too," Keed said as multiple attacks rained on her, each of them releasing massive amounts of lightning. The lightning within the rain of spears chained together to form a combination attack. Chain lightning burst. This attack was even able to suppress the Colossus for a few seconds. However, you have been hit with the status effect, paralysis. Due to skill Hydra, you are immune to paralysis. Didn't work, huh? Keed said in a sorry tone, as if feeling bad that the attack that was meant to kill her simply washed over her like a massage. You can do it?" A blinding light shone, as a massive rope of lightning struck Keed head-on, pushing her back a few feet, her shoes dragging a small trench in the ground. When the smoke cleared, Keed was unfortunately unharmed? HMMN? Becquerel hummed. "To not have a scratch even after receiving my lightning." Keed stepped forward. Can you see now that fighting me is useless? Please just give me the shard. You people aren't mindless monsters, I don't want to have to kill you. Kill us? Becquerel scoffed. You might have defeated the Colossus, however you cannot use the power that you used in this mountain without putting yourself at risk. Keed's sweat dropped as she murmured. But I'm immune to poison though. She wouldn't be at any risk if she just bathed the entire mountain with Hydra. This is hardly new to us. Becquerel said. While your defenses may be comparable to that of the Colossus, you're just one person. Your defense will be whittled down, and your defeat imminent. Keed tilted her head. Just one person? Don't let anyone from New World Online hear you say that. Although, that does remind me. I still need to really see what these guys can do, and since you're offering. She smirked. Predator. As if reality was yawning into existence, a purple portal opened up behind Keed, growing larger until it was at least 6 meters tall. A large claw stretched out, flexing all 4 very sharp fingers before slamming the ground right next to Keed. The shockwave from the slam passed through Keed's hair and clothes like a windy afternoon. A second claw followed, landing on the Keed's other side. Then both claws pulled, and a large mouth slowly emerged above Keed. The creature finally pulled itself out of the portal on all 4s. Once it was completely out, it stood to its full height of 9 meters. The Voltoids all collectively took a step back as they gazed at something that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying at the same time. Keed's purple eyes shined from within the darkness that was the shadow cast by the massive figure. The creature exhaled, dark fumes dissipating from its mouth, as dozens of smaller predator demons rushed out of the portal behind it, each of them running by Keed and the much larger creature. Becquerel raised his hand forward and the Voltoids regained their bravado, rushing towards the demons with a new ferocity. Predators and Voltoids clashed as spears met claws, and flames met lightning. Keed turned back to gaze at the giant predator behind her. You're new. I wonder why you didn't come out the last time I used Predator. Does that mean that the predators come out at random? Why don't you show me how powerful you are, buddy? The creature grinned and dear God, was it terrifying. And then it vanished. Keed blinked. My agility stat is quite high now. I should be just as fast as Big Sister, and yet. I didn't see it move. Boom. She turned back to the battlefield, seeing that Becquerel was now blocking 2 massive right hooks from the massive predator with his arms crossed. I know you're kind. Becquerel managed to say as he resisted the force behind the blow. Predator demons. From the lower maws of the demon realm. Nothing but barbaric animals. His words were cut off as the predator's fists won the struggle. The ground shattered and Becquerel was sent smashing into his throne. The massive predator bellowed in what might have been either a laugh or a screech. Back on the battlefield, the Voltoids faced the predators in gruesome battle, ripping and slicing each other apart. However, the numbers advantage was held by the Voltoids as the portal was just opened, and the predators hadn't had enough time to really increase their numbers. HMMN. Keed tilted her head. This is it really a weakness or a boon, I'm not sure. With enough time, I could have a really massive army, however, against a really powerful enemy, there might not be a chance for them to grow in numbers before they're all cut down. As she spoke, she watched the predators being slaughtered by the Voltoids due to being weaker and being outnumbered. Keed's eyes widened, as the first Voltoid fell, and a dozen predators descended on the corpse, devouring it instantly. The reason she was surprised was because immediately after they ate the Voltoid, the 9 out of 12 predators that had managed to eat, started crackling with lightning. They had gained the ability of the Voltoids to produce lightning from their bodies. The battlefield stilled for but a moment, as both Predator and Voltoid gazed at the new lightning-clad predators. The battle resumed the next instant and with even more fervor than before. The predators fought even more viciously as they wanted to gain the Voltoids' power too. The Voltoids fought more vehemently, trying to destroy the predators before they became immune to the lightning by eating them. Enough! Becquerel's voice boomed through the mountain. The massive predator leaped towards him, all 4 claws poised to stab through the Voltoid's leader, when a large ledge burst out of the ground, slamming into the predator. Becquerel's throne started shaking as the mountain wall that it was carved into started stirring. No. It was no mountain wall. The throne rose, and rose until beneath the throne a form was revealed. It was almost 100 meters tall, with its slightly humanoid upper body that was connected to two massive snapping claws. Its lower half resembled that of a spider. Keed strained her head trying to look up at the monster. Is that a crab? Mutated scale crab. Yep. It's a crab. I haven't had crab legs before too. Keed said. It says mutated though. And doesn't matter, food's food. It appears I shall have to take you seriously. Becquerel growled as a spear appeared in his hand. With a yell, he stabbed the spear into the crab's head, the lightning in the spear flowing into a small gem on the crab's head. Crush them. The crab raised a claw, wreathed in lightning, before slamming it down at insane speeds. The point of impact immediately liquefied into slag, as dozens of predators and voltoids perished in that one attack. That wasn't all, it would seem, as the lightning in the claw crawled through the ground, passing through the voltoids as they acted as a conductor before frying any predators that it came in contact with. In a few seconds, the predators had reduced to a few dozens. The crab screeched as another gem between its eyes glowed yellow, before a plasmic lightning shot out of the crystal. The massive predator roared, firing a red beam from its mouth. Both attacks clashed, causing an explosion that completely eradicated the entire top half of the mountain, bringing sunshine down on the battlefield. Keed was still watching. I feel like a general right now. Leading my army to battle. We're losing though. She turned back to the portal behind her, that was still releasing predators from its depths. Predator only cost me 200 MP, I still have more. I wonder. Predator. A second portal appeared right next to the first one. Predator. A third portal appeared in the other side. Keed grinned, as 4 more portals appeared behind her, each of them pumping out dozens of predators. Would you look at that? From one of the portal, a massive centipede crawled out, climbing up the walls of the mountain as it fired purple bolts at the voltoids. Keed chuckled. I knew it. So it is random. Although it's not a predator though, I don't care. With enough time, I could have an army of different monsters. She cackled. Who could possibly stop me? Behind Keed, one of the portals flashed yellow, as a black tentacle extended forward, and with blinding speed, something blitzed out of the portal and out of the mountain, with no one the wiser. Chapter 19. 1930 words. Keed sat down by a portion of the mountain wall, watching the battle unfold. With the new portals each pumping out dozens of demons every second, Keed's forces were now the ones outnumbering the voltoids. And Becquerel took that personally. He raised his spear high towards the sky, releasing a blast of red lightning. The sky turned red as the lightning scattered upon detonation, creating. Wow. Keed said in awe. Fireworks are so beautiful. She said with a smile. Along with watching my army fight his army, this would have been the perfect time for popcorn. She pouted. Alas. Popcorn, I have not. Would you like to purchase a bucket of popcorn? 50 gold. Keed blinked, staring at the screen that appeared before her. Purchase? As in, from the show. I am such an idiot. I completely forgot about the shop option. She chuckled as she scrolled through the screen. What's this about gold though? Where am I going to get that? How much do I even have? Gold, 20,285,000 G. Whoa. She blurted out. Where did I get all this? When did I get all this? She quickly scrolled through the screen until she reached notifications, hoping to find something in the notifications history. You have killed a magma dragonkin. Plus 30,000 G. You have killed a Wendigo. Plus 1,000 G. You have killed a Wendigo. Plus 1,000 G. Times 60. You have killed a Wendigo elite guard. Plus 5000 G. You have killed a Wendigo elite guard. Plus 5000 G. Times 10. You have killed an ascended Wendigo. Plus 15,000 G. You have killed a blue-furred lion. Plus 10,000 G. Times 2000. You have killed an alpha blue-maned lion. Plus 100,000 G. Dash ha ha ha. She laughed nervously. I guess I'm loaded? She smiled as she clicked on the purchase button. Purchase 1 bucket of popcorn. Could use an appetizer before the main course. A yellow bucket of popcorn appeared in her hands. Sweet. She declared. Now where we? She blinked. While Keat was busy with her system, and seeing how rich she was, the world had moved on. The numbers advantage, that the demons had momentarily, had shifted yet again. The fireworks that Becquerel had shot up in the sky was actually a beacon to signal the rest of the Voltoids in the surrounding mountains. Why are there so many? Keat cried as the mountain was now the very manifestation of chaos. I can barely see what's going on. Who's winning? Becquerel grinned as the mountain rumbled. A telltale sign that his soldiers had answered his call to arms. Voltoids stormed the sides of the mountain in the hundreds, each of them crackling with pure lightning energy. He looked at the enemy's growing army of predators. Predators. The word tasted vile in his mouth. Creatures so vile that they were shunned by their own people, the demons. When the monarch of White Flame was defeated, he had heard that the demon realm was shattered and lost to the dimension gap. This creature, that called herself a human, apparently had the ability to create portals to the demon realm, it would seem. Perhaps she was the next candidate for the monarch of White Flames. No. He said with a realization as he looked at the glowing chaos shard in his hand. Perhaps she has something similar to this, and it allows her to create portals to a particular realm. That would mean that she needs this shard to create portals to this realm. His anger flared at the thought of his warriors, his people, conquered and summoned through portals like the predators. Despicable human. He turned his gaze to the human, who was seated at the far end of the growing chaos. And was stupefied, as he saw the girl retrieve a bowl of some sort, from somewhere. And start chewing its contents, as she returned her gaze to the battlefield. She's eating. He growled, his eyes glowing furiously. My people are fighting for their lives, and she's eating. The girl looked confused for a moment, seemingly taken back by something, but he could still tell. She wasn't taking this battle seriously. Burning hot fury blossomed in his chest, and he roared as he led his scales crab towards her. Their gaze momentarily met, and he was expecting to see a look of fear, or shock, or even just slight surprise as he charged her. Instead she looked eager. Creer. Becquerel jerked forward, as two of the larger predators slammed into the crab's skull, throwing powerful punches in an effort to crack it. At the same time, the massive centipede had wrapped itself around the crab's legs, even as the crab grabbed at it with its claws. Becquerel didn't have to worry though, as 3 different colored figures slammed into the 3 enemies. His 3 generals stood beside him in an instant. Covered in yellow lightning was Dark, his massive frame slightly smaller than his own. Covered in blue lightning was Orion, the shortest of the trio, his white hair in constant static. The third and final general was Neela. She was the tallest of the trio, standing at the same height as him, if not slightly taller. She was also the leanest, that coupled with her height made her very distinctly dangerous, as she moved like a whip. With a gesture, Becquerel sent the trio after the predators and the centipede. A portion of the mountain collapsed as they rushed at the enemy. He looked at the girl again, and she finally seemed to understand his intentions, as she stood, and the bowl of snack vanished. While the centipede might have been gone, the crab was still being hounded by hundreds of predators, so she wasn't able to move without making sure to destroy them first. Becquerel didn't care, as he leaped off her head, turning into a streak of white light that reached the girl in an instant. He threw a punch. Boom. His fist slammed against her chest, the very air around them erupting into a chain of explosions that engulfed everything in their wake. Becquerel felt resistance unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was like striking a scale crab back when he was just a child. Pain lanced through his hands, burning intensely as he pushed forward, desperate for something to give in her seemingly impenetrable defense. His hand crept forward, inch by agonizing inch. The pain intensified, yet Becquerel grinned as he felt the slightest give, the faintest shift that promised his fist would finally break through. He pressed harder, his foot driving into the ground as he struggled to take another step. His hand moved another inch. The pain became blinding. But it didn't matter. No amount of pain would stop him, not if it meant eliminating the threat standing before him, the danger to his people. He could feel it now. His arm had gone numb, but he could sense the progress. Inch by inch, soon it would be up to his elbow. And then it was. He paused. The thunderous explosions of force and lightning finally subsided. The battlefield grew quiet. As the smoke cleared, Becquerel expected to see his arm buried up to the elbow in the girl's chest. Instead, he saw a stump. His severed limb pushed uselessly against the girl's armor. A faint purple glitch flickered where his hand should have been. He felt the same inching progress as before, the same sensation of movement, but now that he could see what was truly happening, horror dawned in his eyes. His stump was not moving forward. It was dissolving. No. It wasn't dissolving. It was being devoured. The girl looked down at him, one of her eyes blazing with purple flame as she spoke, her voice calm, absolute. Do you yield? Kenzo slammed into the ground, spinning with the momentum to avoid the spear that nearly penetrated his eye. Instead the spear tore through his cheek. He released a winded kick at his assailant, sending him flying back for only a moment. As he stood, he felt the building ache in his face as he faced off against the Voltoid commander again. Distantly, from the edge of his gaze, he could make out Akari healing hunters constantly. If he could only get to her, then he could get her to heal him, and then he could finally crush this monster. He. Now this is the feeling I love. The sense of death, right at the corner. The commander grinned, almost as if he agreed with the statement as he spun his spear. The both resumed their clash, fist and spear clashing and parrying at dizzying speeds. Let's make things simple. Kenzo yelled. No more tricks. Let's just find out who's stronger. His fists bled as he punched and punched and punched. If I can just keep him here, then the others can finish their fights and come help me. Then I can get my healing and win this. How? Naive. The commander of the Voltoid spoke. He spoke. Kenzo paused for an instant. Just an instant, a mere smidgen of hesitation that caused his motion to blink for a moment. But that instant was enough, as the Voltoid heaved his spear, and threw it. The spear seemed to cut through space itself, as it moved towards Kenzo who dodged it, before realizing. He's not aiming at me. The spear sailed past him, and towards an A-rank hunter. Cora was barely on her feet as she burned through a dozen more Voltoids. To say that Cora was the linchpin behind the hunters would be an understatement. Whatever poison Keed had created with the lake, Cora was happy to use it as it could not be resisted. She already had the highest kills of all the hunters using the lake as ammunition as she bent it like water. This must be how S-ranks feel in battle. She mused as she raised a wave of poison as high as 6 meters, before pushing it forward. The power to just ignore the defenses of weaker opponents. Maybe if I can ask Keed to make more of these poisons for me, I could maybe enter the realms of an S-ranker. She didn't notice when a small part of the wave burst open in a ring as a spear pierced through. Who am I kidding? S-ranks are probably still stronger. This just happened to be a very advantageous fight for me. She barely had a chance to blink as the spear obliterated her heart, the force lifting her off the ground. What I wouldn't do to be stronger. Strong enough to stand on my own without needing an S-rank to protect me, or some lions that got miraculously tamed. Strong enough to not need poison to beat my opponents. Now that would be really nice. That would be. Her eyes faded as she landed on her back, dead before she hit the ground. A black blob zoomed across the clouds, streaking past miles an instant. Searching. Searching. It could feel it, calling out to it, or was it a warning? Either way, it was familiar, and it wanted to know, had to know just what it was. As it zoomed, the blob began to expand. No. It began to unravel, growing in size, until it was hundreds of meters tall. It resembled a kite, with multiple tendrils trailing behind it. It had red markings all over the flat of its body, and what looked like a single eye marked at the center. Found you. Chapter 20, Chapter 20. 2001 words. Becquerel stumbled back, blood spurting from the severed stump of his arm. What are you? He rasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. Keyed, her senses heightened beyond human limits, easily caught his words. A wicked grin curved her lips, one eye blazing with ethereal purple flame. I'm Maple, she said softly, her voice carrying a deadly certainty. And if the devs really went through with it, the final boss. Becquerel's eyes widened in horror. This isn't possible, he hissed. An enemy that can't be beaten. There's no such thing. His scream was visceral. In his fury, a storm of lightning erupted from his body, crackling and roaring as it illuminated the mountain crevice in searing white light. The torrent of power consumed everything nearby, the lesser predators disintegrated instantly upon contact. Keyed simply smiled. The lightning washed over her like harmless rain. Bang! A foot crashed against Keyed's cheek, snapping her head to the side, but her expression never faltered. She calmly shifted her gaze to the new attacker, a figure crackling with blue lightning. Hydra, she murmured. Without hesitation, a dragon-like head burst from Keyed's shoulder. The beast latched onto the Voltoid's face, its jaws clamping tight as it spewed a thick, toxic purple smoke into his features. The force alone lifted the Voltoid into the air. Orion, the shortest of the Voltoid generals, screamed in pain as his flesh blistered and burned beneath the corrosive breath. His cries were short-lived. In seconds, his limp body slumped, falling silent. Orion, dark, still locked in combat with a massive predator, bellowed in rage. Yellow lightning surged through his muscular frame, his fury igniting his veins. With a roar, he backhanded the predator into the mountain wall, pulverizing it. You'll pay for that, he roared, his face contorted with fury. Dark, wait. Neela called out, her voice sharp from where she battled the monstrous centipede nearby. But her warning came too late. Blinded by rage, Dark hurled himself at Keyed. His hulking form surged with energy, his body dissolving into pure lightning, intangible, formless, impervious to physical attacks. Yet the moment he closed in, his vision was swallowed by darkness. A voice whispered through the void. Devour. Then there was nothing. Keyed lowered her arm, the massive black shield in her grasp gleaming ominously as the remnants of Dark vanished into its depths. Looks like Devour still works, she mused, tilting her head. Even when I'm using a weapon. She studied the shield thoughtfully. Though. Does a shield even count as a weapon? She asked aloud, then shrugged. In my hands, it does. Becquerel stumbled back, as he just witnessed two of his generals die in an instant. How is she so powerful? Such a power. Is she truly a monarch candidate? No. A mere candidate wouldn't be so strong. The glow of the shard beside him drew his attention. Could it be? The Chaos Shard. That's how she attained her strength? His eyes gleamed with madness. Then I too. Keyed narrowed her eyes as Becquerel grabbed the shard tightly within his one good hand, his eyes gleaming as he laughed, no, cackled. I figured it out. The secret of your power. Keyed deadpanned. What are you going on about? His hands started glowing as he slowly cracked the shard. Power comparable to that of a monarch. The shard shattered and the world was bathed in colors. Kane's eyes widened in shock as she watched Cora fall, lifeless, to the blood-stained earth. For a moment, the chaos of battle dulled around her, the shouts, the clash of steel, the crackle of lightning. It all became distant noise. "Damn it," she whispered. A bold Voltoid lunged toward her exposed flank, seizing the chance, only for 3 lion spirits to materialize and tear the creature apart in a blur of fangs and fury. Kane took a steadying breath, tilting her head back to the storm-dark sky. When she lowered it, her gaze met Cinnamon's. The great lion held her eyes, an almost sorrowful, apologetic expression in its golden gaze. "It's not your fault," Kane murmured, fingers tightening around the hilt of her blood-stained katana. Her crimson-tinged eyes turned toward a mass of advancing Voltoids, glinting with fierce resolve. "It's theirs. And I'll make sure they regret it." Unseen by the warriors, a single black tendril descended silently from the clouds above. It snaked across the battlefield, creeping toward Korra's fallen form. Slowly, it traced along her motionless body, soon joined by a second, then a third, their sinister shapes slithering like living shadows. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Kenzo faced off with the tall Voltoid commander. "Who are you?" Kenzo growled, panting, his stance unsteady. "And how can you talk?" The Voltoid commander chuckled darkly, a wet, crackling sound. "Kakik. I've always been able to speak. It just took a while to master your primitive tongue." Another Voltoid tossed him a spear, which he caught effortlessly. "What kind of scout would I be if I couldn't even do that?" Kane appeared beside Kenzo in a flash of movement, her eyes never leaving the commander. "Copying the languages of other races, and you claim to be a mere scout," she said coldly. Kenzo gritted his teeth, glancing at her. "I don't need your help, Kane. I've got this. At best, I just need a Kari to patch me up." "Shut it, Kenzo." Kane's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Her face a mask of quiet fury as she glared at the Voltoid commander. "My friend just died because of your incompetence. You're barely standing. Akari's busy too. I'll handle this." "Kakik, yes," the Voltoid rasped. "I am a scout commander. It is our task to learn everything we can about the intruders, and the anomaly. But the real fighters, they're coming." A wave of dread rippled through the hunters nearby. "Fuck," one of them shouted in despair, his voice cracking. Kenzo forced a grin, though fear gnawed at his stomach. "Actual fighters, huh," he said with forced bravado. Inwardly, his heart sank. "This is just the scouting group? We're so screwed." Kane's eyes narrowed. "Do you have a name, Scout Commander?" she asked, raising her katana in challenge. "It's, what?" the Voltoid commander began, only for his gaze to drift past them, his expression warping in confusion and fear. "What the hell is that? Another monster? Holy shit." The distressed voices of the hunters made Kenzo and Kane whirl around, and what they saw made their blood run cold. Dozens of tendrils now clung to Korra's fallen body, so many they writhed like a nest of living shadows. And when their eyes followed the tendrils upward, they collectively gasped. Dominating the sky was an immense, nightmarish shape, a colossal black kite-like creature, its silhouette blotting out the clouds. Countless tendrils extended from its body, linking it to Korra's corpse, which now hovered inches off the ground. The thing shone briefly, a sickly, unnatural glow. "No, stop!" Kane screamed, a pulse of terror ripping through her. But it was too late. The kite flashed, its eerie light pulsing through the tendrils in a wave, and then, in a burst of dark energy, it vanished completely, consumed by Korra's body. The silence that followed was deafening. Korra's body collapsed to her knees, gasping raggedly for breath. Around her, the entire battlefield stilled, Voltoids, hunters, even the spirits frozen in shocked silence. Sharply, Korra opened her eyes. The mountain quaked as the kaleidoscope of colors faded, leaving the battlefield draped in eerie, muted light. Keith's eyes widened at the sight before her. "Whoa, you actually went and got stronger," she murmured, a flicker of intrigue in her voice. Becquerel stood transformed. Now towering at 11 feet tall, his once dark hair had turned stark white, falling in wild, untamed strands. His physique was leaner, more refined, yet radiating a deadly, feral energy. Both his hands and feet ended in sharp, obsidian claws, and where his severed arm had been, new flesh had already regenerated, flawless, as though it had never been lost. A thick, yellow miasma coiled around his body like smoke, broken intermittently by surges of crackling green lightning. His eyes glowed a pale, milky yellow, empty yet terrifyingly aware. In a blink, he vanished. Keat hadn't even moved when a heavy blow slammed into her side, driving her backwards. Her boots carved deep trenches in the earth as she skidded to a halt. Despite the force of the hit, a grin spread across her face. "It doesn't matter how strong you are," she said coolly, brushing dust from her sleeve. "You can't hurt me." She took a step forward, and stopped. A strange sensation bloomed in her side, a dull, persistent ache. Frowning, Keat placed a hand against her ribs, confused. "Did he actually hurt me?" she muttered. "But I didn't feel anything when he hit." The pain worsened, a slow, gnawing throb spreading through her. "You are under the effects of radiation poisoning." Keat's expression darkened in realization. "Radiation poisoning?" she said, voice low, eyes narrowing. Then that murky aura around him, it's radiation. Becquerel's laughter echoed across the battlefield, wild and exultant. "Ha ha ha ha. This power, this strength," he shouted, flexing his clawed arms, the miasma swirling thickly around him. "I feel unstoppable." Becquerel spread his arms wide, and bolts of green lightning erupted wildly, striking across the entire mountain. "Oh, hell no," Keat snapped, a ring of golden light flaring out from her as the power of martyr's devotion swept over the battlefield, shielding the predators. The lightning crashed down, searing through the Voltoid warriors. Their bodies charred, mutated grotesquely, and some exploded outright under the assault. But the predators, not a scratch. The lightning passed over them harmlessly, as if nature itself refused to harm them. Keat stumbled, a sudden wave of dizziness hitting her. A warm wetness trickled from her nose. She sniffled, wiped it, and stared at the blood on her fingertip. "My poison immunity doesn't work against radiation?" And here I thought evolving it to Hydra would cover everything. Status: You are under the effects of radiation poisoning. HP, 10,800/12,700. Grimacing, Keat yanked a healing potion from her inventory and took a long swig. "Even if he can't hurt me physically, radiation is a whole different beast." HP, 11,800/12,700. The battlefield was now cloaked in a sickly green and yellow miasma. The surviving Voltoids were coughing, hacking with every breath they took. Even Keat wasn't spared, a cough racked her body, blood staining her palm. The potion didn't work? HP, 11,200/12,700. She gulped down another. HP, 12,200/12,700. It worked. But as long as the radiation's still in my system, it'll just keep eating away at me. Keat grimaced, glancing at Becquerel. "Okay, when I said you couldn't hurt me, I didn't mean for you to conveniently gain a power that can, you jerk." HP, 11,800/12,700. She sighed, shaking her head. "Why doesn't Maple have radiation resistance?" "It's a totally normal resistance to have. You never know when some monster's gonna evolve into a walking beacon of decay." A sudden surge of movement, Keat spun just in time to raise her shield against Becquerel's charge. Shatter! The force of the blow hurled her backward, her shield splintering, chest plate cracking under the impact. A Keat-sized hole appeared in the mountain wall as she crashed through it, sending rubble cascading. She coughed hard, pulling herself upright as she staggered back through the breach. Although she looked unhurt, there was now more radiation within her body from that single attack. "You broke my shield." As if on cue, the shield reformed, shimmering back into pristine condition, followed by her battered chest plate doing the same. "Oh, yeah. It can do that." Keat awed at the shield. "Now to take you on for real." Chapter 21, Chapter 21. 2,256 words. Keed stood on the side of the mountain, staring at the distant keyed-shaped hole carved through the rock. Becquerel stepped through the opening slowly, his laughter echoing around the cliffs. I must thank you, human. With this shard, I now possess power rivaling that of a monarch. Keed scowled. What the hell is a monarch, anyway? You keep rambling about them. Becquerel frowned. With the monarchs either dead or in hiding, the denizens of the chaos world will rally under me, the monarch of lightning. He ignored me, Keed muttered. Why do people keep doing that? And why do I let them? No one ever ignored Maple. So what makes me different? Are you ignoring me? Becquerel roared. A bolt of green lightning crashed into the mountain, splitting the stone and leaving glowing emerald fractures that spread steadily downward. Keed clenched her fists. Me? You. What? You're the one ignoring me. Red lightning burst from the ground in response, streaks of crimson energy splitting the rock as glowing red fissures climbed up the mountain. Green overtook the upper half of the mountain, while red bled across the lower half. Their eyes locked. Becquerel narrowed his gaze. Keed mirrored him. They both lunged. Keed vanished in a flash of crimson. A red streak rocketed down the mountain, darted past peaks and canyons, oceans and forests, tundras and wilderness, and streaked into the desert beyond. She tumbled across the sand before finally coming to a halt, blinking up at the tall figure that had dragged her there. Oh. Hi, Keed said, brushing sand off her armor. Not sure what you're trying to do, but I really need to get back. I don't want to lose any of those lightning predators before I can add them to my clan. The figure, towering at 9 feet tall with a lean, agile build, crackled with red lightning. The lightning faded, revealing a Voltoid, Neela. No need to worry about your predators, Neela said calmly. He'll come to us. I needed to move your battle away from the mountain. Keed tilted her head. Okay? Neela sighed. His new power, it was killing everything around him. If you'd kept fighting there, the Voltoids would have all died. We've already lost too much in our battle against you. We never should have fought you. Keed blinked. Oh. Yeah. That's what I was saying. But your boss refused to hand over the shard, then he used it, and now I have cancer, I think. Neela hesitated, clearly not following that last part. 2 of our generals are dead. Our chief has gone mad with power. I'm the last authority among the Voltoids, and I want to offer our surrender. Keed stared at her, stunned. What? That's not how this is supposed to go. Becquerel can't beat you, can he? Neela asked quietly. Keed paused, then nodded. I mean, yeah. If I wanted to kill him, I could have done it already. I was trying to avoid destroying the shard, but then he shattered it, and now I have to develop radiation resistance before I kill him. Neela gave a tired, defeated smile. Figures. I knew it, ever since he attacked you the first time. You've been holding back this entire time. Keed scratched her cheek. So, how are you going to surrender? Becquerel doesn't seem like he's going to take that very well. Neela sighed. No, not unless you kill him. Keed tilted her head. That makes sense. An awkward silence settled over the desert. I thought you said he'd follow us, Keed asked, glancing around. When's he getting here? Neela smiled faintly. Oh, he was definitely following us. But of all the Voltoids, I'm the fastest. I left him in the dust with a few minutes to spare. Keed blinked. Where is here, exactly? I can still sense my portals, and Cinnamon, but they're, like, really far away. She pressed a hand to the side of her head, focusing. We're on the other side of Chaos World, Neela replied, scanning the barren expanse of sand and rock. I think this used to be the domain of the Monarch of Plagues. Keed wasn't paying attention anymore. Hold up, you ran halfway across the planet? Please join my clan. Neela blinked in surprise. I'm flattered by the offer to join someone as strong as you, but the Voltoids will need a leader once this is over. Keed pouted. Ah. She kicked at the sand. Should I just kill her and add her anyway? No, that's just mean. Here he comes. Neela warned, eyes narrowing as a green storm surged toward them with terrifying speed. Just what kind of power has he gained? Keed shook her head. Trust me, you don't want to know. You might want to step a few miles back. I'm speedrunning this whole thing. Neela nodded and vanished in a burst of red lightning. The approaching storm churned with thick, writhing ropes of green lightning that scorched the desert floor, leaving behind trails of glowing green lava. At its heart floated a figure, glowing with an eerie green light, his white hair whipping wildly in the wind. Keed grinned up at him, letting the toxic green rain wash over her armor and hair. You know, you actually look like a proper boss now. Becquerel bared his teeth, fury contorting his features. What are you up to? Whatever it is, I won't let it stand. Relinquish the shard in your possession. Where did you get that idea? Keed asked, standing completely still beneath him. Unseen, she had activated meditation the moment he appeared, slowly healing the damage from the radiation storm. How else could you control monsters from the lower maws of the demon realm? How else could you open portals to their home dimension? He shouted, voice rising into desperation. Don't ask me how Maple works. Keed yelled back. That's a slippery slope straight to madness. I know you have it. Give it to me. I need more power. Becquerel screamed. His body began to mutate, one arm growing grotesquely larger than the other, a single wing tearing from his back. I need it. The ground beneath Keed cracked and exploded, forming a massive crater a mile wide from the shockwaves of his voice. Green thunder poured down from the sky in such rapid succession that it became a solid wall of sound and light. He's starting to lose it, Keed muttered, wincing as pain surged through her body. Not sure if it's the shard or the radiation. She downed another potion. Meditation isn't cutting it. Where the hell is that resistance? As if on cue, a system alert flashed across her vision. Skill, Radiation Resist, S, acquired. Oh, Keed blinked. Don't ignore me. Becquerel roared, diving toward her in a blur of green energy. But he froze midair, suspended by an unseen force. Keed raised her hand, fingers clenched as she held him aloft with psychokinesis. Okay, just stay there. Don't come any closer, she said, expression deadpan. You're seriously starting to creep me out. A blinding golden light erupted from the ground beneath Keed, and a radiant structure surged upward, piercing the earth like a divine monument. She let herself fall into its center, settling onto a pristine white throne adorned with 2 pairs of angelic wings spreading behind it. The moment she sat down, a wave of relief washed over her. All the pain ravaging her body dulled, melting into a pleasant warmth. Oh yes, she moaned softly. So relaxing. Skill, Heaven's Throne. While seated on the throne, reduce incoming damage by 20% and regenerate 2% HP per second. Effect lasts until the skill is deactivated or the user is incapacitated. While active, any skill with the attribute, Evil cannot be used within a 30-yard radius, including by the user. Becquerel's eye twitched at the sight before him. His opponent, this persistent, maddening enemy, had just sat down on a throne in front of him, like she was royalty. Earth's cradle, Keed said casually, placing a hand on the throne's armrest. The ground began to tremble. I don't want you getting any ideas about escaping. Massive ridges of earth burst upward, growing taller with every passing second. They encircled the area, cutting off the horizon and enclosing them in a ring of rising stone. Even the swirling storm above was slowly swallowed by the expanding walls. Within moments, the ridges met high above and fused together, forming an enormous hollow mountain. They were sealed inside. Becquerel glanced around, unamused. And what is this supposed to accomplish? Keed leaned into her fist, legs crossed. It was the fastest way. I'll shatter this paltry creation. Becquerel roared, his storm unleashing volley after volley of lightning at the mountain walls. But as the light faded, not a single mark remained. Keed smirked. Earth's cradle generates a barrier with its own HP pool. That means Martyr's devotion can apply to it. You won't even scratch the outer crust. Becquerel's grin returned. Then allow me to return the favor. He raised his arms, and green lightning cascaded down toward Keed like divine punishment. You misunderstand something, he growled. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Keed arched an eyebrow. Huh. No one's ever said that to me before. She stared at the swirling storm. Maple was able to block lasers with poltergeist. A storm isn't too different, right? She paused, then extended a hand. Psychokinesis should work. Lightning crackled in the air as Becquerel continued his assault, oblivious to what Keed was attempting. Her brow furrowed. This is harder than I thought. Syrup never gave me this much trouble. I can grab him just fine, but this storm. Psychokinesis, after all, was never meant for manipulating weather. It was designed to restrain living creatures, to grab monsters and stop them in their tracks. And a storm wasn't alive. It couldn't be grasped. It shouldn't be grasped. Crack. Everything stopped. The lightning froze midair. The air itself stilled. Each particle of energy hung motionless, held in place by an invisible force. Becquerel's eyes widened. What? Keed exhaled in relief. Finally. I thought I'd have to spend as long as Maple did figuring this out. I mean, I could sit here for hours, but I've got somewhere to be. Skill acquired, telekinesis. The storm began to shrink, folding in on itself over and over again, collapsing inward like a dying star. The lightning compressed, contorted, warped, until the raging storm was reduced to a single orb of concentrated energy. Skill fusion complete. Psychokinesis, max, plus, telekinesis, dash commander's authority, unique skill. The sphere pulsed with contained power, no larger than a clenched fist. Keed raised her hand, and the condensed mass of storm and fury flew directly into her waiting palm. She looked at the flickering orb of violet and blue streaking around a toxic neon green. It looked unnatural, something that should not exist in a stable state. Keed had no idea what she held in her hand. The orb Keed was holding was now a supercondensed mass of high-energy gamma radiation and storm-force electromagnetic energy. The physical manifestation of an entire gamma-charged lightning storm, compacted by sheer force of will and skill into a stabilized core. Simply standing within 200 meters of this fist-sized orb would kill a B-ranked hunter in under 5 seconds. An A-rank hunter in under 5 minutes. Keed shrunk it some more and threw it into her mouth. Dash, Keed closed her eyes. I'm not feeling anything yet. Slowly, her body began to heat up and cool off at the same time, and then... Burp. Keed burped in relief as the pain vanished. Dash. You have consumed an immense amount of radiation. Why? Skill, Gamma Eater, acquired. Agility plus 200. Strength plus 250. Vitality plus 20,000. Perception plus 100. Skill fusion complete, Gamma Eater, plus, Hydra Eater. New skill acquired, Event Horizon Hydra, Mythic skill. Type, active/summon/passive enhancement. Description, upon activation, summons a spectral Hydra composed of both nuclear energy and toxic corruption. Each of the Hydra's 7 heads radiates a different form of destructive emission. Passive effects. Chaos immunity, true nullifies all forms of poison and radiation, sickness, and negative status effects. Venom singularity, generate and control any type of poison or toxin. Each head of the Hydra can bloom a different variant, viral, mutagenic, radiological, spiritual, or necrotic. Active effects. Cataclysm Wormstorm. Unleashes a living 7-headed dragon in a coordinated strike. The Hydra becomes a persistent battlefield hazard. All terrain and range becomes irradiated and corrosive. Becquerel was still in shock to see that his storm had simply shrunk and turned into a ball that was now in Keith's hand. Just what are you? How are you so much stronger? A second wing burst out of his back and his right leg started growing spikes. Then she ate the orb. However, Becquerel didn't care at this point, whining like a little baby throwing a tantrum as he threw a devastating punch at the sitting Keith. Keith opened her eyes, a sudden flash of green within them that disappeared almost instantly. Becquerel crashed into the ground, unmoving. Dead. Keith looked at the Voltoid laying on the floor at the edge of her throne and she crossed her fingers, before resting her jaw on them. What the hell? Just who is Maple, because this is completely ridiculous. Chapter 22, Chapter 22. 1642 words. Keith sat upon the heavens throne, her gaze fixed on the lifeless body of the former leader of the Voltoids. Apparently, when Hydra Eater and Gamma Water had fused into the mythic skill event Horizon Hydra, her aura had developed a radiation-based poisoning effect. Becquerel had been within range of that aura when Bugger and Curse activated. His death had been instant. Keith let out a soft sigh. I don't know if I should eat this. I might end up with deformities from all that radiation, she muttered. Unbeknownst to her, she wouldn't, but she had no way of knowing that. She stood, and the throne dissolved into nothing. You have leveled up times 12. You have retrieved a shard of chaos. Merge with 2 more to form Chaos Key and enter the Job Trial Tower. Rewards. Due to radiation causing certain mutation in host's body, all stats increase by 5 instead of 1 upon leveling up. HP increase by 50 instead of 1000, and MP increase by 50 instead of 10. Radiant Clawblade. Type, Sword. Attack, 450. Speed, plus 30%. Special ability, Magic Siphon. Absorbs 10% of the enemy's magical energy with each strike, replenishing the user's mana or stamina based on the type of attack. Effect, deals an additional 25% magic damage against magical beings or creatures, and can dispel buffs on hit. Radiant Energy Gun. Type, Firearm, Energy Weapon. Attack, 500. Reload speed, plus 30%. Special ability, Radiant Overload. Fires a powerful energy beam that deals 200% damage, but the weapon becomes unstable, causing 5% recoil damage to the user with every shot. Effect, pierces through all armor, with a high chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds. Unstable energy causes occasional surges of damage but makes the gun harder to control. Radiant Ring. Type, Ring. Effect, provides resistance to decay and time-based effects. Increases the wearer's resistance to status effects like slow, freeze, and decay by 40%. Special ability, Temporal Shift. Grants the wearer the ability to briefly speed up time, allowing them to dodge attacks with 100% evasion for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Skill, Authority of Reduction acquired. Type, Authority Series. Grade, Mythic. Description. Grants the user dominion over the concept of reduction, allowing them to forcibly diminish any target's properties. This includes, but is not limited to, size, speed, strength, durability, energy output, magical potency, presence, sound, and even abstract concepts like luck or influence. Effects. Conceptual shrinkage, can target a concept and forcibly reduce it to a lower state, e.g., reduce aggression, reduce heat, reduce enemy resistance. Mass minimization, instantly shrink or compress physical matter or energy into smaller, harmless forms. Skill dampening, reduces the level, output, or effectiveness of enemy skills or spells within range. Zone of Silence, may cast a field where all forms of force, noise, or movement are automatically reduced to 0. Limitations. Cannot erase, only reduce. Something must exist to be diminished. Reduction effects require line of sight or direct targeting and less cast through a medium, like her Chaos Rune. Cannot reduce host's own powers. Visual cue: when activated, a fractal sigil shaped like an inverted spiral appears behind you. Rune: Prime Rune of Reversal, Ether class, acquired. Effect: when invoked, reverses a selected law of nature, magic, or causality within a localized area for a short period. Examples: gravity pulls up instead of down. Time flows backward briefly. Magic costs restore energy instead of consuming it. Injuries heal instead of being dealt. Limitations: can only reverse one law at a time, and has a cooldown based on the scale of the reversal. Keed blinked hard as the hollow mountain crumbled all around her. I need to lie down. She choked on her words as she reread the system messages. This can't be normal. She blurted out. Right? Maple can't be that broken, can she? System notification. Becquerel is eligible for pandemonium conversion. Would you like to initiate the transformation? Yes, no. Dash whatever. Yes. I don't care at this point, Keed sighed, watching Becquerel's transformation unfold. Red lightning surged from his body in violent waves, gradually shifting to a pale pink hue as his warped form began to mend itself. The ground beneath him seemed to cave in, the earth sinking further with each spasm that racked his body. A crater widened with every jerk. Then, stillness. A massive gust of wind swept across the desert, whipping through Keed's hair. She remained still, visibly unimpressed. Why the fucking theatrics? Can't the bastard tell I'm already exasperated? She muttered irritably. Narrowing her eyes, she scowled at the spectacle. Hurry up, or I'm canceling the damn transformation and feeding your body to cinnamon. As if on cue, the wind died down, and a figure emerged, kneeling before her. Even on one knee, the transformed being towered over Keed. It was Becquerel, or what he had become. His long white hair now flowed down to his waist, and twin pink orbs glowed within his eyes. His skin had taken on a sleek, muted black tone, ethereal white mist rolling off him like dry ice. Took you long enough, Keed muttered with another sigh. Grant your demon a name. Keed looked down at the former ruler of the Voltoids and shook her head. You might be the most annoying monster I've ever met, and that's saying something. The figure remained silent, unmoving. I'm not really in a naming mood right now, she grumbled, folding her arms. So you'll have to make do with, Hosha. Take it or leave it. Name, Hosha. Race, demonic beast Voltoid. Type, tamed monster. Owner, Keed. Danger rank, elite knight class. Base stats. HP, 125,000. MP, 18,400. Strength, 370. Defense, 410. Agility, 1,280. Intelligence, 900. Willpower, 500. And add Hosha tonight. Keed ended. Clan. Standard Soldier, 0 out of 45, increase strength by 30%. Elite Soldier, 0 out of 15, increase strength by 50%. Knight, 2 out of 9, increase strength by 100%. Cinnamon. Hosha. Elite Knight, 0 to 1, increase strength by 250%. Dash finally done, Keed sighed, her gaze drifting to the horizon where a red streak cut through the sky, rapidly closing the distance. A moment later, Neela appeared beside her in a blur of motion. I saw the mountain crumble, and I felt my Becquerel's mana vanish. Her eyes shifted to the kneeling demon Voltoid, but she gave no reaction to his transformation. I take it you were victorious, then. Keed gave a silent nod. Without hesitation, Neela dropped to one knee. Then, as the highest authority of the Voltoids, please accept our surrender. From this day on, the Voltoids will serve under your banner. Keed stretched her arms with a sigh of relief. Sure. Glad that's over. Her eyes flicked toward Hosha. He met her gaze and gave a small nod before dissolving into a pink trail that slipped into her shadow. "Goodbye, brother," Neela whispered. He'd heard it, even if it wasn't meant for her. Seriously? That annoying guy was her brother? Now I feel bad. She turned to Neela. "I guess I should apologize for all the destruction I caused your people." But Neela shook her head. "There is no need. We attacked you without provocation. You only came for the shard." Still. Keed paused as a faint glow shimmered over her body. "I'm being pulled." She looked down at her hands. "Now that the boss is defeated, I guess the gate is closing." Neela nodded in understanding. "You're returning home?" "Yeah." Keed nodded. "Will you ever return? And, what about the demons you summoned at the mountain?" Keed's eyes widened. "Oh crap. I almost forgot about them." "Okay, I've already closed the portal, so no new ones should get through. The ones that already crossed over should still be there, though." She grimaced. "They'll vanish in about 6 hours, but even that's a long time for a bunch of apex predators. Looks like I won't be able to recall them in time." Her aura began to swirl like water as she condensed it into a glowing orb in her palm. She stepped toward Neela, who instinctively straightened. "For the duration of their stay, I'm leaving them in your care. As long as you bear my mark, they'll follow you, probably." She cupped Neela's cheek with her glowing hand. Smoke hissed from the contact, but Neela didn't flinch. When Keed pulled away, a rose-shaped sigil remained, etched into Neela's left cheek, Keed's mark. "I am unworthy," Neela said quietly, bowing low. Keed smiled faintly. "This feels like a scam. They'll be gone in 6 hours. Might as well give her something else too." A light blue fur robe shimmered into existence in her hands. "This is the Lionheart mantle, made from the fur of the Colossus. Wear it with pride." Reward from Chapter 14. Neela accepted the gift and draped the mantle over her shoulders. The effect was immediate. The tall, lean Voltoid, already imposing at over 9 feet, now radiated raw power. With the lion's skull perched on one shoulder and the cloak flowing behind her, her presence was undeniable. Keed's form began to fade. "By then, Neela. Take care of Chaos World while I'm gone, okay?" Neela remained kneeling even after Keed vanished completely. "Take care of Chaos World," she whispered. "That's a very tall order." "But I will, Master." In the years to come, Chaos World would remember the rise of the Voltoids, a race of mountain elves adapted to a lightning-charged environment. They would launch a series of unrelenting campaigns, bringing kingdoms and creatures alike under the rule of their distant master. At their head marched a towering figure clad in a lion's cloak, the Monarch of Lightning. Underscore 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 underscore. Name Maple LV 69. HP 102 700/102 700. MP 7 340/7 340. Status STR 481. VIT 41,587. AGI 473. Dex 289. Int 491. POR 271. SP 202. Physical damage resistance 3,400%. Chapter 23, Chapter 23. 1830 words. A black-skulled centipede watched as the dark-armored girl slowly vanished, leaving the tall lightning elf alone on the ruined expanse. Already, the radiation was starting to eat at the powerful creature, but it persevered, watching the elf disappear into the distance in a streak of red lightning. Once its goal was complete, the centipede finally crumbled, its body no longer able to resist the poison from the area. It turned to dust, leaving behind a green sigil on the ground. How is this possible? A dark-haired woman wondered aloud, her green eyes shifting to a light purple as she observed the results from her subordinate's eyes. Her office was expansive, with rows of terrariums stacked in one section of the room. Each contained various species of spiders and insects, all thriving under her careful observation. She moved her laptop closer, fingers clicking swiftly as she typed in a few words. Let's see, unusual gates in the last 3 days. She blinked when the results appeared. Japan? Multiple A-rank gates in one region? None of the other monarchs have started moving yet, so, the rulers, perhaps? What are they planning now? Leaning back in her chair, she pondered the situation. So she's in Japan, huh? How did she manage to reach the chaos world? Knock. Knock. The door to her office opened after 2 knocks, and a blonde-haired woman in a purple suit stepped inside. Dr. Nisha, you have a guest here to see you, the blonde-haired woman, Lisa, said, her tone polite but with a hint of uncertainty. Nisha glanced up from her laptop, her eyes narrowing slightly as she took in the interruption. Do they have an appointment? She asked, her voice cool and measured. Lisa shook her head, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. No, ma'am. Then why, Lisa, are you telling me about them? If they don't have an appointment, they should make one before coming to see me, Nisha said with a sharp, irritated tone, her fingers tightening on the edges of the papers she had been organizing on her desk. Lisa took a step back, visibly taken aback by the reprimand. Well. She hesitated, clearly unsure of how to proceed. It's your mother. Nisha froze, her eyes flickering with a subtle emotion of disgust that quickly vanished as she took a deep breath. The irritation faded, replaced by a quiet sigh. Thank you, Lisa. Let her in. Lisa bowed slightly, her movements quick and respectful, before she stepped back out of the room. Nisha sat back in her chair, a brief moment of irritation crossing her face as she exhaled slowly. She quickly rearranged some folders on her desk, ensuring everything was in order before the door opened once again. This time an older woman entered the room. Her silver hair was neatly styled. She was unmistakably Nisha's mother, though there was a marked difference in their appearance. Nisha's eyes were purple, while her mother's were brown. Hello, Mother. I wasn't aware you were visiting today. Is something the matter? Nisha asked, folding her hands neatly in front of her. Her mother settled into the seat across from her, a soft smile playing on her lips. Ah, good do, must I have a reason to visit my own daughter? Why so formal with your ma, Nisha sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Mother, did you travel all the way from Oxford just to see me? Her mother gasped dramatically, placing a hand on her chest. Just to see you? Good do, how could you say that? Seeing you is reason enough. Her mother's dramatics earned a faint, practiced smile from Nisha. You could have called ahead. And ruined the surprise? I wanted to see your face when you realized your mother could still travel halfway across the world without a cane. Her mother chuckled, clearly pleased with herself. She leaned back in the chair and gave the room a slow, curious glance. You've really made a name for yourself here, haven't you? Dr. Nisha Rai, senior biogeneticist. My little good do. Nisha inclined her head in a quiet acknowledgement but said nothing more. Her mother's gaze drifted to the terrariums along the wall. Still keeping your creepy crawlies, I see. I remember when you brought home that box of stick insects in school, your father almost fell off his chair. Nisha's lips twitched faintly at the memory, though the smile didn't quite reach her eyes. That was a long time ago. Not to me, her mother said with a fond sigh. You were always strange, even back then. So quiet. So serious. But smart, sharp as a blade. I used to tell the other aunties, my good dude doesn't need to shout to be heard. And look at you now. She reached into her handbag and pulled out a small, neatly wrapped box. I brought you some ladoos. Fresh from that shop you used to love in Oxford. Still your favorite, right? Nisha hesitated only a second before accepting the box with both hands. Thank you. Her mother watched her closely, a flicker of something unspoken in her expression. You look tired. Are they overworking you? No, Nisha said automatically. Just, focused. There's always more to do. Her mother made a soft hum of disapproval but didn't push further. Well, at least tell me you're eating properly. Sleeping? Making time for friends? Nisha gave her the smallest nod. Of course. Her mother leaned in with a gentle smile. You don't have to lie to me, Guddu. But I know you won't tell me even if you were crumbling, so I won't press. I just wanted to see your face. That's all. There was a pause. Nisha said nothing, but she didn't look away either. Her hands rested lightly on the box of sweets, as if unsure what to do with the gesture. Her mother rose a few minutes later, smoothing her shawl. I won't stay long. I know you're busy. I will wait for you at home. She touched Nisha's shoulder gently. Take care of yourself, Ma, Nisha offered, already standing. No need, her mother said, waving her off. I remember the way. Besides, I have a cab waiting. Let your old mother have the last word for once. Nisha walked around the desk, the box of laddus still in her hand, and stood beside her mother. For a moment, she said nothing, just watched her mother quietly as if seeing her for the first time in a long time. No, it's just. I think you're right, Nisha said at last, her voice softer than before. We don't spend as much time together as we used to. Her mother looked surprised but pleasantly so. She tilted her head, curious. Are you feeling all right, Guddu? I'm fine, Nisha replied, a faint smile flickering across her lips. But I've been thinking. Maybe it's time we took a break. Her mother's brows lifted in amused disbelief. You? Take a break? I should call the BBC, this is breaking news. Nisha rolled her eyes gently. I'm serious, Ma. You've come all the way from Oxford. You rarely get to leave with the companies under your care, and I'm always here. She gestured vaguely at the lab equipment, the insects, the quiet hum of controlled science behind closed doors. So why not go somewhere? Together. Her mother's expression softened, warmth spilling into her eyes. You mean like a vacation? Nisha nodded. Yes. I've been looking into something, unofficially. There's been an unusual series of events in Japan, and I was thinking of visiting. Nothing formal, just a trip. You could come with me. We could stay a few days, relax. You deserve it. There was a brief silence as her mother studied her. Japan, That's quite far. You crossed the Atlantic to visit me unannounced, Nisha pointed out dryly. True, her mother chuckled, then her smile turned wistful. You know your father always wanted us to visit Japan together. He said the culture there was both chaotic and elegant, just like you. She gave a soft laugh. And now here you are, inviting me. Nisha hesitated. Would you be able to leave Oxford for a week or two? Her mother waved a dismissive hand. I still run your father's companies, yes, but the board knows not to panic when I'm away for personal matters. They owe me that much. Besides. She reached over and gently touched Nisha's arm. I'd be happy to go anywhere, so long as it's with you. Then I'll make the arrangements. We'll fly out by the end of the week. Her mother beamed. Wonderful. Just give me time to pack something silk, and something warm. I hear the nights in Tokyo can be chilly. I'll handle the details, Nisha said, turning back toward her laptop. And Ma, thank you for visiting today. Her mother paused by the door, one hand resting lightly on the frame. Always, Guddu. No matter how far, I'll always find you. Once the door closed behind her, Nisha's face hardened again, the warmth in her eyes fading. She returned to her chair, but didn't open the laptop right away. She placed a hand flat on the desk, and from the shadows beneath it, a large glowing centipede emerged. Its chitin shimmered with iridescent hues, segments pulsing softly with green bioluminescence as it slithered up her arm with practiced ease. Nisha raised the creature to eye level, her expression calm, almost reverent. Its delicate antennae brushed against her cheek, sensing her intent. "Humans are such fascinating creatures, aren't they?" she murmured, her voice almost affectionate, as if speaking to an old friend. She lowered the centipede onto her shoulder, and it quickly curled around her neck like a living scarf, its legs anchoring lightly to the collar of her coat. With the motion smooth and deliberate, Nisha reopened her laptop, her eyes scanning the streams of data with renewed focus. "A family trip it is," she said under her breath, fingers flying across the keys. It should be enough time to confront this hunter, and discover how she managed to breach the veil into the chaos world from here. Her lips curved into a slow, thoughtful smile. "With her, I may finally have the key to bring my true army to Earth." She glanced at the centipede, whose eyes gleamed faintly in response. "How delightful." She grinned, and for a brief, unsettling moment, the expression stretched far beyond the natural limits of a human smile, curving unnaturally past her cheeks, nearly reaching her eyes. The insects in the terrarium stirred at once, their chittering and clacking rising in a chorus of anticipation. Mandibles snapped, wings fluttered, and tiny legs scraped against glass as if responding to an unspoken signal. They could sense it, the subtle shift in the air, the tremor of power leaking from her. For she was no ordinary human. She was Quaratia, the monarch of plagues. Chapter 24, Chapter 24. 1,304 words. Goto turned toward the assembled hunters, his expression unreadable. Behind him loomed the massive, swirling haze of crimson, the signature shimmer of a red gate, unstable and violent. The tension in the air was thick with mana, charged with expectation and dread. 18 A-rank hunters have arrived, Hankoa reported, stepping up beside him. Her voice was steady, though her eyes remained fixed on the gate. "Along with the 5 available S-ranks not currently handling the remaining A-rank dungeons. That gives us 30 in total." "Good," Goto said simply, his tone clipped and final. His gaze moved methodically across the gathered hunters, pausing on each of the S-ranks, the real weapons of this operation. K, stoic behind his eerie white mask, claimed it was to protect himself from the stench of concentrated mana. No one truly believed him, but none ever questioned it. Ippei Aizawa, dressed in a flowing blue coat instead of his guild uniform, stood with his hands in his pockets. Goto knew his daggers were hidden somewhere inside the coat, the man never went anywhere unarmed. Mari Ishida, the youngest among them, stood beside Kei, trying to strike up conversation. Goto narrowed his eyes slightly. She had the energy of a teenager, but her record told a different story: a full year of consistent B-rank dungeon clears, showing promise, resilience, and something colder beneath the surface. Not a kid anymore. Still, Goto thought, Kanata's sister was even younger. Barely 18 and already an S-rank. He pushed down the thought with effort. She would have made a great hunter. A shame, they're likely both dead by now. Minoru Hoshino stood a few steps away from the rest, his anxiety practically radiating from him. Goto exhaled slowly through his nose. Nerves? Now? The final S-rank wasn't part of the Sword Guild. Anna Makoto, from a lesser-known guild called the Brass Den, stood silently with her arms crossed. Her black headband contrasted with her silver hair, and her eyes gleamed with something calm, or perhaps just distant. Goto frowned slightly. Of the 18 A-ranks present, only 7 were healers. It was a dangerous imbalance. Akari was the only S-rank healer in all of Japan, he reminded himself grimly. And she's probably dead now, too. That meant their survivability was lower than ideal. If this dungeon is anything like Jeju Island 4 years ago. He inhaled sharply, then let the breath out through clenched teeth. This was his moment, a chance to lead a successful raid into a red dungeon and emerge with a record worthy of a national-level hunter. Yes, he thought, forcing down the smile threatening to curl his lips. With this feat under my name, my recognition will be inevitable. Just then, the red gate shimmered, and shifted. The crimson swirls flickered, then pulsed into an ominous purple, as if bruised by some unseen force. "Sir!" Hankoa called out sharply, pointing. Goto turned, his eyes narrowing. The color change was unmistakable. He clenched his fists. So, they've already fallen. His voice was grave, each word weighted. A few A-rank hunters nearby looked away, their expressions clouded with dread. His statement could only mean one thing: the vanguard team had been wiped out. But that shared sorrow shattered in an instant when the pressure struck. Boom. A shockwave of mana exploded from the gate like a cannon, sweeping across the plaza and sending ripples through the air. Hunters staggered as their instincts screamed in alarm. The very ground beneath them seemed to hold its breath. It felt like a massive explosion erupted inside everyone's soul. The pressure that burst from the gate was not just a wave, it was a crushing force that sank into flesh, bones, and spirit. Over 10 of the A-rank hunters collapsed immediately, unconscious before they hit the ground. All of the B-rank hunters fell like dominoes, eyes rolled back and limbs slack. The remaining A-rank staggered, struggling to stay upright as the air turned heavy with invisible weight. What is this pressure? One of them gasped, clutching their chest. I can't breathe, the air's too thick, another wheezed, falling to one knee. But the S-ranks held firm. K flinched slightly, the only sign he even registered the weight of the pressure. Mari took a single step back, wide-eyed, then steadied herself with a deep breath and stepped forward, her stance firming like a flame refusing to be snuffed. Minoru, moments earlier paralyzed with anxiety, now stood with a sharpened focus that erased any trace of fear. His nervous tics were gone, replaced by the cold, practiced instinct of an elite hunter ready for war. Ippei Aizawa already had his daggers drawn, crouched low, every muscle tensed for a strike. His eyes were wild, bleeding pure killing intent, enough to make even nearby A-ranks flinch. Anna Makoto narrowed her eyes, wind curling around her as she calmly reached within her robes and drew a massive odachi from the black sheath hidden at her bosom. Silver hair whipped in the turbulent mana, but her gaze didn't waver. And Goto? He stood directly before the gate, still as a statue, one hand tucked casually into his coat pocket, the other brushing wind-blown hair away from his brow. The maelstrom of pressure washed over him, but he did not bow. He did not even blink. So this is the pressure of an S-rank boss? Goto mused, glancing at Hankoa who had dropped to one knee beside him, visibly trembling. He ignored her. I wonder, he murmured aloud, letting the wind tousle his hair, his voice barely above a whisper. Is this what the national-level hunters felt, when they faced Kamish? This feeling of terror clawing into your bones, of your very soul trembling before something ancient and monstrous. And then, just like that, the pressure vanished. Gone, as though it had never existed at all. The entire experience had lasted only 3 seconds. Yet to every hunter who felt it, it had stretched into a lifetime. The portal shimmered once more, the violent purple flickered, then stabilized into a steady blue glow. Goto's eyes widened. What? Figures began to step through the gate. A dungeon break, he whispered, but the words faltered even before they left his lips. No, it wasn't a swarm of monsters. It was the hunters. They had returned. 12 in total emerged, led by Kane, a gash running down her arm, blood soaking through her torn sleeve. Kenzo limped out beside her, his usual bruises darker than normal. Akari leaned heavily on an A-rank hunter, pale and weary but alive. There was a dark-skinned girl walking silently beside Kane, someone Goto didn't recognize. But the moment he laid eyes on her, he knew. S-rank, he thought, instinctively. A reawakening? Another one? Relief washed across the gathered hunters as they saw the survivors, gasps, murmurs, and cries of joy breaking the stunned silence. But Goto wasn't smiling. Kane's expression was serious, her face stoic. But her posture, the way she exhaled as she reached the threshold, betrayed the weight of relief in her bones. Goto stepped forward, trying not to reveal the tremble in his clenched fists, his aura pressing painfully against his own skin. They cleared it, he thought. They actually cleared the dungeon. They cleared an S-rank dungeon. How? Trying to mask the storm in his chest, he spoke. Where's your sister? Kane turned and glanced behind her. I assumed she was the one who defeated the dungeon boss and cleared it, so she should have come out before us, right? Goto froze. Her words hit like a hammer to the skull. She defeated the boss? Alone? The logic shattered something inside him. An S-rank dungeon boss. By herself? And then the portal shimmered once again. Within its flickering depths, a lone figure emerged. Step. 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 Chapter 25, Chapter 25. 2057 words. Step. Step. Keat emerged from the portal, squinting slightly as the swirling cascade of colors faded around her. The magic dispersed like mist, revealing the hard texture of concrete beneath her boots. Her shield was still gripped in one hand. She glanced up, blinking at the sudden shift in light, and paused. Dozens of eyes were locked on her. Whispers filled the plaza. Everyone staring. Is there something on my face? She thought. She took another cautious step forward. Is my aura leaking or something? I don't want to accidentally kill someone. That'd be annoying. Then she frowned. Wait, why did I think that? A tall figure moved into her path. She recognized him instantly, Goto Ruji, face unreadable as ever. Were you the one who defeated the boss? He asked directly, his tone sharp and devoid of pleasantries. Before Keat could respond, Kane stepped in, placing herself between them. Maybe give her a moment to breathe, Goto, she said firmly. We just spent 2 days clearing an A-rank red gate. Several of the returning hunters behind them murmured in agreement, their exhaustion evident. I need a bath, Akari muttered, dragging her feet as she leaned heavily on Kenzo. Kenzo, take me home. I'll pay you. If money's not enough, I'll. Find your own way home, Kenzo interrupted, stepping away. Akari collapsed to the pavement with a dramatic yelp. Cora gave a slow nod of agreement, saying nothing. Her silence said enough, she was too drained for anything else. Goto's eyes swept over the group, lingering for a beat too long on Keat before he finally relented. Very well, he said. I expect a report on my desk by tomorrow afternoon. He turned and walked away without another word. Kane gently placed a hand on Keat's shoulder. Come on. Let's get some rest. I'm not tired, Keat replied automatically. But then, with a spark of realization, she reached into her inventory and pulled out a neatly folded bundle of clothes. Oh, sis, maybe you can give these to the hunters who came with us. Kane raised an eyebrow. What are they? They're armor, kind of, Keat said. Well, clothes with special abilities. I found them in the dungeon. They're called blue fur equipment. Each one's a full set. I have a bunch. Kane examined the bundle with mild curiosity, then nodded. All right, I'll hand them out, but only to members of the Sword Guild. If the others want one, they'll have to join. Keat blinked. But Cora's not part of the Sword Guild. Kane didn't answer. She simply turned and walked off with the bundle in her arms, leaving Keat standing there, puzzled. Have we obtained the reports from the hunters? I want to know exactly what happened inside that dungeon, said a middle-aged man with thick black hair, a sharply groomed mustache, and a narrow goatee. His voice was calm but carried the weight of authority. This was Matsumoto Shigeo, current chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association. Across from him, seated neatly in a leather office chair, a young man in a fitted suit and silver-framed glasses handed over a folder of documents. We've spoken to most of the hunters, including the S-rankers, Akari and Kenzo, he said. They all gave consistent statements. Matsumoto opened the folder, flipping through its contents. A photograph of a girl, Keat, was clipped next to a preliminary profile. His eyes narrowed. A reawakening, to S-rank, no less. The young man nodded, adjusting his glasses. Yes, sir. And notably, there was only one casualty in the raid, an A-rank mage. The rest of the team returned with minimal injuries. According to multiple sources, none of the hunters were harmed while Keed was near them. The few injuries occurred while she confronted the dungeon boss alone, and they had to fight the minions by themselves. A near-perfect raid of an S-rank dungeon. One with minions on par with S ranks. Matsumoto exhaled through his nose and leaned back. What are the odds we can bring her into the association? The young man didn't hesitate. Unlikely. Her sister, Kane, is already a high-ranking member of the Sword Guild. Given their bond, it's almost certain she'll follow her sister's lead. So she's Sword Guild bound, Matsumoto muttered. Most likely, the young man confirmed. Matsumoto gave a small, knowing smirk. Well, whether she's on paper or not, we'll consider her ours. As long as Goto doesn't screw this up. He tapped the folder with 2 fingers. He's already lost his shot at clearing an S-rank dungeon. I'm sure that's eating at him. The young man allowed himself a slight smile. Shall I update the records? Yes. Bump the ratings of the last 2 dungeons to high A rank. Let Goto handle those. If he clears them, he'll get enough credit to stop whining for a while. Understood. The young man handed over a second file. Matsumoto raised an eyebrow. What's this? Another reawakening? The assistant adjusted his glasses again. Possibly. This one's a bit more unusual. According to witness reports, the girl, Cora, was fatally wounded during the battle. But then, a unique monster, detailed on the left here, approached her corpse and merged with it. Matsumoto frowned, scanning the sketch and accompanying data. Merged? That's what the hunters said. Moments later, she revived. No reported change in personality, but her magical and physical power spiked dramatically, consistent with an S rank. Has she been brought in for testing? Yes, this morning. Though we're not sure what to test for. It could be latent summoner abilities finally manifesting. Some kind of self-preservation instinct. Matsumoto raised an eyebrow. You think she wasn't dead? Perhaps not completely. It's possible her magic was trying to protect her. We've heard of stranger phenomena tied to reawakenings. The chairman lit a cigarette, the tip flaring orange as he took a drag. It says here she's not affiliated with any guild. Correct, the young man confirmed. I've already initiated steps to bring her into the association. Good. Keep at it. Matsumoto turned back to Keith's file, a glint of ambition in his eyes. As for the other one, we won't waste time. Schedule her rank evaluation immediately. With her on the books, Japan's S-rank count rises again. He leaned back, smoke curling upward toward the ceiling. At this rate, we'll have the highest concentration of S-ranks in the world, and I want everyone to know it. It feels like so long ago that I reawakened, Keed murmured as her armor shimmered and vanished from her body, dissolving into her storage space with a soft flicker of light. Kane, lounging nearby, raised an eyebrow. You've got a storage space too? Damn. I wish I could reawaken too. Keed laughed lightly. Oh yeah? You're already S rank. What would you reawaken into? SS rank? Is that a thing? If it is, then maybe I'll reawaken again. You do realize your reawakening was just yesterday, right? Kane flopped onto the couch with a dramatic sigh. A red dungeon will do that to you. Hey, take off your armor before lying down. You're going to get dirt all over the place, Keed scolded, frowning. Kane rolled onto her side, eyes shut, a lazy grin spreading across her face. It's my house. I can do whatever I want. Keed pouted, placing her hands on her hips. I'm going to take a bath. A long one. She turned and started heading upstairs. It's the third door on the left. Kane called, cracking one eye open. I know where it is, sis. I've been here before. Keed yelled over her shoulder, stomping the rest of the way in mock annoyance. Kane chuckled softly as she nestled into the cushions. Thought you'd forgotten. Steam curled around Keed's face as she slid into the warm bath, the gentle sound of running water lapping against the edge of the tub. She exhaled slowly, sinking deeper until the heat wrapped around her body like a blanket. I can't believe it's only been a day, she whispered to herself, eyes staring at the ceiling as memories bubbled to the surface. Hashida-san, Shinji-san, Yama-san, Shiro-san. Her voice cracked. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. The water rippled as she shifted, her expression turning somber. If only I'd been stronger back then. Her thoughts grew heavy. If I had reawakened even a day earlier. Her fists clenched beneath the surface. I'll find that bastard. Keed suddenly blinked, rising slightly from the water. Wait, did they ever catch him? She sighed, brushing wet strands of hair from her face. I'll probably need to speak with Vivi about that. She's still in my party, right? I wonder if anything changed. With a flick of her fingers, she brought up the Hunter Party system. Hunter Party menu. Name, unnamed. Members. Maple, level 69, leader. Vivi Hachibana, level 11. Keed raised an eyebrow. Whoa. Vivi's been busy. She must have been running lower-ranked dungeons all day. She selected Vivi's profile for a closer look. Name, Vivi Hachibana. Level, 11. Job class, none carrot. HP, 1200/1370. MP, 370/480. Status, exhaustion, weak. Attributes. STR, 29. VIT, 20. AGI, 26. Dex, 29. Int, 48. Physical damage resistance, 10%. Equipment. None. None. Salamander scales, +15 to fire abilities. Skills. Fire generation. Fire reinforcement. SP, party leader use only 11. She even learned a new skill. Keed smiled softly to herself. At least I was able to save Vivi. And now she's getting stronger. She leaned back in the water, letting the warmth soothe the weight in her chest. She has 11 stat points, and only I can distribute them? Keed tilted her head, brows slightly furrowed. Must be a safety measure. Let's see. She tapped on Vivi's status screen and hummed thoughtfully. Her vitality's kinda low. Yeah, let's fix that. VIT, 2031. I don't want her to die, so this is insurance, Keed giggled to herself. Maybe she'll become the flaming fortress. She leaned her head back against the edge of the tub, letting the water rise to her chin. Speaking of changes. I got a ton of skills since yesterday. Or, well, what was yesterday? It's been 3 days now, technically. Thanks, Red Dungeon. Keed brought up her own status window with a flick of her fingers. Status, Maple. Name, Maple. Level, 69. HP, 102,700/102,700. MP, 7,340/7,340. Attributes. STR, 481. VIT, 41,587. AGI, 473. Dex, 289. Int, 491. POR, 271. SP, 202. Physical damage resistance, 3,400%. Equipment. None. 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 Skills. Event Horizon Hydra, Devour, Pierce Guard, Bomb Eater, Counter, Quick Change, Indomitable Guardian, Shield Attack, Sidestep Deflect, Meditation, Taunt, Inspire, HP Boost, S, MP Boost, S, Heavy Body, Green's Grace, Great Shield Mastery X, Cover Move X, Cover, Absolute Defense, Moral Turpitude, Sheep Eater, Hydra Eater, Gamma Eater, Giant Killing, Fortress, Martyr's Devotion, Saturating Chaos, Pandemonium, Heaven's Throne, Nether Nexus, Crystallization, Twisted Resurrection, Machine God, Lore. Of the deep, bug-earn curse, zone freeze, cataclysmic eruption, unbreakable shield, earth-wielding X, apex of authority, glow of deliverance, dark rebirth, lava burst, magma infusion, stone guard hide, molten core, volcanic breath, commander's authority, commander's decree, strength boost, S, vitality boost, S, agility boost, S, dexterity boost, S, predator's instincts, LV1, speed up, LV7, predator's dominion, authority of reduction. Keed blinked several times. I have a lot of skills. She sank deeper into the bath, letting bubbles tickle her cheeks as they formed around her mouth and nose. There's too many. Way too many. She closed her eyes, trying to process the enormity of her power, how fast it had all changed. But then she opened them again with a sigh. And yet it's not enough. I'm still just a new S rank. I've got a long way to go if I want to catch up to the others. Her thoughts drifted back to the battle, the blood, the aftermath. Although she frowned. Big Sis and the other S ranks, they looked hurt. And they didn't even fight the boss, or his generals, or his army. Keed fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the gentle ripple of water in the tub. I'm probably overthinking it, she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Chapter 26, Chapter 26. 2031 words. Good morning, Goto-san, Keed greeted as she stepped into the office. Goto looked up from his laptop. His guild uniform was neatly hung on a rack by the wall, evidence that he planned to attend raids later in the day. Right, Keed, was it? How are? He paused mid-sentence as Kane followed Keed into the room. His brow creased ever so slightly. Kane offered a pleasant smile. Morning, Goto. We're here to give the report from 2 days ago. Tawata. Goto's smile was polite, but there was a faint edge to his voice. Didn't you already file your report? I did, Kane replied, leading Keed toward the couch beside the office window. But I'd also like to hear what happened directly, and I'd rather not make my sister explain it twice. Goto's gaze followed them as they sat, then gave a short nod. Understandable. His tone softened slightly. When we last spoke, you mentioned that you'd reawakened. Keed nodded. Yeah, I have. You've probably heard about the unstable dungeon from a few days ago. Officially, there were only 3 survivors, however. Kane began. One of those survivors was a false ranker, responsible for the deaths of every hunter inside. I'm aware, Goto interrupted, leaning forward, voice sharpening. The investigators are still looking into the matter. Still. Keed shot upright, her eyes wide. They haven't caught him yet? How is that even possible? I understand that this is distressing, Goto said, firmer this time, but, as I mentioned, investigators are currently searching for the B-rank hunter Jin Koyo. Distressing? Keed's voice dropped, her expression darkening. He killed everyone. How could he just vanish? A hand on her shoulder pulled her back from her growing anger. Kane gave her a gentle smile. Don't worry. If it comes to it, we'll hunt the bastard down ourselves. But for now, let's just give the report. Keed let out a shaky breath, then gave a firm nod. All right. She turned back to Goto, her tone more composed. After I was dragged into the sky by one of the Voltoids. Ah, welcome, Mr. Goto, Matsumoto greeted with a warm smile as 3 figures entered the main building of the Hunter Association. Behind Goto, Keed and her sister Kane followed closely. You must be Miss Keed, Matsumoto said, extending his hand toward her. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Matsumoto, Keed replied politely, shaking his hand. I'm here for my rank assessment test. Yes, we've been expecting you. Matsumoto gestured down the corridor. Please, follow me. He led them into a large chamber at the heart of the facility. At the entrance stood a pedestal, atop which rested a large black orb, smooth, polished, and faintly reflective. We've already received reports of your S-rank status, Matsumoto explained, gesturing to the orb, but this is standard procedure. We need a formal confirmation. Please place your hand on the crystal. Kane raised a brow, casting a glance at the manometer positioned a few feet away. Two technicians hovered beside it, watching attentively. Did they seriously move the entire manometer just for her, she thought. Keed, meanwhile, stepped forward eagerly. This is so exciting. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the orb. Immediately, brilliant swirls of red and purple energy spiraled through the crystal, flickering wildly as her mana surged into it. One of the technicians glanced at the monitor and gave a confirming nod. As expected, the mana meter can't even measure her mana level. It's completely off the charts. Matsumoto's smile widened. Well then, that confirms it. He turned to Keed. Congratulations. You're officially S rank. Now, we'd like a demonstration of your abilities. Keed nodded confidently. All right. Let's go. As the group turned to enter the next room, a sudden shout stopped them. Mr. Matsumoto. The orb. Matsumoto spun on his heel and hurried back. What is it? He paused, his eyes widening in disbelief. The crystal orb was crumbling to dust before their eyes, fragments drifting away on the light breeze that stirred through the hall. How much power does she have? He whispered. The technicians stared at him, just as baffled. Their eyes seemed to ask, how should we know? She broke the machine. Inside the next chamber, the group found themselves surrounded by stark white walls. The sterile environment shimmered faintly with protective enchantments, an advanced simulation room. This is just like the Blade Guild's training facility, Keed observed, looking around. Matsumoto rejoined them, slightly out of breath. Apologies. There was a slight issue with the orb, I was consulting with the operators. He nodded to his assistant. Go ahead. The assistant stepped forward, clipboard in hand. Miss Keed, could you please demonstrate your abilities for the record? Keed gave a nod and stepped into the center of the room. A golden ring flared out from beneath her feet, radiant and wide, casting a shimmering aura that spread out several meters. Martyr's devotion, she announced calmly. The assistant checked her notes and nodded. Yes, this ability was mentioned in the report. According to the witnesses, anyone within the range of this aura is effectively protected by a powerful cover effect. Cover? Goto asked, his brow furrowing. It's not a common skill, Matsumoto explained, but not unheard of. It's specific to tanks. It lets them redirect damage from nearby allies to themselves, and for a brief moment, grants those allies the tank's own defensive stats. He turned back to Keed, his tone curious. Your version appears to be significantly more potent. I assume that depends on how confident you are in your defenses? Keed met his gaze with unshakable certainty. Absolutely. As a tank, my defense is my pride. Nothing can hurt me. Goto let out a short breath. Isn't that a bit prideful? Keed's smile was calm, but firm. It's not pride, Mr. Goto. It's a fact. Nothing can hurt me. And if something ever could. Her thoughts continued darkly, then humanity's doomed. A being more broken than Maple would be nothing short of a god. Kane stepped forward with a chuckle. I'd also like to point out that Keed took the full force of multiple S-rank attacks during that dungeon incident, and shrugged them off like nothing. We'll take your word for it, then, Matsumoto said with a light smile, though there was a hint of curiosity still lingering in his eyes. There were mentions of a three-headed dragon among your abilities, the assistant continued, checking his notes. Could you demonstrate that for us? Keed stiffened slightly. I don't think that's a good idea right now. Oh? And why is that? The assistant asked, tilting his head. Well, the Hydra is extremely dangerous because it's, big. Yes, that's it. Way too big to summon safely indoors, Keed said quickly, forcing a cheerful grin. Kane narrowed her eyes, watching her sister carefully. Big? Didn't we already test it in the guild training room? That's something I'll need to ask her about later. Is that so? Matsumoto murmured, the corners of his smile twitching downward into a subtle frown. The assistant didn't press the issue, simply jotting down a few notes before continuing. Are there any other abilities you can show us? Keed nodded eagerly. Yeah. I also have psychokinesis. She lifted her arm, a faint purple shimmer gathering around it. Without warning, Kane's feet left the ground. She floated a few feet into the air, suspended effortlessly by her sister's power. Although, Keed added, the stronger the target, the harder it is to lift them. Kane deadpanned midair, arms folded. I'm not sure how I feel about that. What does that say about how strong she is? Or how weak? She frowned. Put me down, sis. Keed gently lowered her sister, her focus precise. It's definitely easier with allies. Just like it is with syrup. Goto stepped forward with his arms crossed. You also mentioned that you used to be a summoner. Kane's eyes narrowed instantly, her brows creasing. No. I was hoping we could avoid that. If they see her summon creatures through dimensional gates, the association might not take it well. A summoner? Matsumoto echoed, his interest clearly piqued. That's quite unusual. Summoning magic has fallen out of favor in recent years, and a tank that can summon? He looked to the assistant, who was already scribbling in his notebook. Could you show us one of your summons? The assistant asked. Keed beamed. Sure. Kane's fists clenched tightly at her sides. Keed, remember what we talked about. Don't show too much. Don't give away everything. Keed's shadow began to twist and deepen unnaturally, forming a tar-like shade. The air in the room grew tense, warmer, heavier, as something stirred beneath her feet. With a low, rasping sound, a figure began to claw its way up from the darkened shadow. The room fell utterly silent. The creature rose, tall, gaunt, and looming. His long white hair flowing to an unseen wind, and twin pink orbs glowed within his eyes. His skin was a sleek, muted black tone, ethereal white mist rolling off him like dry ice. A long, green spear rested in one clawed hand. Towering over everyone present, the summon stood over 11 feet tall. Hosha, once known as Becquerel, straightened to his full height and stared down at the group like a sentinel from another world. Matsumoto took a measured step back, nodding slowly. This is definitely not a standard summon. He glanced sideways. Mr. Goto, what do you? He trailed off. Goto's entire posture had changed. His eyes were wide, staring not just in awe, but in alarm. His hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Kane mirrored his tension. Her eyes had narrowed into slits, and her hand drifted to her waist, where her twin katanas should have been. Her expression was unreadable, but her body screamed readiness. Then, with a flash of steel, Goto drew his weapon. Keed raised her hands nervously, her voice shaking. Hey, wait. It's just my summon. Why are you drawing your sword? You asked me to summon him. Goto's eyes were sharp, fixated on the towering figure. Why am I? He murmured, then blinked, realization dawning. The raw pressure rolling off this creature. It's so intense I nearly lost control of myself. Kane stood frozen beside him. She forced her hands to relax, hiding the slight tremble that ran through her arms. I can't stop shaking. That thing. That's the boss of the dungeon. How in God's name did Keed defeat something like this? As an A-rank who lacked real combat experience, Matsumoto remained oblivious to the oppressive aura radiating from the demonic Voltoid looming a few feet away. The assistant, however, remained composed, jotting down another note in his pad. Is there a way to test how strong the summon is? I'm afraid the testing dummies don't mean much when we're dealing with S ranks. I'll test it, Goto said flatly, stepping forward. His tone held no doubt, only challenge. Let's see what this thing can do. A low hum filled the room as the air around Goto distorted. His hair began to rise, standing on end as if electrified, and his eyes flared with an incandescent white light. An instant later, a blazing aura exploded around him, white-hot and blinding. The ground vibrated. The walls groaned. Light fixtures overhead flickered under the weight of his spiritual pressure. As powerful as Goto's aura is. Kane clenched her jaw, her eyes narrowed. That creature's presence, it's not just strong. It's terrifying. Why is he provoking it? Keith's lips twitched into a nervous smile. Okay. Hosha, can you fight him? But, please don't kill him. The towering Voltoid slowly tilted its head sideways, a full 180 degrees, its eerie pink eyes flashing once in understanding. Goto rolled his neck, trying to shake off the pressure. I'm the strongest hunter in Japan. Some rookie S-rank doesn't get to show me up. I'll crush her summon and remind them who's number one. The assistant, still calm despite the surging tension, checked his stopwatch and spoke. Begin. Bang. A deafening shockwave shattered the silence. Goto-san. Chapter 27, Chapter 27. 1,349 words. Peepo. Peepo. The shrill wail of an ambulance siren echoed through the streets as it sped toward the Tokyo branch of the Hunters Association. The vehicle swerved carefully, detouring around the massive trench that now split the road, a fresh scar in the heart of the city. Hyukyushigie Torimesu. Michio Akit Kudasai. An ambulance is passing through. Please clear the way. The crowd instinctively parted, a sea of civilians clutching their phones high to capture the chaos. Flashing lights reflected off lenses and cracked glass as people documented the Hunters Association's eastern wing, now a gaping void, shattered in a violent explosion that had rocked central Tokyo only minutes before. A tall woman with flowing, wavy pink hair pushed her way to the front, a young cameraman trailing her closely. She adjusted her blazer with a practiced motion, exhaled slowly, and nodded as the cameraman raised his hand to signal live. She raised her microphone, her expression steady despite the devastation behind her. This is Reiko Ochako reporting live for TJN News. We're standing in front of the Hunters Association building, where what appears to have been a high-level training session has ended in tragedy. Multiple S-rank hunters were involved. Casualties have been reported, including, most notably. She paused, her voice tightening. Goto Ruji, Japan's top hunter. Speculation is already mounting that this incident may be linked to the troubling reports from the Jeju Island S-rank field dungeon. What's clear is that our strongest are pushing themselves to their limits, placing themselves in harm's way, for the protection of humanity. For the future of our world. As she spoke, the building's front doors burst open. A team of medics emerged, wheeling a stretcher down the cracked pavement. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they caught sight of the figure on it, bloodied, unmoving, barely recognizable beneath the torn guild uniform. His black hair was matted with red, and a scorched insignia from the Blade Guild still clung stubbornly to his chest plate. Reiko turned slightly, her voice softening. And here they come now, our heroes. Paying the price in blood so that the rest of us can sleep safely at night. The camera zoomed in on the stretcher as the paramedics loaded it into the back of the ambulance. The siren wailed again, fading into the distance. Behind them, the ruined facade of the Hunters Association loomed like a monument to power. Although, whose power remained a mystery. Do you think Goto-san is going to be okay? Keith asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper as Kane started the car. Through the rearview mirror, Kane watched the crowd part to make way for the medics as they wheeled Goto toward the ambulance. The flashing red lights painted the street in brief pulses of urgency. Yeah, she finally said, resting her hands on the steering wheel. He should recover just fine. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. But her fingers still trembled faintly. With a sigh, she lowered her forehead to her hands. I don't even know what to say, Keed. What was that? Keed looked down at her lap, her expression filled with regret. Her voice cracked. I didn't think it would go like that. She turned her palms up, staring at them. I thought I thought he was stronger. Kane blinked. What? He's go-to. Keith said suddenly, her voice rising with emotion. He's Japan's strongest hunter. He's the standard. Everyone wants to be like him. She turned her gaze to the window, watching the city blur past. When I reawakened, I told myself. Maybe one day, I'd be strong enough to fight alongside the real veterans. The strongest hunters. I would have been happy just being in the same room as Goto-san. Kane glanced at her sister, now composed but quiet, something fragile in her voice. Keith continued, but how am I supposed to feel now? One hit. That's all it took. Hosha wasn't even trying. I had doubts, I wanted to believe I was still behind the curve, but now it's so obvious. Kane reached over and placed a hand on her sister's shoulder, pulling her into a gentle hug. It's okay, she whispered. Keith leaned into her, drawing comfort from her sister's embrace. I'm not that strong, right, sis? She asked quietly. I've still got a long way to go, right? You could still take me, right? Kane didn't answer right away. She just held her tighter. Then Keith asked, almost childishly, sis, am I the strongest hunter in Japan? Kane pulled back slightly and smiled. Well, that depends, she said. How confident are you in your defense? Keith sat up a little straighter. Nothing can hurt me, she replied without hesitation. Kane chuckled. Then, girl, you might just be the strongest hunter in the world. Keith wrinkled her nose. Nuh-uh. The national level hunters are probably stronger. Do you think they could hurt you? Kane asked. Keith paused, then muttered, no. Kane laughed. Then I stand by my words, sis. Keith laughed, her shoulders finally relaxing as she leaned back into her seat. The tension in her chest eased, just a little. Kane smiled and gently pressed her foot on the gas, steering the car out of the emergency zone and back onto the open road. The sky had darkened now, streaked with the last fading hues of sunset as the city slowly returned to its restless rhythm. Now what? Keith asked, glancing sideways. Now, Kane said, her eyes on the road. You create a guild. Keith blinked. A guild? What? But. I thought I'd join the Blade Guild. With you. Kane's smile faltered. Her hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. I don't think the Draw Sword Guild is right for you anymore, she said after a pause. Not with the way things are going. But. Keith hesitated. Kane cut in, voice low but steady. Goto's pride is what got him in the hospital. He walked into that fight thinking he couldn't lose. And he dragged others down with him. A guild master like that isn't someone worth following anymore. The silence that followed was heavy. Keith stared at her lap, chewing on her thoughts. Kane glanced over briefly. So, you and I. She smiled again, more softly this time, we're going to start one of our own. Keith was quiet for a moment longer. Then she nodded slowly. Yeah. Okay. But. She turned to her sister. How am I supposed to make a guild? I've only been a hunter for about a year. And I only reawakened a few days ago. Kane chuckled. There you go again, putting yourself down. She shifted lanes, then continued, being a guildmaster isn't as complicated as people think. Normally, you need to have completed at least 20 dungeon raids and then pass a written exam. She threw a quick glance Keith's way. As a deer anchor with a year of raids under your belt, you've already nailed the first part. Keith perked up. So all that's left is the written test, then? Not quite, Kane said with a sly grin. Huh? Keith tilted her head. But you just said. I know what I said, Kane cut in with a laugh. But here's the thing. Every rule I just mentioned? Every requirement? They don't apply to S-rank hunters. Keith's eyes widened. Seriously? Kane nodded. Yep. The higher you climb, the fewer restrictions there are. S-ranks operate above the standard framework. Honestly, too many of them take advantage of that. So, what do I need to do? Keith asked, still reeling a little. All you have to do is submit an application to the Hunter Association, Kane explained. After that, you'll need a base of operations, which I can take care of. And finally, a minimum of 3 members to register the guild officially. Keith's eyes sparkled. That's so cool. Kane nodded with pride. Do you have a name in mind? Keith didn't hesitate. She straightened in her seat and grinned. Yeah. I do. Maple Tree. Chapter 28, Chapter 28. 1952 words. Hey, sis, I'm going to check on Vivi tomorrow, Keith said as Kane flopped onto the couch, tossing a throw pillow aside and stretching out with a groan. Kane raised an eyebrow, glancing over at her sister. Vivi? Keith nodded. She's the girl who survived that abnormal dungeon with me. I promised I'd follow up. Gave her my number and everything. But she hasn't reached out yet. Kane sat up a little straighter, concern flickering across her face. Do you know where she is? Keith shook her head, but her tone remained light. Not exactly. But I have a skill that lets me instantly move to the location of any registered ally. Kane's brow furrowed. You're talking about cover move, aren't you? Keith's eyes widened slightly. Wait, you know that skill? Of course I do, Kane said with a sigh. It's a tank-exclusive ability. Only one person I've ever met had it, though. It's incredibly rare. Keith beamed. Cool, right? Kane leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. You know you could just visit her like a normal person, yeah? She's a C-rank. I could pull her location from the Hunter Association's registry no problem. Keith opened her mouth to argue, but Kane cut her off with a pointed look. And before you say anything, it is an invasion of privacy to just warp to someone's side without warning, especially when they're not in danger. We're hunters, Keith. Not stalkers. Invasion of privacy, huh? As if what you're doing is any different. Keith let out an exaggerated sigh and began trudging up the stairs. Hold it, young lady. Keith froze mid-step, glancing back over her shoulder. I wasn't actually gonna teleport to her while you were asleep, Nasan. Geez. Have a little faith. Kane stood up, crossing her arms. I was going to ask, am I registered as an ally for that ability? Keith tilted her head. Not sure. Then Kane blinked, her expression shifting. Wait, were you planning to warp to Vivi behind my back? Keith rushed down the stairs, skipping the last step with a small thud. But, just in case, she said brightly, I should probably try to register you. Kane let out a resigned sigh as Keith stepped in front of her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. So, how does this work? Kane asked, raising an eyebrow. Keith blinked, then looked slightly uncertain. I just have to connect your mana with mine, and then. Would you like to add Kane Tawada to your party? Yes, no. Party, January 9th. Yes, Keith responded mentally, a quiet smile spreading across her face as the confirmation shimmered before her eyes. You should feel some sort of connection now, she said softly, lowering her hand. Kane Tawada has been added to your party. Party, February 9th. Kane frowned slightly, rubbing the spot on her shoulder where Keith had touched her. I don't feel anything different. Keith tilted her head. Huh. I thought there'd be a tingle or something. Nope. Nada. Kane leaned back into the couch, folding her arms behind her head. But I trust you. If you say it worked, then I believe you. Keith stood there for a moment, a gentle silence passing between them. She stared at her sister, her eyes softening, before whispering. I love you, sis. Kane smiled faintly and pulled her cap down over her eyes. Love you too, troublemaker. With a grin, Keith turned and dashed back upstairs, her footsteps light with energy. She slipped into her room, dove onto her bed, and opened her interface. With a thought, she pulled up Kane's party profile, watching the new data begin to compile. Name, Kane Tawada. Level, 1. Job class, None. HP, 1500/1500. MP, 3000/3000. Attributes. STR, 120. AGI, 180. VIT, 100. Dex, 100. Int, 150. Poor, 100. Physical damage resistance, 10%. Equipment. None. Serpentine armor, plus 75 VIT. Stag gauntlets, plus 15 STR. Twin black swords, plus 300 ATK. Skills. Kitsune. Uzumaki. Munakika. Kamaitashi. Crimson Kamaitashi. Scarlet Kamaitashi. Fire Kamaitashi. Arigoto. Noragami. Tsuchigumo. Instinct, Sixth Sense. Super Armor New. SP, Party Leader Use Only 0. Keat blinked at the interface, her brow furrowing slightly. That can't be right, she murmured, adjusting her position on the bed. Her stats are way lower than I expected. I mean, she's tough, but I really am stronger now. She scrolled down, eyes flicking through the list of abilities. Whoa, she whispered. Her skills, what do they all do? Kitsune. Kane moves with fox-like agility, slicing swiftly through enemies. AGI plus 20%. Uzumaki. Kane attaches wires to her swords, throws them outward, then reels them back with force. ATK plus 17%. Munakika. Kane pulls herself toward the enemy using wires, delivering a flurry of fast slashes. AGI plus 15, ATK plus 19%. Kamaitashi. Dual-wielding her swords, Kane unleashes rapid slashes with blinding speed. AGI plus 15%, ATK plus 20%. Crimson Kamaitashi becomes a 3-stage slash with bonus damage equal to 30% of damage dealt. Scarlet Kamaitashi, enhanced 3-stage slash with 70% bonus damage. Fire Kamaitashi, final evolution. 3-stage slash with 120% bonus fire damage. Arigoto. Kane executes 2 high-powered cross slashes, dealing massive fire elemental damage. ATK plus 200%. Inflicts, stun. Noragami. A forward-slashing movement ending in 2 sharp cross-slashes. ATK plus 110%. Inflicts, stun, blind, fire damage. Tsuchigumo. Kane binds the enemy and then executes a sword technique that cuts the enemy's very lifeline. ATK plus 500%. Fire elemental damage. Cost, 3000 MP. Instinct. Critical hit rate increases by 1% per stack. At 10 stacks, becomes Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense. Critical hit rate increases by 20%. If MP drops to less than or equal to 20%, MP consumption is reduced by 40%. Super Armor. Doubles VIT for 10 seconds. Cost, 200 MP. Keat tilted her head, a puzzled look crossing her face. Huh. All of these are just sword skills, there's no core type ability here. Just combat techniques. She exhaled, lying back on her bed. They're cool, sure, but why are they all separated like this? Shouldn't they be? I don't know, combined into one ultimate style or something? Like my Great Shield Mastery, it comprises of most of my shield techniques. Request confirmed. Activating Chaos Shard. Keat blinked. The words appeared in her interface as a faint shimmer of light pulsed across her screen. Fusing skills. Kitsune plus Uzumaki plus Munakika plus Kamaitashi plus Arigoto plus Noragami plus Tsuchigumo plus Instinct plus Sixth Sense. New skill unlocked. Yokai Blade Art, Akuma no Mai, Dance of the Demon. Type, Fusion Style. Category, Signature Sword Technique. Cost, berries, passive plus active. Description. A forbidden sword dance style passed down in whispers, said to emulate the movements of fox spirits and blade-born demons. Akuma no Mi fuses speed, wire manipulation, elemental slashes, and predatory instinct into a fluid, unpredictable combat rhythm. When activated, Kane enters a state of heightened awareness and blade synchronization, allowing her to execute chained attacks, phase across the battlefield, and apply devastating status effects in rapid succession. Core effects. All fused skills remain within the yokai arts. Passive. AGI plus 25%, DEX plus 20%, critical hit rate plus 10%. Light armor piercing effect added to all sword attacks. Reduces physical damage taken during chained movement by 15%. New technique. Dance steps, chain techniques. Each attack executed within 3 seconds of the last unlocks the next step in the dance. Step 1 Vulpine Fong, a flash strike forward with wires pulling swords outward. ATK plus 100%, causes light bleed. Step 2 Ember Reels, twin swords circle Kane and return with flaming trails. Fire DMG, causes burn. Step 3 Spider Break, wires bind enemy mid-dance before a teleport slash. Stuns for 1.5s ATK plus 150%. Step 4 Crimson Waltz, 3-stage slash infused with Chaos Fire. Deals up to 300% ATK as fire, ignores 20% DEF. Finale Phantom Bloom, after 4 chain steps, Kane vanishes and reappears behind all targets struck during the dance, executing a wide area finisher. Deals 500% ATK split across targets, causes blind and burn 30s cooldown. Instinct Trigger, passive upgrade. Critical hits increase combo speed by 5%, up to plus 25%. When MP less than or equal to 20%, cost for all steps in the dance is reduced by 50%. Cooldown for chain sequence, 15 seconds. Can be interrupted if no action is taken within 3 seconds between steps. Finale only unlocks if all 4 previous steps were completed. Holy shit. Keed gasped in excitement. What just happened? She sat up immediately. Yokai Blade Art. That sounds so cool. Alert, due to her connection to you, a Monarch candidate, a gift has been granted to Kane Tawada. New skill acquired. Unique skill, Beast Transformation. Yokai Ascendant, Kumo no Akari. Light of the Spider Fox. Plus 60% AGI, plus 30% Dex, plus 25% int, plus 100% per. Converts all sword techniques into threaded attacks, allowing mid-air redirection and remote detonation. Signature traits. 1. Weaver's Domain forms an arena of threads, slowing enemies, amplifying her mobility, and allowing teleportation along weblines. 2. Silken Mirage leaves behind afterimages made of spiritual silk that explode into blinding light when struck. 3. Arachnoblade Waltz combines Kamaitashi and Munakika into a teleporting, disorienting dance of wire-enhanced slashes. 4. Soul Loom threads every successful hit marks the target with a binding thread. After 3, she can sever the lifeline, dealing massive true damage. 5. Ninth Tail activation unlocks for 10 seconds at low HP. All sword skills become instant cast, and movement becomes untargetable phasing. Oh no. Keed blinked, staring at the air in front of her. My mapleness is spreading. I didn't even think that was a thing. She placed a thoughtful finger to her chin. She even has a transformation now. A proud smile spread across her face as she puffed out her chest. That's my sister. She's the coolest. Without wasting another moment, Keed tiptoed out of her room, careful not to make a sound. She crept toward the stairs, crouched low, and peeked over the banister. Kane was still lying on the couch, her cap now tilted slightly to one side, chest rising and falling with the steady rhythm of sleep. Go and sleep, Keed, came Kane's drowsy voice, muffled by the brim of her cap. Keed giggled softly and bolted back up the stairs, cheeks warm with affection. Yet just before turning away, her eyes caught something, a faint shimmer of energy surrounding her sister. It pulsed softly, taking the outline of a fox curling protectively around Kane's resting form. She didn't say a word. Just smiled. Ashen burning chitin hung in the air. Vivi's chest heaved as she stood before the ruined body of the giant mantis. Flames still licked at its curled limbs, the once terrifying boss now reduced to little more than scorched flesh and shattered exoskeleton. Her legs finally gave out, and she collapsed backward onto the ground, sitting amid the embers. Her hands trembled as the adrenaline drained from her limbs. Heavy footsteps crunched across the battlefield. A group of injured hunters approached, their weapons lowered and expressions wide-eyed. The leader, a man clad in tattered healer's robes, stared at her in awe. "Holy shit," he muttered. "A fire mage, pummeling a C-rank boss to death." He stepped closer, inspecting the remains. "Are you sure you're C-rank?" Vivi turned toward him slowly, her whole body aching with the effort. Her voice was quiet but firm. "I am," she said, then paused. "Or at least, I was." Chapter 29, Chapter 29. 2,257 words. "What the hell?" Keed yelled, startled by the sudden commotion outside. She rushed to the window, pulling aside the curtain. "Who are all these people?" Down on the quiet residential street, the peaceful neighborhood had been transformed into a media circus. A sea of reporters crowded the sidewalk in front of Kane's apartment building, all shouting over one another in a frantic bid to be heard. Pushing through the chaos with practiced aggression, a tall woman with wavy pink hair emerged at the front. She yanked her cameraman forward with one hand and dabbed her forehead with a silk handkerchief using the other. "Get ready," she muttered. The cameraman gave a quick signal, "Live." She turned toward the camera with an intense gleam in her eye. "This is Reiko Ochako reporting live from Musashino City for TJN News," she announced, voice crisp and confident. "We're standing outside the residence of none other than Kane Tawada, one of Japan's top-ranked S-rank hunters. And just this morning, her sister, Keed Tawada, has officially awakened as Japan's 22nd S-rank hunter, the first new S-rank in over a year." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, "Look! Up there!" All heads snapped upward. Reiko spun and jabbed a finger at the second-floor window. "Camera, now!" The lens zoomed in on a wide-eyed girl peeking through parted curtains, Keed. She yelped in alarm and disappeared behind the window with a thud as the curtains slammed shut. Flashes erupted across the street as cameras fired in rapid succession. "Now what?" the cameraman asked. "We'll have to camp, Shoji." Reiko didn't flinch. She clenched her fist, burning with journalistic zeal. "The news never sleeps." Upstairs, Keed pressed her back against the wall, breathing fast. She slowly slid the curtain aside, just enough to peer through. "They're still there," she whispered. Kane appeared beside her, holding out a small piece of paper. "Here. The location of that Vivi chick you were asking about." Keed blinked. "How did you even get this?" "It's barely past 7. Been up since 4, Kane replied casually, tucking her cap over her messy hair. "I'm feeling really good today." Keed gave a weak laugh as she stood up. "Good for you. What are we going to do about the reporters?" "They're scary." Kane arched a brow. Keed groaned and peeked out again. The horde was still there, tents were going up now. "Oh God. They're actually camping." Keed gasped in shock. Kane sighed, adjusting her cap. "It's not that big a deal. We'll sneak past them. You still have that hoodie I got you, right?" Keed crossed her arms, pouting. "I don't want to wear your hand-me-downs." Kane smirked as she headed for the hallway. "Guess you want to go deal with the media circus yourself, then." Keed groaned, already moving toward her wardrobe. "Fine. Don't go yet, I'm looking." "Hurry up," Kane called over her shoulder. "I've got a full day, First, getting your guild application sorted, then buying you a guild building, and after that I'm stopping by the Blade Guild for training. Not sure why, but I feel a little stronger today. Yeah, gimme a sec, Keed muttered as she rummaged through her clothes. She dug around for a moment before finally pulling out a sleek black hoodie with crimson outlines. Found it. The hoodie shimmered, vanishing from her hands, only to appear perfectly worn on her body a moment later. Quick change, Keed said proudly, tugging the hood over her head. Kane raised an eyebrow. So that's a thing now. Alright. Let's move. Keed said, checking her reflection. Kane gave a relaxed shrug. We'll take the back door, then run for it. Keed deadpanned. Seriously? We're S-ranks, Kane said with a grin. Who's gonna see us? They slipped through the back entrance. Kane moved first, vanishing in a blink, only to reappear on the rooftop of a building several blocks away. She winked at Keed once, then vanished again, moving at breakneck speed across the city skyline. Keed stared after her with a tired sigh. Make a run for it, huh? Guess that checks out. With her hood drawn tight over her head, she leapt. In one smooth motion, she landed on a nearby roof and vanished into motion, a blur even an A-rank hunter would struggle to follow. Her destination, Vivi's house. Meanwhile, down on the street, the reporters were still setting up tents and portable lights, chatting over lukewarm coffee and camera gear, completely unaware that both Kane and Keed had already slipped away. Well, most of them. Reiko Ochako narrowed her eyes and scanned the rooftops. Hey, Shoji, did you see that? She asked, squinting toward a nearby building. Something just flickered up there. Shoji, crouched beside a makeshift table and unwrapping a convenience store breakfast sandwich, glanced lazily over his shoulder. Okay, and? Reiko's expression sharpened. Her reporter's instinct was flaring. There's been a shift in the force. I can feel it. Our targets are on the move. Shoji rolled his eyes. What is this, a movie? The news never sleeps. Reiko declared, thrusting a fist into the air. Pack up, we're leaving. I'm following my gut. Shoji stared at his untouched breakfast. Pack up? I just set all this out. The news never sleeps. Reiko repeated with wild-eyed fervor, loud enough that a few other reporters took a step back. Shoji slumped. Can it at least eat? He asked hopefully, reaching for his sandwich. No. Reiko snapped, yanking him up by the shoulder. We're moving out. Now. Shoji looked down in despair as his food tumbled to the pavement. Damn. The skyline blurred past as Keed bounded over rooftops, one silent leap at a time. The morning sun had barely crested, painting the sleepy city in soft golds. Far from the media circus, the neighborhood she landed in felt almost forgotten. Rows of tight, boxy houses slouched under telephone wires. Weeds pushed through the sidewalk. A crow squawked from a rusted power pole. She landed lightly on a rooftop, crouching low as she eyed the address on the slip of paper Kane had given her. This is it, she whispered, frowning. The apartment below was old. Weathered shutters, and a crooked gate. Still, Keed hopped down quietly and padded toward the third to the front door. She paused, hand hovering over the bell. Okay, don't be weird, she mumbled, checking her reflection in a dark window. Hoodie straight. Hair tucked. Eyes tired. She pressed the doorbell. Nothing happened. She waited. Still nothing. Maybe she's not home? Keed knocked gently. Then a little louder. She was about to call it when the door creaked open. Keed hesitated, then called out. Hello? Vivi? It's Keed. Tawata. I got your location from Kane. A pause. Then. Oh, it's you. Damn, I forgot to call. The voice came from inside, soft, calm, but sharp enough to slice tension like thread. Keed blinked. You did? The door opened wider. A girl stood there barefoot in a loose white shirt and sleep shorts. Her hair, pink and messy, fell over one eye. The visible one was a shade too pale, like it hadn't decided what color to be. She looked at Keith for a long moment. Then stepped aside. Come in. But don't touch anything. Keith stepped inside cautiously, glancing around as she passed Vivi. The living room looked hastily arranged, like someone had scrambled to make it look presentable just minutes before. A pile of books sat unevenly stacked beside the couch, and a blanket had clearly been tossed over something in a hurry. Vivi walked ahead of her, stretching one arm above her head with a soft groan. Sorry if the place is a mess. Do you want anything to drink? Keith turned slightly. What? No, I'm fine. Her stomach interrupted her with an audible growl. Vivi raised an eyebrow, then smirked. So, breakfast too. Keith flushed red, hands fluttering for a second before she found a spot on the couch. Yeah, thanks, she murmured, folding her hands tightly in her lap. Vivi disappeared into the kitchen. A few clinks and the soft hum of a kettle followed. When she returned, she had a plate of food balanced in one hand and a mug of tea in the other. She set them down carefully in front of Keith. There. Eat. Keith smiled sheepishly and clapped her hands together. Thanks for the food. Vivi sat down across from her. So, how'd you even find me? I told you already, Keith said, reaching for her spoon. My sister found your location. Right, Vivi nodded slowly, rubbing one temple. Your sister. The S-rank hunter Kane. Keith gave a small nod. Vivi leaned back against the couch, looking suddenly older than she had a moment ago. I'm really sorry I haven't called. It's just, this week has been a lot. Like, really a lot. Keith paused mid-bite and looked up. Now that she really saw her, Vivi didn't just look tired, she looked drained. Her skin was pale, her eyes slightly sunken, and her posture slumped like someone running on fumes. You don't look so good, Keith said gently. What happened? Vivi let out a long sigh and didn't answer at first. Her fingers twisted in her shirt hem. Why are you here, Keith? She asked at last. Her voice was quiet, serious. You went through all the trouble of tracking me down. It can't just be to say hi. Keith blinked. Then blinked again. And then blinked again. Vivi gave her a surprised look. Seriously? That's why you're here? Keith crossed her arms, defensive now. Well, we promised we'd talk soon, didn't we? And you haven't called in over a week. I didn't want you to forget me. Her voice softened as she looked away. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Especially after everything that happened back then. There was a pause. Keith's spoon lay forgotten on her plate. Vivi stared at her, like she was trying to read something hidden in Keith's eyes. Whatever she found must have satisfied her, her shoulders relaxed slightly, and she let out another sigh, this one quieter. My boyfriend broke up with me. Keith didn't say anything. She didn't need to. She waited, giving Vivi space to continue. He said. Our paths were too different. That he couldn't handle being in a relationship with a hunter. Said he wasn't strong enough mentally to deal with it. Vivi's voice was flat, but there was something brittle underneath it. I actually considered quitting. The hunter business, I mean. Thought maybe I should try to be someone different. For him. Her hands curled into loose fists in her lap. And then, she said, her voice dipping lower, I saw him with another girl. Less than a day later. Keith's eyes softened. She lowered her spoon, letting it rest silently on the edge of the plate. Vivi's voice trembled just slightly now. Her eyes shimmered. He moved on so fast. Like I never even mattered. Like it was always just temporary. Something to pass the time. I didn't even know what I was feeling anymore. So I did the only thing I could think to do. Keith leaned forward, concern etched on her face. You went back into the dungeons. Vivi nodded slowly. Yeah. I threw myself into raids. One after another. I think I've done 8 in the past 4 days. Maybe more. I stopped counting. I just needed to feel something. Anything. Started using my hands to punch monsters too. She chuckled listlessly. Keith's heart sank a little. She hadn't expected this. Not from Vivi. Not the way she'd looked so sharp and put together before. She didn't know what to say. So she didn't say anything. Instead, she reached out, slowly and carefully, and set her hand beside Vivi's on the table, close enough to touch, but not quite. I'm glad you're still here, Keith said quietly. Even if you don't feel okay right now. I'm really glad I came. Vivi didn't respond at first. But her hand twitched slightly. Then, finally, she exhaled, and for the first time that morning, it didn't sound like it hurt. Keith glanced at her friend, a quiet curiosity settling in her chest. She's been raiding dungeons constantly? She wondered. I wonder what level she is now. A small, glowing window opened in her vision, Vivi's stats displayed neatly before her. Name, Vivi Hachibana. Level, 29. Job class, none, 3 available. HP, 3170/3170. MP, 820/820. Status, exhaustion, medium. Attributes. STR, 47. VIT, 49. AGI, 44. Dex, 47. Int, 66, +20-82. Physical damage resistance, 10%. Equipment. None. 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 Skills. Fire generation. Fire reinforcement. Flash fire fist. Flame spear. Detonate. MP boost, S, INT +20. SP, party leader use only 18. Keith exhaled softly, eyes wide. Wow, she's really been busy, she murmured under her breath. Vivi turned, her expression faintly suspicious. Did you say something? Keith blinked, then quickly smiled to cover it up. Yeah, actually. I asked if you'd join me. Vivi tilted her head. In my guild, Keith clarified, scratching the back of her head, slightly nervous. Maple tree. You don't have to decide right away, but I'd really like to have you on the team. Vivi stared at her for a moment. Then, almost imperceptibly, her shoulders loosened again, some of that tension lifting. Attribute updated. VIT, 4967. Chapter 30, Chapter 30. 1849 words. Creating a guild really is easier than I expected, Keith said as she stepped into the building, her eyes scanning the spacious, empty interior. Kane walked beside her, hands in her coat pockets. What do you think? Keith's lips curled into a pleased smile. This building is perfect for our guild. Well, your guild, Kane replied with a soft chuckle. I already hired the designers. They should arrive in about 4 hours. Awesome, Keith said, starting up the stairs. Oh, by the way, I asked Vivi to join. I hope that's okay. Kane followed her up, casually. You're the guild master, not me. People need your permission to invite someone. That includes me. They stopped at a doorway. Kane gestured to the room beyond. This will be the weapons room. Keith gave a nod of approval. I see. Kane continued the tour, guiding her sister through a series of rooms. What you need me for is advice, and I'm more than happy to give it when you need it. Keith glanced back, smiling. You don't really need my permission to invite people if you want to. After all, you're the vice guild master. Kane's smile faltered slightly as she slowed before a large steel door. It's not complete yet, but this leads to the training room. Keith pushed open the door and stepped inside. The walls gleamed with a sleek silver sheen, and the faint hum of mana-infused machinery echoed quietly through the air. "Whoa," she whispered, walking deeper into the room. "It's so cool. Almost as cool as the Blade Guild's training room." Kane lingered in the doorway. Her tone shifted. "Sis, I'm not going to be the Vice Guild Master. At least, not yet." Keed turned sharply. "What? Why not?" Kane exhaled slowly. "My contract with the Draw Sword Guild still stands. I've got 3 more months before it ends." Keed frowned. "No, come on. You're supposed to be the Vice Guild Master. How am I supposed to do this without you?" Kane smiled at her sister's pout. "You'll find someone else for the role. I'm sure of it. Besides, I don't think I'm cut out for a desk job. All that paperwork would kill me." Keed raised an eyebrow. "You really think I'm suited for it?" "I'm 18. Kane laughed. "That's what the Vice Guild Master is for, balancing the chaos." Keed sighed, glancing off to the side, her eyes narrowing. "Did you hear that?" Kane turned in the same direction, her expression sharpening. "That must be the others." They made their way back downstairs to the building entrance, where 2 familiar figures waited just outside. Kane straightened, the easygoing warmth gone from her face. "I see you 2 made it." Keed blinked, then lit up with recognition. "Mr. Kenzo? Miss Akari? You guys want to join Mapletree? Is that what it's called?" Akari smirked, pulling a lollipop from her mouth. Her blue fur jacket shimmered faintly in the light, white trimmed hood pulled over her short hair. "Not a bad name, kid." "Of course I want to join," Kenzo said with a grin. He wore a matching jacket, though his was left open, his muscular chest bare beneath it. "That raid with you? I haven't had that much fun in ages." "And you took down the dungeon boss? Stronger than the scout I fought. A spar with a tank like you? Count me in." Keed beamed. "Well, welcome, both of you, to Mapletree." Keed turned to Kane with a huge grin. "I can't believe this. We've already got 4 members." Kane smiled faintly. "Technically 3. I'm still under contract, remember?" Akari stepped past them and looked around the building with curious eyes. "Not bad. Pretty spacious. Could use a little color though. Gloomy walls make me sleepy." Kenzo nodded. "Yeah. We're gonna need a sparring ring somewhere. Preferably reinforced. Don't want the building collapsing the first time Akari gets mad." Akari narrowed her eyes at him. "I don't get mad. I get paid." Keed laughed nervously, then turned to Kane. "Will the designers help with that?" Kane nodded. "I gave them a rough layout. But it's your call. You can still change things around." Keed folded her arms, looking thoughtful. "Maybe we should have a common room too. Somewhere everyone can relax. And a bath. A big one." Akari raised a brow. "You planning to host a spa or a guild?" Then she leaned in with a whisper. "What kind of spa?" Keed shrugged. That made even Kenzo chuckle. They walked further inside, the sound of their footsteps echoing faintly through the halls. The afternoon light shone through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the polished floor. It was still empty, still lifeless, but Keed could already see it filled with people. Her people. Her guild. Her smile returned. "I'll make it work," she whispered. Kenzo glanced at her. "What was that?" Keed turned, eyes gleaming. "Nothing. Just talking to myself." Kane gave her a knowing look. "You're already acting like a guild master." Keed didn't answer. She just looked up at the ceiling, imagining banners, lights, laughter. Then, Kenzo's stomach growled loudly. Akari blinked. "Was that you?" Kenzo grinned. "Was kinda excited coming here." Akari smirked. Well, let's go get lunch. She looked over her shoulder suggestively. You're paying. Kenzo groaned as he followed. Kane turned to her sister with a faint smile. You coming? Keed beamed. Lunch with Japan's top hunters? That's so awesome. She nodded, then looked back toward the hallway. I'll catch up. I just want to take one more look around the guild. Kane chuckled. Don't take too long. I'll text you the location. With that, she turned and exited the building, her footsteps fading into the distance. As silence settled around her, Keed exhaled softly and finally focused her attention on the glowing notification floating quietly before her eyes. Requirements met. Guild function unlocked. Keed blinked in mild surprise, then let out an exasperated chuckle. At this point, I shouldn't even be surprised. What can't Maple do? She stepped forward, reaching a hand toward the shimmering message. All right. Let's see what this is about. Guild Management System, Maple Tree. Guild Name, Maple Tree. Guild Level, 1. Guild EXP, 0/500. Max Members, 20. Current Members, 3. Vice Guild Master, Vacant. Guild Status, Active. System Overview. 1. Guild Roster. View all current members. Assign roles, e.g. Vice Master, Strategist, Combat Lead, Support Lead, Scout Captain. Track each member's contribution, EXP, resources, quests completed. Direct messaging and coordination panel. Set team formations and group permissions. 2. Guild leveling. Gain guild EXP through dungeon clears, based on total party performance and dungeon rank. Member quests, individual contributions. PvP/GVG victories. Donations, mana, gold, materials. Guild level unlocks. New facilities. Additional member slots. Access to guild skills. Storage capacity increases. Facilities module. Facilities are built, upgraded, and managed from this panel. Requires resources plus builder NPCs, auto-managed once assigned. 1. Training Room. Customizable difficulty environment. Combat simulation, PvE, PvP, boss replay. EXP boosts, scales with level. Guild-exclusive technique drills. 2. Armory. Shared weapon and armor storage. Members may contribute, request, or borrow equipment. Upgrades allow forging stations, enchantment tables. 3. Dormitories. Provides buffs for well-rested members. Unlocks member rooms, customizable. Increases guild morale and bonding events. 4. War Room, LV 3+. Tactical planning. Set global guild goals, e.g. target dungeon, raid boss, territory. Unlocks large-scale raid coordination systems. 5. Guild Garden/Core, LV 5+. Central heart of the guild. Generates passive guild mana over time. Required for unlocking guild spells and unique buffs. Guild skills, unlocked at 5 members. Guild skills are passives or actives that apply to all online members. Purchased and upgraded with guild points, GP. Guild Resolve, passive. Slight damage resistance bonus when HP is below 30%. Guild Bond, passive. Temporarily increases all stats by 15%. Rally Cry, active. Boosts movement and attack speed by 10% in group combat. Emergency Recall, utility. Teleports all guild members back to the guild base. 1/day. Inspire, passive. Grants a morale buff when fighting alongside at least 2 other guild members. Guild contribution and reputation. Each member's contribution score effects. Access to guild gear. Voting rights, if enabled. Guild EXP bonus multipliers. Guild reputation is earned based on dungeon performance. Public quests. Reputation unlocks faction alliances, discounts, fame bonuses. Guild defense/GVG, LV3+. Claimable territory. Defendable guild core. Traps, defense golems, turret stations, crafted or earned. Customization. Guild emblem design. Uniform settings, optional visuals/aura themes. Base design upgrades, style, layout, elemental affinity. Upcoming features, locked. Guild familiar, a semi-autonomous spirit that aids in base defense and resource gathering. Dimensional gateway, access to guild-exclusive dungeons. Guild trials, special combat challenges for unique skills/items. Keed blinked as the building started shaking, trembling, and glowing. Her eyes widened as thin threads of light etched across the floor, weaving through the marble like golden veins. The walls shimmered, rippled, and then shifted, stone turning sleek, polished, and metallic, with occasional glints of crystal embedded in the corners. A low hum vibrated through the air, and then, suddenly, with a pulse of warm mana, the transformation exploded outward. The front doors expanded, becoming engraved with a glowing emblem, a maple leaf wreathed in flame, burning bright against dark wood doors reinforced with obsidian streaks. The formerly bare lobby now glistened with a hovering guild crest in the center, rotating slowly in midair. Stairs widened and reshaped themselves, handrails forming from braided light. Hanging lanterns emerged along the walls, each one radiating soft warmth instead of fire. Walls that were plain before were now lined with elegant woodwork, banners of red and gold stretching proudly down their lengths. Rooms along the hallway gained nameplates that shimmered into place. Command room. Strategy hall. Training wing. Member dormitories. Guild vault. A corridor she hadn't noticed before unfurled itself to her right, leading to a double-doored chamber, its surface engraved with interlocking runes. Keith's voice trembled with wonder. Just when I think this couldn't get any crazier. The floor beneath her gave a soft pulse, like a heartbeat in sync with hers. Another interface appeared in front of her. Guild House, Maple Tree fully initialized. All founding member functions unlocked. Welcome, Guild Master Keed. Keed laughed, a breathless, almost disbelieving sound. This is so cool. Just then, a low click sounded near the main hallway, and one final door slid open on its own. A cozy circular room revealed itself sunlit despite the hour, with a round table at the center surrounded by high-backed chairs. A second crest glowed at the center of the table. The Guild Council Room. Keed stepped in, her boots echoing softly as she took it all in. If no one stops me, I'm going to scream like a little girl. She looked around. There was no one around. No one who could stop her. Outside of the newly appointed Maple Tree Guild House, it was quiet. Inside, however. Squee. Chapter 31, 2018 words. Keed stood nervously in front of the newly refurbished door, her hands fidgeting behind her back. Across from her, the two remaining members of Maple Tree, and her sister, stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Wha? Kane blinked, her usually composed expression dissolving into sheer shock. What? What is this? Kenzo tilted his head, glancing at the neighboring buildings for comparison. It's a. His words trailed off, lost to the sheer confusion on his face. It was only lunch, Akari murmured, voice trembling slightly. We were gone for 20 minutes. Keed looked down, shifting her weight awkwardly. I thought maybe I'd get a head start on the designing. Kane raised an eyebrow, incredulous. All this? In 20 minutes? Keed shrank a little and whispered, a whole 20 minutes. Sit down, Kane said flatly. Yes, ma'am. Keed immediately dropped to her knees, hands resting politely on her lap. Maybe, the designer showed up? Kenzo offered weakly. Kane and Akari both turned toward him unimpressed. We were gone for 20 minutes, Kenny, Akari said, arms crossed. That's not enough time to refurbish a building. I think. Kane stepped forward, her hand closing around the doorknob. Even if you somehow managed to paint the exterior, change the windows, and replace the door. She slowly turned the handle. Let's just take a look and see. Wait, sis. Keed tried to interject. I don't think you should go in. But Kane was already pushing the door open. And froze in the entryway. The soft glow of a crystal chandelier lit a spacious, elegantly furnished interior. Velvet armchairs, polished mahogany tables, and perfectly arranged decor greeted her from the foyer like something out of a magazine. Kane slowly stepped inside, scanning the lavish interior. Keed? Yeah? Keed shuffled in on her knees, not daring to stand. Kane didn't turn to look at her. Tell me exactly what happened here. So, let me get this straight. Kane stood over her kneeling sister, arms crossed, her voice calm but pointed. You have no idea how any of this happened? Keed nodded quickly. I didn't even know something like this was possible. It just happened. I couldn't stop it. Kane narrowed her eyes, scanning the luxurious room again. I see. Her gaze swept from the velvet curtains to the polished floors. Keed, this isn't normal. I know. Keed threw her hands up, exasperated. None of this is normal. What do you want me to do? Hunters aren't exactly normal either. Akari shrugged from where she leaned against a wall. She's not wrong. Kenzo had already sunk into a velvet chair, looking far too comfortable. Think the training room's magically ready too? Kane sighed, then turned her attention fully back to Keed. Fine. Is this going to be a problem going forward? I'm not just talking about the building. I mean your reawakening, your power, all of it. Keed shook her head. No. I don't think this will cause us any trouble. I'm a protector. A tank. My power's meant for that. With a slow breath, Kane finally took a seat beside her, resting her cheek in her palm. Well, aren't you going to give us a tour? Keed offered a sheepish smile. It's still new to me. We'll give ourselves a tour then. Akari shot up from her spot, energy returning. Come on, Kenny. Let's go explore our magical guild house. What are you, a kid? Kenzo laughed, rising to follow her. What? Akari grinned. We have a magical guild house. Enough said. Kane and Keed watched as Akari practically dragged Kenzo up the staircase. Are they? Keed asked, one eyebrow raised. I'm not sure, Kane replied, still watching them disappear. But I don't think the feelings are real. Especially knowing what drives her. Keed hummed in thought and finally sank into the largest chair in the room, letting out a deep breath as the stress of the last few minutes slipped off her shoulders. Here, Kane said, handing her a small brown paper bag. We got you something from the cafe. Keed's expression softened. Thanks, sis. She opened the bag and pulled out a neatly wrapped sandwich, unwrapping it and setting the food down in her lap. As Kane retrieved her phone, Keed took a bite, then instinctively brought up her system interface. Guild overview. Current members, 3. Keed Tawada LV69 Guild Master. S rank, 2. Akari Shimizu LV1. Kenzo Tanaka LV1. A rank, 0. B rank, 0. C rank, 0. D rank, 0. E rank, 0. Keed paused mid-bite, eyebrows rising. It actually worked? She glanced over at her sister, who was now fully absorbed in her phone. How does the system know their members? The party function always needed physical contact. But wait. Her mind flashed to Vivi. With Vivi, it worked even though I didn't even know where she was. Maybe, it's not contact-based after all. Her eyes narrowed slightly. But does that mean there's some kind of contract I missed? Frowning in thought, Keed mentally selected one of the listed names to investigate further. Name, Kenzo Tanaka. Level, 1. Job class, none. HP, 2800/2800. MP, 2500/2500. Status, stable. Attributes. STR, 150, plus 30. AGI, 100, plus 35. VIT, 120. Dex, 100, plus 25. Int, 120. End, 110, plus 10. Physical damage resistance, 5%. Equipment. Nimbus Cradle, AGI plus 15, STR plus 15, DEX plus 5. Nimbus Grasp, STR plus 10, DEX plus 10. Nimbus Stride, AGI plus 10, STR plus 5, END plus 10. Nimbus Steps, AGI plus 10, DEX plus 10. Skills. Enhanced Strength, STR plus 30%, active. Keed scanned Kenzo's status screen, brow slightly raised. Only one skill, she mused silently, lips tightening in disappointment. That's pretty bland. Even Vivi has more skills. I guess he'll pick up more skills as he levels up. Without hesitation, she tapped on the next name, bringing up Akari's profile. Name, Akari Shimizu. Level, 1. Job class, none. HP, 2700/2700. MP, 3200/3200. Status, stable. Attributes. STR, 130, plus 30. AGI, 100, plus 35. VIT, 140. Dex, 110, plus 25. Int, 180. Physical damage resistance, 5%. Equipment. Nimbus Cradle, AGI plus 15, STR plus 15, DEX plus 5. Nimbus Grasp, STR plus 10, DEX plus 10. Nimbus Stride, AGI plus 10, STR plus 5. Nimbus Steps, AGI plus 10, DEX plus 10. The Price of My Promise, plus 4% HP, ATK plus 250. Skills. Acts of Judgment. Judgment Strike. Devastate. Light of Dawn. Guiding Light. Heart Strike of Blazing Fire. Ring of Fire. Brilliance. Keed let out a groan, rolling her eyes. Great. More techniques, she muttered internally. At least 4 of them are healing skills. I think. She scrolled through the list, thinking. Alright, combine all the offensive ones into one skill. Same with the healing ones. That should streamline it. A soft chime sounded as a prompt appeared in front of her. Reach Guild Level 3 to adjust member skills. Ah. Keed slumped a little. Kane, watching her, tilted her head. What's wrong? Keed blinked out of her menu and held up her empty hands. The sandwich. It's gone now. It was really good. Just then, Akari's voice rang through the hallway. This place is freaking amazing. She returned, cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. I already called dibs on my room. It's the one that magically had my name on it after I picked it. Kane arched a brow. You picked a room? Don't you already have a place to stay? Akari folded her arms with a huff. I'm renting a place. Big difference. Kane crossed her arms. Then you'll have to pay rent here too. Akari turned with a wicked smirk. Sorry, but are you the guildmaster? She whipped back to Keed. So, Keed, my favorite guildmaster, I can stay, right? I'll be raiding dungeons, earning coin, doing my part. Please? She even threw in the puppy dog eyes. Keed averted her gaze, visibly flustered. Fine. I guess it's okay. Kane groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. You seriously need a vice guild master. Keed chuckled nervously as Akari fawned over her, holding out a lollipop to Keed's mouth with exaggerated devotion. Where's Mr. Kenzo? She asked, trying to divert the attention. Akari sighed dramatically and popped the candy back into her mouth. He went straight for the training rooms, so I'm guessing that's where he still is. Kane had already started up the nearby staircase, her voice trailing back to them. Might as well go check it out. Keith followed after Kane, Akari close behind, their footsteps muffled against the deep crimson carpet lining the hall. The lighting dimmed as they passed a sealed door marked training room. The door hissed open. They stepped into a corridor that felt more like a bunker than part of a mansion. Walls of tempered obsidian and glass stretched in both directions, branching out like arteries into dozens of sealed-off rooms. Keith paused, taking it in. One room was lined with floating platforms. There was a chamber with a cratered floor, steam rising from its vents, and another designed like a city block under siege. A flat wall map showed at least 40 separate rooms, each calibrated for a different style of combat: elemental focus, close quarters, group coordination, even psychic resistance drills. The door said training room, Keith said under her breath. This is a combat wing. They all look state-of-the-art, Kane confirmed. Akari stopped beside a glass viewing wall. How the hell did you build all this in 20 minutes? Keith's stomach twisted. They moved deeper into the wing, checking chamber after chamber. Most were empty, though a few shimmered with inactive projection fields. Finally, from down a side hallway, they heard it. Kane immediately pivoted and took off at a fast walk. Keith followed, and as they reached the final door, and from the glass in the wall they saw it. Kenzo inside, mid-dodge, as a familiar creature lunged at him from a raised platform. It was a Voltoid. A simulated one, Keith could tell by the cold blue tint on its edges and the subtle noise blur. Its spear slammed into the ground, discharging enough kinetic force to rattle the chamber. Kenzo leapt sideways, twisted midair, and struck out with a short burst of focused shockwave. The blow dented the Voltoid's armored chestplate, but it barely staggered. Why's he fighting that? Akari whispered, her voice hushed. Because he's a maniac, Kane muttered. Okay, understood. Next question, how is he fighting that? Akari asked again, her voice louder this time. Kane noticed a panel next to the door. She activated it. Dungeon replay, single battle. She said slowly. This is a simulation of his fight with the scout from the Red Gate. The Voltoid lunged again, faster this time, arcs of lightning trailing behind it, and Kenzo ducked low, sliding under its bulk before twisting into a full-body kick that launched him up the wall. He clung there for half a second, then launched off it and slammed into the Voltoid's neck joint with a palm strike that made the projection shudder violently. Well, he's faring way better than he did against the original. Akari admitted. Is the scout simulation weaker? No, Kane said, watching with crossed arms. I still remember how strong it was. This simulation has it down to a T. She couldn't take her eyes off the fight. Every movement the Voltoid made was perfectly similar to the original. It felt like she was looking at the real thing. And yet, unlike in the Red Dungeon, Kenzo was keeping up. And more than that, he was winning. The Voltoid let out one last distorted shriek before Kenzo darted behind it and delivered a compound strike, first to the right knee joint, then the base of the spine, and finally to the rear. The simulation buckled. Sparks burst out in all directions, and it disintegrated mid-fall in a cascade of digital shards. Kenzo landed hard, breathing fast, sweat trailing down his temple. He turned to the glass where they were standing. And smiled. Hey, he said, panting. Took you long enough. Keith once again felt her sister's eyes on her and sighed defeatedly. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. 1980 words. Kane stepped into the chamber, her gaze sweeping over the space as Akari knelt beside Kenzo, checking him over. You barely have a scratch on you, Kane noted, folding her arms. Kenzo gave a short nod. Trust me, I was surprised too. At first, I thought the simulation was weaker, so I took off my jacket to get comfortable. He peeled off the jacket and handed it to Kane, who accepted it with a slight frown. But the moment I did, I felt off. Weaker. Whatever boosts it was giving me, they dropped almost instantly. Akari shrugged from where she crouched. So it's enchanted clothing. Big deal. There are tons of armor pieces and trinkets that give stat boosts. Yeah, but not like this, Kenzo replied, more firmly. Not to this extent. This kind of boost is borderline absurd. Kane frowned, thoughtful. That makes sense, I suppose. She turned her attention toward her sister. Another one of your mysterious powers, Keed? Keed rubbed the back of her neck, averting her gaze. I mean, maybe? I honestly don't know how half of this works. I really did get in the dungeon. Kane narrowed her eyes. Actually, now that I think about it, you gave me that set of clothes to hand out to the others, but there was nothing in there for me. And now, knowing what we know, why's that? Keed smiled sheepishly. Because yours is different. I kept it separate. A flash of light pulsed as she summoned a few glowing items into her arms. Radiant Clawblade. Type, Sword. Attack, 450. Speed, plus 30%. Special ability Magic Siphon, absorbs 10% of the enemy's magical energy with each strike, replenishing either mana or stamina depending on the attack type. Effect, deals an extra 25% magic damage against magical beings or creatures. Can dispel active buffs on hit. Radiant Ring. Type, Accessory Ring. Effect, grants resistance to decay and time-based effects. Increases the wearer's resistance to status conditions like slow, freeze, and rot by 40%. Special ability Temporal Shift, temporarily accelerates the wearer's personal time flow, allowing 100% evasion of all attacks for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Lightning Rune. Type, Skill Stone. Effect, random. Kane blinked, surprised, as Keed handed her a sleek katana, a radiant silver ring, and a glowing rune edged with lightning motifs. These are for me, she asked, eyebrows raised. Keed nodded. Yeah. I was planning to get you a full armor set too, but for now, I figured you'd appreciate the essentials. Kane gave a soft sigh, examining the blade. You really don't have to. Honestly, it'd be better to save this kind of stuff for your Maple Tree members. But you're going to be a member in a few months, Keed replied simply. Kane opened her mouth to argue, but Akari leapt forward, eyes locked on the shimmering ring. Okay, if Kane doesn't want it, I totally do. That ring is amazing. Before she could reach it, Kane stepped protectively between them, snatching the items closer. On second thought, I don't mind holding on to them after all. Keed beamed. Yay. I'll try and get you some armor too. But seriously, sis, Kane said, slipping the ring onto her finger. Her eyes widened slightly as a subtle surge of energy pulsed through her. You should really start thinking about appointing a vice guild master. Even if it's just temporary. That way, you're not handing out gifts to every person you meet. Hey. Akari huffed, placing a protective hand over Keed's shoulder. Leave my sugar mama alone. Kane raised an eyebrow, slowly drawing the newly gifted katana from its sheath. I should really test out my new sword. The temperature in the room dipped sharply as cold air rippled around the blade. SHNNNG. Akari paused mid-step, her smirk fading. You're no fun. She turned on her heel and strolled out of the chamber. Keed giggled under her breath before stepping closer to her sister. But, I already gave those hunters the clothes. Even if they're not officially part of Maple Tree yet, I can't exactly go back and ask for them. You won't have to, Kane replied with a smirk. Keed tilted her head. Why not? The midday sun cast a soft glow over the city of Musashina. Reiko Ochako stood confidently in front of a large building, microphone in hand. The walls behind her were painted a soothing teal, with ivy-like greenery tracing across the stone, giving the building a warm and inviting presence. This is Reiko Ochako, reporting for TJN, live from the city of Musashina, where a new guild has officially opened its doors. Behind her, a sizable group of individuals stood in front of the guild building's entrance. Though diverse in appearance and weaponry, blades, spears, bows, even a hammer or two, they all had one thing in common: their outfits. Each of them wore matching sets of blue furred gear, distinct in design and quality, clearly not standard-issue equipment. According to my sources, Reiko continued, glancing at the crowd with a professional smile, the people gathered here are hunters already queued up to register for membership. She paused, pressing a hand to the earpiece in her ear as a new update came through. Her eyes lit up, and she turned back to the camera. I've just received confirmation. This building is now the headquarters of the newly recognized Maple Tree Guild, founded by none other than Japan's 22nd S-rank hunter, Keed Tawada. As the camera panned to the entrance, the large doors creaked open. Keed's head popped out, her eyes scanning the street, only to widen in alarm as she saw the sea of familiar blue-clad hunters staring back at her. She yelped, ducking back inside with a startled squeak. Reiko immediately surged forward, microphone still clutched in her hand. Come on, Shoji. We're the first media outlet on Site L, this is our chance to get the scoop directly from her. Keed slowly opened the door a second time, her eyes scanning the crowd gathered just beyond the threshold. A palpable sense of excitement and positivity radiated from the group, their expressions full of anticipation. Wow, she breathed, touched by the sight. You all really showed up. At the front of the group stood a dark-haired man Keed recognized immediately, Nagi, the A-rank hunter who had once tested the durability of the mushroom trees back in the dungeon. He offered a small smile. When we heard you were starting a guild, he said, we came as soon as we could. A green-haired girl stepped forward next, a bit more energetic. We really enjoyed fighting alongside you, even if it wasn't for long. You helped us survive that S-rank dungeon. And, I think you're really cute. Gah. She winced as one of her companions elbowed her in the ribs. If you'll have us, she continued quickly, cheeks flushed, we'd love to join Maple Tree. Keed's eyes welled up with tears, emotion rising in her chest. I'm so glad you all came. I'm just, so very happy. She froze mid-sentence, realization dawning as her face turned crimson. A tiny puff of steam practically hissed from the top of her head. A few chuckles bubbled from the group. Did she just say happy? Our guild master is so cute. Kawaii. Murmured the green-haired girl dreamily, only to get elbowed again. Keed laughed softly, pushing the large doors open wider. Come in, come in. Let's get you all registered. One by one, the hunters filed in, each one polite and smiling, their shared energy warm and hopeful. As the last of the group entered, Keed noticed a woman with wavy pink hair and a professional air stepping inside, followed by a brown-haired man carrying a camera. Keed blinked. Who are you guys? The woman raised her mic and flashed a practiced smile. Reiko Ochako, TJN. News. Hope you don't mind, we're here to cover the story of Musashina's newest S-rank-led guild. Keed blinked twice, caught off guard. News? Wait, you're filming? Shoji gave a thumbs up from behind the lens as the camera's red light blinked on. Reiko stepped closer, beaming. Live, in fact. Japan's newest S-rank guild master, Keed Tawada of Maple Tree, right here in Musashina. Keed stiffened slightly. Hi. Keed-san, Reiko began smoothly, you've made headlines over the past week, undergoing a reawakening, surviving and clearing an S-rank dungeon, forming your own guild. How does it feel to be leading a guild now, especially one so quickly gaining power and attention? Keed rubbed the back of her head, visibly flustered. It's honestly really scary. I was just doing what I thought was right, and now I have a guild. With people who, showed up. Reiko chuckled at her modesty. And what's the vision for Maple Tree? What makes your guild different? Keed's expression grew more serious, her gaze drifting briefly to the new recruits chatting inside. I want it to be a place where people feel safe. Where they grow strong together and don't have to worry about being used or thrown away. Whether they're C-rank or S-rank. Her thoughts wandered back to the C-rank dungeon where it all started. Everyone deserves to be treated like they matter. Reiko's smile softened. That's a beautiful message. Last question, what do you say to those watching who might want to join Maple Tree? Keed paused for a moment, then straightened up and offered a small smile. I say, if you're kind, if you care about others, and if you want to fight to protect, not just destroy, then maybe this is the place for you. Reiko turned back to the camera. You heard it. She was cut off as Keed continued speaking, her voice calm but laced with a quiet intensity. However, if you're none of those things, if you're the kind of person who takes pleasure in bullying the weak, in hurting honest people who are just trying their best to make even the smallest difference in this world, then you'll find no mercy from Maple Tree. Her gaze sharpened, eyes glinting with something far colder than her usual warmth. And if you ever try to hurt one of our own, she said, her voice dropping a register, then you'll find no mercy from me. A heavy silence followed. The air seemed to tighten, pressing down like invisible weights. A faint shimmer of energy coiled around Keed, an aura not of rage, but of absolute resolve. It was the kind of presence only an S rank could possess. Reiko stood frozen in place, her expression slack. Her pupils had dilated, her breath shallow. For a moment, she wasn't looking at a smiling, shy girl, but at a quiet storm held together by willpower and love. A hunter not to be underestimated. Then Keed smiled, and the feeling disappeared. Reiko shook as she turned to the camera. Well, you heard it here first, folks. A new kind of guild, and maybe a new kind of future. This is Reiko Ochako, reporting live from Musashino. Back to you in the studio. The camera light blinked off. You did great, Shoji said, giving Keed a thumbs up. Keed exhaled, eyes wide. I think I forgot how to blink halfway through that. Reiko laughed, trying to calm her nerves, tucking the mic under her arm. You'll get used to it. Trust me, your guild just made a lot of people smile. And made a lot more people mad, went unsaid. Reiko looked around, noticing the other 3 people who were already in the building. The S-ranked Kenzo, Akari, and Kane. Alright, I hope it's no problem, but I would like to take short interviews with everyone. She turned to Keed. Is that okay? Keed looked around as well. I guess it is. Reiko couldn't have smiled any wider. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. 2,442 words. Guild Management System, Maple Tree. Guild Name, Maple Tree. Guild Level, 1. Guild EXP, 0/500. Max Members, 20. Current Members, 12. Vice Guild Master, Vacant. Guild Status, Active. GP, 19,000, earned through Guild Level Up, recruitment of members, and dungeon raids. Guild Overview. Current Members, 12. Keed Tawada LV69 Guild Master. S Rank, 2. A Rank, 9. B Rank, 0. C Rank, 0. D Rank, 0. E Rank, 0. Due to the lack of personnel, Keed had taken on the responsibility of registering the arriving hunters herself. Fortunately, while the system had already logged the new recruits unofficially, she was still able to complete the physical and official registration process manually. 19 years old, the green-haired girl replied as Keed entered her information into one of the blue-screened registration panels embedded into the receptionist desk. And your class? Keed asked, her fingers gliding across the interface as she navigated through the advancement job options. The girl smiled. Right, I'm a fighter. Keed gave a small nod. Anything more specific? Fighter is a broad classification that branches into many subclasses. The girl hesitated for a moment. Being the last hunter to register, she already understood what Keed meant. Everyone before her had been asked the same question. Mages had been required to clarify their specialty, resulting in registrations like Wind Mage, Summoner, and Light Mage. The 2 assassins had given very different responses, one identified as a poison master, the other as a stealth rogue. Keed wasn't being difficult, She simply needed an idea of what subclasses her guild members would be eligible for once they met the level requirements. After a thoughtful pause, the green-haired girl finally answered, "I'd say I'm a brawler, since I mostly fight using my fists or gauntlets." Keed nodded again and selected the appropriate subclass before finalizing the entry. "Alright. Your guild card should be ready in a moment." A soft chime rang out as a card emerged from a thin slot on the side of the panel. Keed picked it up and handed it to her. "Here's your guild card. It also acts as a wallet, a key, and a tracker. It logs your performance, ranks you against other hunters, and stores points earned from tasks, challenges, and missions." The girl accepted the card with a bright smile. "Thanks. I'll make you proud, Guildmaster." "Anything for you." Keed gave a slightly nervous smile as she watched her leave, then turned her attention back to the panel. The girl's name now appeared under the official member list of Maple Tree. Name, Hinata Tsukheim. Level, 1. Job class, Nun, Monk. Unlock at level 20. HP, 970/970. MP, 690/690. Attributes. STR, 97, plus 30. VIT, 70. AGI, 82, plus 35. Dex, 87, plus 25. Int, 69. Physical damage resistance, 5%. Equipment. Nimbus Cradle, AGI plus 15, STR plus 15, DEX plus 5. Nimbus Grasp, STR plus 10, DEX plus 10. Nimbus Stride, AGI plus 10, STR plus 5. Nimbus Steps, AGI plus 10, DEX plus 10. Skills. Heavy Blow, ATK plus 20%. Keed nodded with a small smile. "Alright. By tomorrow, we should receive a report from the Hunter Association detailing which gates will have access to outside Musashina." The gathered hunters exchanged murmurs and began speaking quietly among themselves. Just so you're all aware," Keed continued, "we don't have a dedicated mining team yet. So for now, we'll need to handle the mining ourselves." A silence settled over the group at that announcement, and for good reason. Raiding high-ranking dungeons typically required 3 specialized teams to ensure success and maximize profits. The Strike Squad. The main combatants responsible for fighting off magic beasts. The Mining Team. Tasked with extracting magic crystals from the dungeon walls. The Hauling Team. Responsible for retrieving and transporting beast corpses, which would later be processed into valuable items. But Maple Tree was still a brand new guild and lacked the manpower to fill these roles properly. And without magic crystals or the resources harvested from slain monsters, the guild wouldn't be able to generate income or pay its hunters. Everyone in the room understood the implication. Then, Nagi stepped forward. "I don't think a bit of physical labor will do us any harm." Akari raised an eyebrow, but a single look from Kane was enough to keep her silent. "There's nothing I can do, go to." Matsumoto sighed, the weary lines on his face deepening as he leaned back in his chair. Across from him, Goto Ruji sat rigid, his patience already frayed. As an S rank, she's more than qualified to establish her own guild. Goto scoffed, folding his arms. She only reawakened less than a month ago. Before that, she was just a D rank. Matsumoto gave a grunt, pulling a cigarette from his coat pocket and lighting it. Even as a D rank, she'd already completed enough dungeon raids to partially qualify. Add an S rank awakening on top of that, and the system practically rubber stamps her guild approval. He exhaled a plume of smoke and shook his head. "This isn't something I can block, not without drawing heat from the Association Council." Goto clenched his jaw. The Draw Sword Guild has been the dominant force in Japan for 5 years. In 1 week, that girl turned everything upside down. She creates Maple Tree, and suddenly I'm watching 3 S ranks and 9 A ranks walk away from me like they'd been waiting for it. Matsumoto swiveled in his chair, turning toward the panoramic glass wall behind him. The city stretched out below in glittering silence, unaware of the power struggle unfolding in the upper echelons of the hunter world. Behind him, Gotu's voice didn't stop. I just lost valuable assets in the blink of an eye. If this continues, people will stop believing that draw sword is Japan's strongest guild. Matsumoto tapped Ash into the tray. His next words were quiet but carried the weight of finality. But you're not. Gotu froze. What did you say? Matsumoto turned back, meeting the man's glare. Let's not mince words, Gotu. You experienced it firsthand. Kid Tawada is currently the strongest hunter in Japan. Gotu's fist trembled at his side. And that, Matsumoto continued, isn't something we're going to deny or bury. The association will be officially recognizing her as Japan's new top-ranked hunter. The silence in the room grew thick, the only sound being the faint hum of city life far below. Maple trees going to explode in popularity. You saw the broadcast. You heard her statement. It's only a matter of time before hunters from across the country, and beyond, start flocking to her banner. Matsumoto stood, reaching into a drawer and pulling out a manila folder. He placed it squarely in front of Gotu. There's still a chance for you. Gotu eyed the folder warily, flipping it open. The Jeju Island raid? Matsumoto nodded. The association has approved your request to send draw sword as part of the Japanese expeditionary force. We were already preparing for that. Gotu narrowed his eyes. What does this have to do with Kid? If you can contribute significantly to the Jeju raid, you'll earn enough merit to be nominated for national-level status. At least before Kid secures that position herself. Gotu's brow furrowed. National level. You think she's that powerful? Matsumoto took another drag of his cigarette, then exhaled slowly. No doubt about it. I was there. Even if every S-rank in the Draw Sword Guild attacked that summoned monster, they would lose. And it's supposedly weaker than Kid herself. He turned and tapped the folder again. Korea now has 10 S-rank hunters as of last week. 10? Goto looked up sharply. That means. His name is Sung Jinwoo. He recently reawakened. It seems we're having a lot of those these days. He solo cleared a high-tier dungeon, completely unassisted. Gotu's expression darkened. Asia's power balance is shifting. Korea as a player is rising fast, Matsumoto said, his voice low. If we don't act now, Japan's reign as the top hunter nation in Asia may be coming to an end. Goto clenched the folder in his hands. He understood exactly what Matsumoto was implying. It was underhanded, manipulative in the worst way. Despicable. But this was his opportunity. His moment to rise, to stand among the 5 strongest hunters in the world. A shot at becoming a national-level hunter. He stared at the document. At the minor cost of hunters I neither know nor care about. He made his decision. Matsumoto smiled. Clank. 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 Ora 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 ora. Kenzo grunted, swinging his pickaxe in a rapid flurry as he relentlessly chipped away at a glowing crystal vein. Nearby, Akari let out a sigh before lifting her oversized pickaxe and bringing it down with force, shattering rock and crystal alike in a single strike. They were joined by several A-rank hunters, all diligently mining magic crystals alongside them. Just a few meters away, the dungeon boss, a massive 4-armed centaur, was bound tightly in enchanted chains. Rendered immobile, it could only watch as the hunters extracted resources within its own lair. Hinata moved through the area, pushing a heavy mining cart and collecting the crystals harvested by the others. Near the entrance of the boss chamber sat a massive chest, its surface engraved with runic patterns and reinforced with glowing steel bands. It was one of Kid's early purchases from the system shop, a storage chest with near-infinite capacity, designed specifically to hold massive hauls of dungeon loot. The centaur let out a low, rattling snarl through its gag, its black eyes filled with impotent rage. Thick iron chains wrapped around each of its limbs and neck, reinforced with anti-magic seals that pulsed faintly every few seconds like a heartbeat. Its breaths came in sharp bursts, chest heaving, but it couldn't break free. It had tried. Oh, it had tried. But that was over an hour ago. Now, all it could do was watch. Kenzo let out a breathless laugh, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his glove. This dungeon's loaded. The whole damn wall's practically bleeding crystals. Focus on the larger veins, Nagi instructed from where he stood near the loot chest. Fragments are useful, but they won't pay as much unless we refine them in bulk. Yeah, Kenzo replied, going right back to work. Beyond the mining site, the second chest was being used. Corpses of monsters slain during the raid were stacked inside. The lid remained open, a dull blue glow emanating from its interior as it automatically sorted and preserved the contents. One of the system shop's higher-tier purchases, it could delay decomposition for days, perfect for transporting materials back to Musashina. Kane returned from the far corridor, another corpse slung over her shoulders. A scaled beast with 3 eyes and bladed limbs, still twitching faintly from residual nerve spasms. She dropped it beside the chest with a soft grunt. Akari glanced over. "You're not squeamish, huh?" Kane gave her a glance, irritation plastered over her face. "I'm helping my sister." Akari chuckled as she smashed through another crystal. "So when are you guys leaving?" Kane turned to her. "Goto wants us moving in 2 days. Until then, I'll be helping out here." The Jeju Island raid. Akari sighed. "If it's anything like the dungeon we survived, then you'll have to be extra cautious. You won't have Keed with you." "Obviously." Kane nodded. "I'll be careful." Bang! A sharp knock echoed down the corridor as a brown-haired girl flinched, standing stiffly before the office door. She turned to the woman behind her, desperation in her eyes. "Isn't there something you can do?" she asked quietly. The woman standing behind her sighed, brushing a strand of white hair away from her face. Her sleek black headband gave her a composed, formal look, fitting for the S-rank hunter, Anna Makoto. She was the only S-rank member of the lesser-known guild, Brass Denver. "If I'm being honest," Anna said, voice low, "I've never seen the guild master like this." The door creaked open. A blue-haired girl stepped out, smiling, arms weighed down by bags brimming with supplies and items. "Guildmaster, please reconsider," Anna said, stepping forward. "I'm not sure this is the right decision." Before she could say more, the brown-haired girl dropped to her knees and clung to the guildmaster's leg. "Please, guildmaster," she cried. "Don't disband Brass Den. We still need you." But the guildmaster, unfazed, continued dragging her forward across the hallway floor. "Come on, Jine. We talked about this." Anna moved to block her path and gently placed a hand on the guildmaster's shoulder. She said calmly. "You know we all love and support you. No matter what you decide, we'll follow you, through hell and high water." Finally stopped walking. Her smile faded into something more tired, more real. "Anna," she said softly. "We're barely holding on as it is. I've been keeping the guild afloat with my own personal funds." Anna nodded. "Yeah, we've known that for a while." "What's the real reason?" Hesitated, then smiled faintly. "Maple Tree. I'm going to join Maple Tree." Jine gasped from her place on the floor. "Master? You're abandoning us for another guild?" Anna raised an eyebrow. "Maple Tree is a relatively new guild. They're not exactly established. I doubt their funding is any better than ours." Let out a laugh. "Trust me, with Maple, nothing is impossible. I'd bet anything that Maple Tree will be the greatest guild in all of Asia within the next few months." Anna folded her arms. "Who is this Maple, and why do you have so much faith in her?" "She's the greatest friend I've ever known," answered instantly. Jine gasped again. "Then take us with you," Anna said. "If you believe in Maple Tree that much, why not bring us along? We'd respect your decision either way." Blinked in surprise. "But Maple Tree is a new guild. Unlike me, you have no reason to believe in it." But we believe in you, Master. Jine cried. Anna smiled. What she said. We trust you, Is. And your decision, is our decision. Is looked at them both, silent for a long moment. Do all of you feel that way? She asked quietly. Anna nodded. Everyone's gathered outside right now. Is took a breath, then gave a small, genuine smile. All right then. We'll all join Maple Tree. She glanced toward the door, her eyes wistful. I'll finally get to see an old friend again. Chapter 34, Chapter 34. 2,319 words. When you slide this panel here, it activates the roster function over on this side, Keat explained, her finger tracing the interface with practiced ease. A blonde girl stood beside her, listening with focused attention. Each member has a profile, Keat continued, tapping the roster. When you click on them, it displays their rank, achievements, traits, and point total. The blonde girl nodded silently. Over here is the storage function, Keat said, gesturing to another tab. Right now, we're mostly just placing crystals in it, but we'll expand its use soon. She moved on to the next section. And this is the training function. Some of the training chambers are still grayed out, that means they're under construction and shouldn't be used. She tapped one of the chambers. Using a chamber costs 10 points, regardless of how long it's used. A session runs for a minimum of 30 minutes and a maximum of 3 hours. No one can go over that limit, but again, the cost stays the same. 10 points per session. The blonde girl nodded again. Yes, Guild Master. As you can probably guess, points are the primary currency within the guild, Keat added. They can be exchanged for yen, but yen or any other outside currency can't be used directly. You'll need to keep a record of every member's point usage, there's a function for that too. She paused, studying the girl's face. I hope this isn't too overwhelming? I know it's a lot to handle. Not as hard as what the hunters go through out there every day, the girl replied with a small smile. I'll do my best, Guild Master. Keat smiled warmly. Thanks, Kagaya-san. Just then, the door opened, drawing Keat's attention as Kagaya moved behind the receptionist desk. Her eyes brightened when she saw the new arrivals. Oniai-chan. And Kora-san? Kane walked into the building with Kora following close behind, a small smile playing on her lips. Hey, sis, Kane said, embracing Keat in a quick hug. I don't have much time. My flight's in a few hours. Keat nodded. Yeah? Then why are you here? And with Kora-san, no less? Kora stepped forward, her tone light. Well, Maple Tree's been gaining quite a bit of attention lately. Keat blinked, puzzled. Really? We haven't done anything major recently. We barely even left Musashina. Kora raised an eyebrow. You don't know? The new Japan Hunter rankings just dropped. Goto Ruji's no longer number 1, you are. Keat took a step back, eyes wide. Already? But I haven't done anything that impressive. Keat, you cleared an S-rank dungeon, Kora said with a scoff. That alone outstrips everything Goto's ever accomplished in his entire career. Not to mention, Kane added with a smile, the strongest hunter in Japan is now officially you. I don't love the publicity the Hunter Association forced on you, but I have to admit, the perks aren't bad. With your new public image, your status is almost untouchable, Kora said. The association will have to concede to you on a lot more decisions now. Plus, you'll gain access to more dungeons. Keat frowned. We don't even have that many members yet. Anyway. Kora interrupted brightly. That's why I'm here. I'm joining Maple Tree. You need more hunters, right? One more S-rank shouldn't hurt. Keat's eyes widened. S-rank? You reawakened too? That's amazing. What system did you get? Kora tilted her head. System? You mean what ability I got? Yeah, and it's a really good one. Keith's excitement dimmed slightly, though she smiled. Right. Ability. That's what I meant. She gave Cora a warm hug. So, she didn't get a system. She gestured toward the reception desk. Just head over to Kagaya. She'll get you registered. All right then, Cora said, making her way to the receptionist. Kane turned to Keith with a smile. I've got to get going. Like I said, flight soon. Keith hugged her tightly. Be safe out there, okay? Don't do anything reckless. Please, your life comes first. Kane raised an eyebrow. That doesn't sound like you. You're still a protector, right? Keith smiled and adjusted the cap on Kane's head. You know what I mean. It's still an S-rank dungeon. And Maple Tree isn't stable enough to send hunters overseas. Kane smirked. Who's the older sister here? Because it sounds like I'm the one being looked after. She turned toward the exit. I'll be fine, sis. Gotta go. Bye. Keith sighed as she watched her sister disappear through the doors. Being a guild master is exhausting, she muttered. I really need a vice guild master. The door opened again. Keith glanced up, raising an eyebrow. Did you forget something, sis? She stopped mid-sentence. A blue-haired girl stood in the doorway, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's really you, the girl whispered. Cora, seated at the receptionist desk with Kagaya, turned toward the entrance. Keith's breath caught as a name struck her like a thunderbolt. She said, stunned. A sharp throb flared in her head, fragments of memories flashing through her mind. She winced. Damn, my head. Her gaze remained fixed on the girl. It's really you, but how? Before she could process it, Iz ran forward and slammed into her, wrapping her in a tight embrace. I thought I was the only one, Iz whispered, her voice cracking. God, I'm crying so much. Keith stood frozen, instinctively wrapping an arm around the trembling girl. Iz, how? How are you even here? She murmured, holding her gently. They stood like that for nearly 5 minutes, locked in silence. Eventually, Iz pulled back, wiping at her eyes with the sleeve of her jacket. Right. It's good to see you, Maple-san. I'm just relieved I'm not the only one. Yeah, about that, Keith said, the throbbing in her head intensifying. How? Before Iz could respond, the already open door pushed wider. A group of people waited outside. Iz turned to glance at them, then back at Keith. Right, those are my former guildmates. From the Brass Den. We're here to join Maple Tree. Keith blinked, then narrowed her eyes. How many? 47, Iz said simply. Including me. Keith stared for a moment before nodding. Well, they should come in. The group began to shuffle inside as Keith turned to the front desk. Kagaya, start registering them. I need to catch up with an old friend. Iz gave a faint nod. Let's go up, Keith said, placing a hand on her shoulder. To my office. We need to talk. Together, they made their way up the stairs, the crowd murmuring behind them. Guild management system, Maple Tree. Guild name, Maple Tree. Guild level, 3. Guild EXP, 0400/5000. Max members, 120. Current members, 59. Vice Guild Master, vacant. Guild status, active. GP, 37,890, earned through Guild Level Up, recruitment of members, and dungeon raids. Guild overview. Current members, 59. Keith Tawada LV69 Guild Master. S rank, 4. A rank, 20. B rank, 8. C rank, 10. D rank, 14. E rank, 3. Keith shut the office door behind them with a soft click, the sound muffled by the thick wooden walls. The hum of voices downstairs faded, replaced by a heavy silence between the two girls. Iz stood near the window, arms crossed tightly around herself, staring at the skyline of Musashino. Keed leaned against her desk, watching her carefully. "Start from the beginning," Keed said gently. "How did you get here, Iz?" "When?" Iz took a long breath before turning to face her. "I awakened my memories in this world about 4 years ago. At first, I thought it was just some hyperreal VR sim or maybe another New World expansion. But then I got hurt. Actually hurt. It was real." Keed frowned, stepping forward. "You were brought here like I was." Iz nodded. "Can you imagine a world where hunters, dungeons, magic, it's all real?" "For a while it felt like a fever dream. Then I awakened as an A-rank hunter. I kept waiting to see someone else from our world. But it was just me for months. I thought I'd go crazy if I stayed alone much longer, so I created a guild." Keed was silent for a moment, before she spoke. "So how much of Iz are you?" she asked. "I mean, we made those avatars as games, but now that we're here, does she feel like you?" Iz turned to Keed. "You must have just awakened your memories, then." Keed offered a faint smile. "You can tell?" Iz nodded with a gentle grin. "I had the same feelings at first. There were times I felt completely dissociated from the Elizabeth I remembered, like we were two different people. Honestly, I thought it was just a simulation." She lifted a lock of her hair, letting it fall through her fingers. "I mean, look at me. I look exactly like my game character." Leaning against the wall, she continued, "It took a while, but I eventually accepted it. Somehow. I think reincarnated is the right word." Keed nodded slowly. "Yeah, I guess so. I still feel that dissociation sometimes." She glanced down at her hand, flexing her fingers. "There are days when I wake up and I'm Maple. Then I blink, and I'm Keed again. Sometimes I think I'm just pretending to be her. And other times, it's like she's bleeding into me. Her instincts, her fearlessness, the way she protects people without thinking. Eventually, I stopped questioning it." She looked up at Iz, her expression softening. "Honestly, I didn't even believe those memories were real, deep down. But now that you're here, I know they were. I was real." Iz smiled and ruffled Keed's hair affectionately before pulling her into a warm hug. "You're still so adorable. That's definitely real." Keed's voice dipped into a whisper. "Do you remember what happened before we ended up here?" Iz paused, her eyes distant. "Fragments, really. I know I was with someone. But who? I have no idea anymore." Silence settled over them like a comforting blanket. Then Keed stood and offered a hand. "Well, no point in waiting. You're back. You're home, if you'll call this place that. And if you're willing, I want you at my side. Not just as a guild member." Iz looked up, curious. Keed smiled. "Be my vice guild master?" Iz raised a brow, her lips curling into a smirk. "You know, the way you said that, it's like the solution to your problem just fell into your lap." Keed glanced away, trying to look innocent. "What? No. I would never." Iz chuckled softly. "Sure, Maple-chan." Keed froze. "Please don't call me that in public." Iz turned, stepping toward the door with a mischievous grin. "I don't think I will, Maple-chan." A flush crept up Keed's face. "Stupid." Party, March 9th. Name, Elizabeth Urahara. Level, 1. Job class, None Carrot. HP, 1100/1100. MP, 2100/2100. Attributes. STR, 90, plus 60. AGI, 105, plus 10. VIT, 70, plus 30. Dex, 210, plus 30. Int, 85, plus 65. End, 97, plus 25. Poor, 77, plus 10. Luke, 30. Physical damage resistance, 40%. Equipment. Blacksmith hammer X, STR plus 40, END plus 25, ATK plus 20. Alchemist goggles, Faustian alchemy, INT plus 30, PER plus 10. Alchemist long coat, Magic workshop, INT plus 35, DEX plus 10. Blacksmith leggings X, VIT plus 30, STR plus 20. Alchemist boots, New Frontier, DEX plus 20, AGI plus 10. Potion pouch. Item pouch. Skills. Strike, craft dusting, enhance success rate boost, L, gathering speed boost, L, mining speed boost, L, crafting quantity boost, L, crafting speed boost, L, affliction 3, sneaky steps V, keen sight, smithing X, sewing X, horticulture X, synthesizing X, diving X, shearing, Godsmith's grace X, crafting mastery X, crafting secrets X, augmentation X, cooking X, mining X, gathering X, swimming X. Observer's Eye, Attribute Endowment 7, Botany Mineralogy, Marksman 7, Quick Assembly, Bullet. Dance. SP, Party Leader Use Only 0. Vivi received an apple as she handed over the required yen. Her hands, wrapped in worn hand wraps, tightened around the fruit. She stepped aside for the next customer, biting into the apple as she moved to the sidewalk. Cars rumbled past in the afternoon light, their engines a steady hum beneath the city's noise. With one hand in her jacket pocket, she pulled out a card. Her Maple Tree Guild card. She had registered that very morning. Vivi glanced at the information printed on it, taking another bite of her apple. A faint smile touched her lips before she tucked the card away. Then, she saw it. A flash of gray hair. She froze, eyes narrowing as a lone figure descended the stairs into the subway. Chewing slowly, she followed, casual in her gait, the apple still in hand. The figure navigated through the thinning crowd, weaving deeper into the station. Vivi shadowed him at a distance, her gaze fixed, trying to confirm what her instincts already told her. Soon, the bustle died down, and they were alone in a quieter section of the platform. The figure came to a stop. Vivi did too. Another bite of the apple. Then, a crack of electricity sparked across the empty air, and suddenly, the figure held a spear. Vivi's eyes locked onto the weapon, narrowing further. Honestly, I had hoped they hadn't gotten to you, she said, her voice calm as she took yet another bite. The figure slowly turned, a faint smile on his face. So, she's not one of them, he muttered. She looks familiar though. Good, Vivi said, nodding. It would be weird if you didn't recognize me barely 2 months after we met. A train roared past them, wind whipping through Vivi's hair and tugging at the figure's cloak. She remembered the look in his eyes back then, cold, unrepentant. Nothing had changed. Isn't that right? Jin? Vivi smiled, as she stared down the false rancor who had started it all. Chapter 35, Chapter 35. 2,318 words. Vivi let the apple fall from her hand. It bounced once on the cold concrete floor before rolling away, forgotten. She took a single step forward, eyes fixed on the man before her. 2 months ago? Jin echoed, his voice rough as the wind from a passing train swept through the platform. His hood blew back, revealing a shock of unkempt gray hair. That's about when things went south for me. After that damn dungeon. Never expected the bitch to reawaken into an S rank. He exhaled, eyes narrowing. Since then, I've been on the fucking run. A rank after A rank, the association wouldn't let up. Sending hunter after me. His fist clenched at his side, knuckles pale. Now who might you be, if you weren't sent by the association? Vivi stepped closer, her voice steady and low. You must have slaughtered so many innocent hunters that you can't even remember the face of one of your victims. Victim? Jin tilted his head, squinting. From 2 months ago? His gaze swept over her, analyzing every inch, until his eyes caught the faint flicker of embers dancing at her fingertips. Recognition dawned. The fire mage. From the dungeon. You lived. Vivi didn't smirk. She didn't gloat. She couldn't. The only thing left in her chest was a cold, burning rage. You have no idea how long I've waited to see you again. Jin's thoughts reeled, the puzzle pieces falling into place. His eyes widened. The bitch didn't rat me out. It was you. He laughed, a dry, humorless sound. All that running. Starving. Sleeping in alleys. I was looking over my shoulder because of you. Vivi now stood inches from him, close enough to feel the stale heat radiating from his body. Her voice barely wavered. And now, I get to end it. What joy. I could cry. Jin exhaled sharply, locking eyes with her. You've got a mouth on you for a Sirank. His aura flared, a violent, electric blue that crackled up toward the ceiling. I'm going to enjoy ripping the flesh off your bones. But Vivi didn't flinch. Her crimson aura bloomed around her like a slow, rising flame. You're weaker than I remember, she said calmly. A vein bulged on Jin's forehead. Something snapped in his expression. His glaive moved, blindingly fast. Boom. The subway shook violently as an explosion ripped through the platform. Shards of concrete, dust, and smoke filled the air, drowning the space in chaos. Killing intent detected. PvP function enabled. Arena created, Shiya Station. Name, Vivi Hachibana. Level, 51. Job class, Ignivar, STR plus 30, DIT plus 40, AGI plus 20, DEX plus 10, INT plus 30. HP, 5400/5400. MP, 1340/1340. Status, Exhaustion, Extreme. Attributes. STR, 99. VIT, 151. AGI, 86. Dex, 79. Int, 134. Physical damage resistance, 20%. Equipment. None. 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 Skills. Fire generation, fire reinforcement, flash fire fist, flame spear, detonate, MP boost, S, INT plus 20, MP cost down, S, MP recovery speed boost, M, magic boost, M, eruption, flare impetus, incendian, burning spirit, martial arts style, soul ignitus. SP, party leader use only 0. Unseen by either hunter, the entire subway station shimmered with a subtle blue hue. The world around them had shifted, they had been transported to another dimension, one that mirrored the subway station in layout but carried an unnatural stillness, like a paused reflection of reality. They had been transported, without warning, into another dimension. It resembled the subway station in every way, but there was something surreal about it. Jin allowed himself a satisfied smirk as he felt the solid resistance of his glaive connecting. Huh. I really was hoping to rip the flesh off your bones. But I guess killing you instantly works too. The smoke slowly began to thin. Then he saw it, and his smirk faded. A single drop of blood trickled down Vivi's cheek, glinting in the eerie light. Jin's glaive was pressed against her face, but not embedded in it. Her head was turned slightly to the side, just enough to avoid a fatal blow. The weapon trembled, struggling to pierce through her skin. Jin's eyes widened. With a sharp breath, he yanked his glaive back. Vivi straightened, blood and spit dripping from her lips. She spat onto the ground without a word. Then her eyes ignited, deep, molten orange. And she exploded into fire. The blaze roared outward, a pillar of flame engulfing the platform. Jin instinctively shielded his face from the light and searing heat. His thoughts raced. She's using the flames to blind me. Classic mage tactic. She needs space, to cast, to maneuver. That means. He surged forward, leaping straight into the inferno, his glaive poised to thrust. I won't give her the chance. But then. The flames burst apart, not by wind or force, but by a punch. A fist pierced the fire like a bullet through paper. Jin had only a heartbeat to process the shape barreling toward him before it slammed into his cheek with bone-cracking force. What? His body reeled, staggered backward by the blow. His eyes flicked up, disoriented. Vivi stood before him, her fist still extended from the punch. Her pink hair, and orange eyes. Jin blinked in disbelief. Did she just punch me? A mage just punched me in the face? His mind stalled. Then his aura exploded. Blue energy surged out of him like a geyser, warping the air around his body. His glaive vanished in a spark of lightning as he leaned forward, madness in his eyes. A fucking mage! He roared with fury, clenching his hand into a fist. His aura condensed until it turned white-hot. Bang! His fist crashed into Vivi's face like a cannon shot. The platform cracked beneath them, a web of fractures racing outward from the impact. But Vivi didn't fall. Her eyes, now glowing red through the smoke and pain, locked onto him. Then she launched an uppercut, blindingly fast, right into his chin. Boom! Jin's head snapped back, his entire upper body rocked by the impact. The shockwave rippled outwards, slamming into the station's ceiling and sending dust and debris raining down. But the false rancor recovered instantly. He clasped his hands together, raising them above his head, and brought them down like a sledgehammer. Boom! Vivi raised her forearm, bracing against the impact. The blow landed, and the shock tore through her block, cracked the platform again, and then... crash! The ground gave way. The section of the platform they stood on collapsed, plunging downward into darkness. Concrete and steel tore away as the two combatants fell, locked in vicious battle, into the levels beneath the station. Into the sewer systems far below. Neither of them cared. Not about the fall. Not about where they were. Not about the world. Only about the fight. Bang! Vivi drove a vicious right hook into Jin's chest plate as they plummeted past a massive, rusted sewer pipe. The force of the blow echoed through the empty shafts. Boom! Jin retaliated instantly, slamming his fist downward into Vivi's cheek. The impact knocked her low, blood trailing from her nose as her head snapped to the side. They kept falling, past more thick sewer pipes and a wide, cylindrical reservoir, locked in a brutal mid-air melee. Recovering with a snarl, Vivi surged upward, her fist wreathed in flames. She launched an uppercut just as Jin came down with another hammering strike. Bang! His fist collided with her forehead, and hers with his. The brutal double impact caused both of them to stumble mid-fall, their vision blurring. Below them, the shockwaves of their continued blows rocked the surrounding infrastructure. Several pipes burst from the strain, releasing torrents of water that surged into the air and cascaded behind them. Dazed but unrelenting, both hunters reared their arms back. Fists cocked. Muscles tensed. And then... kaboom! Their punches collided with a thunderous crack, generating a massive shockwave that shattered what remained of the falling platform beneath their feet. The explosive force launched them in opposite directions through the flooded underbelly of the city. Vivi crashed into the reservoir with a splash, her body skipping across the surface before hitting the submerged ground. She gasped, rolling with the momentum and rising instantly to her feet in the waist-deep water. Jin wasn't as lucky. He slammed into the water back first, the impact jarring his spine. His head struck the hard surface below, white sparks dancing across his vision. He grit his teeth and forced himself up, but his instincts screamed at him. He jumped just in time. A blazing axe kick slammed into the space he'd just vacated, carving a crater into the sewer floor. Water exploded outward on impact, a cloud of steam hissing into the air and briefly veiling Vivi's figure in mist. Her silhouette emerged, molten orange eyes glowing like furnace embers. She slowly turned her head, locking eyes with him. Jin now stood on top of a nearby sewer pipe, his gaze cold, calculating. Water rushed back into the crater with a low roar, sloshing around Vivi's legs as she stood upright. The liquid reached her hips, but she didn't waver. What the hell is going on here? Jin thought, heart pounding. Isn't she a C-rank? He watched her warily as she stepped out of the crater, unbothered by the pain, the water, or the rising steam. She matched me blow for blow. Took every hit I landed and still fought back. His jaw clenched. I let my emotions get the better of me. Faced her head-on, and lost in a battle of strength. He quickly scanned the shattered environment. The A-ranks from the association will be here any minute. I need to finish this, fast. His hand slipped into his pocket. From it, he retrieved a tiny glass vial. Inside, a grotesque insect squirmed, a hybrid of centipede and grasshopper, with far too many legs and a grotesquely segmented body. That girl better not have lied about this thing, he thought. He popped the vial open and turned his eyes to Vivi. I don't have time to waste on trash like you, Jin said, voice sharp with venom. So I think I'll kill you now. Without hesitation, he tossed the insect into his mouth. It crunched sickeningly between his teeth before he swallowed. Almost immediately, steam hissed from his pores. His blue aura deepened, darkening into a murky shade. His eyes flickered, once, twice, then glowed with a strange, iridescent hue. Green-tinted carapaces began forming along his arms and legs like armored plating. The sewer trembled with his presence. His corrupted aura erupted around him in a violent gale. Then, with a spark of lightning, his glaive reappeared in his hand. The water churned violently now, moving in rhythmic waves like a stormy sea. Each pulse of power distorted the surface, creating ripples that slammed against the cracked sewer walls. But Vivi remained still, even as water splashed up around her from the turbulent force. She raised both hands slightly, flames dancing from her fingertips. Embers trailed in the air, swirling around her wrists like fireflies. Clank! Twin gauntlets materialized on her forearms with a metallic hiss, glowing red lines tracing their surface like veins of molten metal. A weapon born from my soul, she thought, eyes narrowed. The water surrounding her began to boil, heat radiating from her body in waves. Steam hissed up, forming a veil around her as her power surged. It had happened just a week ago, after she felled her first B-rank boss. The other hunters in the raid party had stared in disbelief as the seemingly average girl overwhelmed the monstrous foe. She remembered the moment clearly, how something within her had ruptured, like a dam bursting. When she forced that power out, the gauntlets appeared. She hadn't known it at the time, but this was her reward for reaching level 50. With no access to the system's interface, she could only deduce that the gauntlets were forged by her very soul. For a brief moment, everything fell silent. The raging sewer water stilled, drawn toward her as though she were the eye of a storm. The ground beneath her feet trembled subtly. Heat shimmered across the surface of the reservoir. Above her, Jin stood atop a wide sewer pipe, now transformed, mutated by the parasite he'd swallowed. His body was wrapped in shifting carapace, his eyes glowing green beneath the hazy steam. He stared down at her, unreadable. Then, Vivi vanished. Jin's eyes tracked her. On the far side of the sewer system, an explosion of concrete and rust erupted as Vivi crashed through the side of a sewer pipe. Her arms were crossed in front of her face as Jin's glaive forced her deeper into the structure, metal shrieking against metal. She grit her teeth as the pipe burst apart around her. Her body was thrown back into the reservoir, skidding across the surface before she dug her heels in and came to a stop, crouched and ready. Steam rose in thick coils around her. But Jin was relentless. He was already on her, his glaive a blur as he thrust it forward with near lightning speed. The air cracked from the force of his strikes. Vivi leapt back, her arms blurring as she raised her flaming gauntlets, blocking blow after blow. Sparks and embers scattered with each collision. The water churned once more, rising high around them as both hunters became indistinct blurs, flashes of steel and fire dancing within the chaos. Rarg! Jin bellowed, his glaive arcing forward with killing intent. Yaff! Vivi roared in response, her fist bursting into flame. She twisted into the blow and launched her counterattack. Boom! A colossal shockwave exploded outward. The surrounding water evaporated instantly, exposing the cracked ground beneath. A moment later, the impact crumbled the concrete, creating a deep crater at the heart of the collision. Chapter 36, Chapter 36. 3,268 words. Warning. High imaginative power required. Clang. Vivi deflected a thrust from Jin's glaive with one arm, launching a flaming punch with the other. Flames erupted from her fist, surging toward Jin, who flipped over her mid-air, spinning like a tornado. Vivi gritted her teeth, sweat beginning to bead on her brow as she braced against the whirlwind of slashing strikes. Her arms moved on instinct, parrying the rapid, unpredictable flurry of the spinning glaive. Jin landed smoothly on his feet and immediately thrust his glaive again, a blur of motion. But Vivi reacted fast. She caught the blade mid-strike, her muscles flexing as she lifted Jin over her head and hurled him like a sack of sand. Jin refused to let go. He tucked his legs, forcing himself back down with sheer strength. Now the momentum had turned. Vivi, still gripping the glaive's blade above her head, found herself pulled off balance. With a hard yank, Jin reversed the throw, sending Vivi crashing to the ground. She skidded on her back, concrete scraping at her spine, but flipped upright in a practiced roll just as Jin's glaive came whistling through the air. She ducked, narrowly avoiding decapitation. Then she countered, her fist arcing up in an uppercut. Jin's greenish-blue aura pulsed, extending through his weapon. With swift precision, he blocked the strike using the glaive's butt. Their arms blurred. Fists and steel clashed in a storm of color, blue and red lines streaking across the air like strokes from a mad artist's brush. A sudden sting split Vivi's cheek. Her hand snapped up on reflex, guarding her face. Just in time, Jin's glaive slammed into her crossed arms with punishing force. But she'd left her body open. Gah, she gasped, her breath bursting out of her lungs as Jin's fist smashed into her stomach. The impact blasted her back like a cannonball, air and blood leaving her mouth in a sharp spray. Boom. Rarg. Jin roared as he stabbed his glaive into the ground. A pulse of green light surged from the weapon, racing across the cracked concrete beneath him. Crack. The ground split apart. Massive green-tinged spears burst forth like an eruption, each several meters tall. They exploded upward in a wave, covering more than half of the sewer floor with jagged, crystalline spikes. Now. Die. Jin shouted, swinging his glaive skyward. With a ripple of force, every spear launched from the ground in unison, hurtling toward the airborne Vivi like missiles. She recovered just in time to see the first one screaming toward her. Eyes wide, she crossed her arms in front of her chest, catching the impact dead on. The blow knocked her off balance, spinning her in midair. Vulnerable and with nothing to push off from, she couldn't dodge the next. Gah! Vivi cried out as a barrage of spears struck her, one in the ribs, another in her gut, one slamming into her lower back. Each hit hurled her higher, driving her upward like a ragdoll caught in a storm. The final blow sent her crashing through the ceiling with a deafening crack. A split second later, dirty sewer water burst from the breach in a surging waterfall, the pressure from above collapsing more of the ceiling. Jin narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he crouched low, then launched himself upward into the cascading torrent, using shards of broken concrete as makeshift footholds. Chunks of the collapsing ceiling fell all around him, crashing down in tandem with the flood. Jin leapt from one slab to the next, rising steadily through the chaos. At the heart of the falling water, suspended in the center of the collapse, was Vivi, her body limp, dazed, and tumbling downward. Vivi's instincts flared. Mid-fall, she twisted her body just in time to avoid Jin's strike, his glaive slicing past her ribs by inches. She countered with a blazing punch, her fist wreathed in red fire. Jin, already committed to his thrust, reacted fast, catching her fiery punch with his free hand. The two locked in a mid-air struggle, suspended briefly above the chaos as they fell. With a surge of force, they shoved away from each other. Red and blue streaks flashed across the air as they darted from one collapsing chunk of concrete to the next, zigzagging across the debris in a dazzling display of speed and power. They collided again at the center. Clang! The shockwave rattled the broken ceiling slabs. Jin was blasted backward, crashing through a chunk of debris. Vivi, knocked upside down, caught a glimpse of her opponent already hurling himself back at her. What's going on here? Jin thought, eyes narrowing even as his body closed the gap. The insect, he recalled the power that now surged within him. It boosted me beyond anything I've felt before. At minimum, I'm at the peak of A rank. No, maybe even at the doorstep of S rank. They burst through the final curtain of water, falling free from the collapsing ceiling above. Vivi twisted midair and landed in a three-point stance, her momentum dragging her across the floor in a deep, gouging slide that tore through cracked tiles and sludge. Jin landed a heartbeat later, his own landing a mirrored skid of force and grit. So why? Jin's mind screamed as a snarl twisted across his face. His eyes flared an unholy green. Why can she keep up with me? Vivi slowly lifted her head. Wet strands of her pink hair clung to her cheeks, dripping with sewer water. Then, as she raised her chin fully, her crimson eyes glowed like molten torches. Jin's aura erupted like a wildfire, an intense blaze of blue laced with sickly green. It surged around his body in a violent storm, growing in size and intensity with every heartbeat. Vivi answered in kind. Her aura exploded into a searing inferno, her entire figure outlined in molten red. For a moment, she looked as though she had been carved from magma, her heat distorting the very air around her. Her aura surged outward, matching Jin's in ferocity. Then they collided. A thunderous shockwave erupted as both hunters slammed into each other. The sewer trembled violently. Cracks spiderwebbed through the thick stone walls, and the entire tunnel groaned in protest. The network of massive pipes surrounding them shuddered under the pressure, but miraculously held firm, for now. Two streaks of pure light, one crimson, the other blue-green, tore through the air. They weaved around each other at impossible speeds, ricocheting off pipes and walls, vanishing and reappearing across the chamber as they clashed again and again. Each impact sent bursts of flame and force in every direction. They darted across the giant sewer pipes, using them like stepping stones in a deadly dance. Sparks exploded each time they met, blurs of movement so fast the eye could barely follow. Then, like twin serpents, the lights twisted around one another and slammed into one of the support pillars. For a brief moment, the pillar became the center of a chaotic light show. Red and blue streaks flashed across its surface, zigzagging in every direction, first dozens, then hundreds, then thousands of times within mere seconds. With a deafening crack, the pillar collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure of their battle. But the fight didn't pause. The streaks launched off toward another support column, continuing their high-speed war. The second pillar crumbled even faster than the first. Then, in a single explosive descent, the lights smashed into the sewer floor, creating a crater that burst apart with a shockwave of heat and pressure. From the cloud of dust and energy, Vivi and Jin emerged, locked in a brutal, unrelenting exchange of blows. Their fists, glaive, and flames clashed in rapid succession, each strike throwing sparks, shockwaves, and sparks of pure power into the air. With the two major support pillars destroyed, the ceiling finally gave way. It collapsed with a deafening roar, crashing down onto the massive sewer pipes. The impact sent the heavy metal tubes toppling like felled trees, smashing into the ground and each other in a chaotic chain reaction. But the two hunters didn't flinch. As the world crumbled around them, their focus remained locked on each other. Jin lunged forward, grabbing Vivi's leg mid-motion and slamming her into the cracked ground with brutal force. The floor groaned, shifting beneath her like a massive seesaw threatening to tip. Vivi twisted with the momentum, flipping away just as Jin's glaive stabbed down, piercing the stone exactly where her head had been moments before. Without hesitation, she launched a bicycle kick at his chest. Jin blocked with his forearm, absorbing the blow, then immediately retaliated with a forward thrust of his glaive. Boom! The first of the collapsed sewer pipes hit the ground, shaking the entire chamber. Chunks of the shattered floor broke apart and churned like rubble in a storm. Vivi and Jin shot forward, turning once again into streaks of red and blue light. They raced through the collapsing tunnels, weaving between the falling pipes and debris. A massive chunk of the ceiling plummeted, only for the two streaks to dart beneath it in perfect synchrony. They spiraled between twin pipes, then slipped through the opening of another before splitting off. Each streak danced along opposite sides of the ruined chamber, hurtling through the wreckage before converging again in the center with a thunderous crack. The clash lit up the broken sewers like lightning. The battle didn't slow. They traded blows in a storm of fists and fury. Vivi's eyes burned with raw aggression as she struck with speed and force. Right hook. Left jab. Overhead punch. Elbow strike. Jin's glaive danced in response, guided by eyes that flickered wildly between blue and green. Left thrust. Right swing. Spinning slam. Low sweep. Vivi darted inside his guard, catching the shaft of his glaive with one hand. With a sharp twist and a palm strike to his wrist, she disarmed him in one fluid motion. Before Jin could react, she spun and hurled the glaive back at him. Unarmed and off balance, he barely managed to deflect the spinning weapon upward, the blade narrowly missing his shoulder. But it left him wide open. Vivi surged forward, closing the distance in a blink, slipping into a low, tight boxing stance. Rat-a-tat-tat. Vivi's fists became a blur as she launched a flurry of strikes into Jin's chest. Each blow cracked his armor, the hardened plating fracturing under the relentless force. Even the green, scale-like flesh beneath began to shatter, splintering from the pressure. But she wasn't finished. With a final step forward, Vivi slammed her palm against his now exposed chest. Her eyes glowed with heat. Inferno! Flames erupted. A colossal pillar of fire engulfed Jin, spiraling upward like a slow-turning tornado. It devoured the air, the sewers illuminated by its searing glow. The heat was blinding. Aiawa! Jin's scream echoed within the inferno. The fire tore at his body, scorching flesh, peeling away at skin and armor alike. He writhed inside the storm of flames as it threatened to incinerate him entirely. But then, his eyes flashed, glowing like emerald fire. His body contorted unnaturally. More scales burst from beneath his skin, especially around his face, thickening like living armor. Boom! The flame pillar exploded outward, extinguished in an instant as Jin's fist struck the ground with seismic force. The floor beneath them liquefied, turning into a churning sludge of broken stone and molten debris. At the center of the impact, Vivi. She hadn't been fast enough. The blow hit her like a meteor. Her body screamed in protest as her insides were crushed together, bones bending, organs compressing under the pressure. She was slammed downward into the molten slurry of wreckage, gasping as pain overwhelmed her senses. Jin didn't let up. He raised his other hand, and with a crackling surge of lightning, his glaive materialized once more, summoned by sheer force of will. Time slowed. The weapon gleamed in the flickering light, its blade descending in a deliberate arc. Right toward Vivi's left eye. The world narrowed to a single point of light. The edge of the glaive loomed closer, inch by agonizing inch, and in that instant, Vivi felt it. Her death. Burning spirit. Description: every time an Ignivar takes damage, they gain fury heat, up to 30 stacks. Effect: at 30 stacks, the Ignivar is empowered, gaining a 70% increase to all stats for 60 seconds. Bonus: immunity to fear, chill, and sleep effects. Jin gasped, the breath torn from his lungs as Vivi's flash fire fist exploded into his gut. A plume of fire burst out through his back, searing flesh and cracking bone. The force launched him backward. Vivi didn't waste the momentum, she surged forward, fists blazing. But it wasn't just her fists. Dozens of fiery phantom fists materialized beside her, each mimicking her motion, each one glowing with an infernal light. In less than a second, they struck Jin from every direction, an overwhelming hailstorm of flaming blows. He never had time to recover. By the time the assault ended, Jin was on his knees, his body ruined. Both of his arms were gone, torn clean off. His torso was riddled with gaping, cauterized holes, his organs exposed and twitching beneath the blackened skin. He stared down at himself, stunned. Disbelief warred with rage in his wide eyes. What just happened? He looked up at Vivi, who had landed a few feet away, her burning red eyes locked on him without a hint of mercy. Did I just lose? To her? She was barely a nuisance the first time we fought. Just a C-rank, trash. His wounds had already begun to regenerate. New flesh writhed where his arms had been. But Jin didn't notice. His pride had taken the deeper wound. Did she reawaken? Is that what this is? How dare she? Think she can look down on me? His aura detonated, a storm of energy erupting from his broken form. Blue and green flames rose into the air, merging into a writhing haze above him. You C-rank trash. Jin bellowed, his voice raw with hate. The haze twisted, compressing and condensing. Then it flashed. From its heart, a single object emerged. A spear. It was impossibly massive. The air trembled around it, and the sewer warped and groaned, too small to contain the massive weapon. Then it launched. The world seemed to blur as the colossal spear surged toward Vivi. Vivi didn't speak. Her chest heaved, her heart pounding like a war drum. The next moment, pain bloomed deep within her core, raw, scorching her alive. Her hand rose slowly, trembling with effort. Then a word formed in her mind. One word. A name. And with it came a vision of someone she knew, and yet didn't. A reflection? A shadow? A memory of something buried too deep to recall. Daybreak, she whispered. And the sun was born. From her outstretched palm, a blinding sphere of incandescent light roared into existence. It writhed like a living star, a miniature sun conjured into the heart of the sewers. Its light drowned the world. Solar flares snapped and coiled around it, tongues of annihilation lashing out with divine fury. The walls of the sewer screamed as they were bathed in pure energy, the air itself trembling under the sheer heat and radiance. Jin's eyes widened, the spear still in mid-flight as the blazing star erupted before him. The air twisted violently, warping with heat as daybreak surged forward, pulled by gravity itself like the birth of a new sun falling from the sky. The colossal spear met the sphere of light. Kraong! The clash detonated the air between them, a shockwave ripping through the entire sewer. Pipes burst like veins under pressure. Concrete shattered. Water and steam hissed into nothingness. Jin raised his arms to shield his face, but they hadn't fully regenerated yet. What was left of them disintegrated under the glare of daybreak. He screamed. His voice was swallowed by the roaring light, by the pure force of celestial fire that drowned everything else. The spear cracked. Thin at first, barely a spiderweb across its massive form, then wider. The cracks raced along the length of the weapon like breaking glass. Boom! It exploded. The entire sewer caved in on itself as the radiant sphere consumed what was left, dragging the fragmented spear into its core. Silence. Both hunters stood in the smoldering crater that had formed. While Vivi was okay due to her incredible resistance to fire, Jin was scorched beyond reason. He was barely a husk now, and his regeneration had slowed even further. Ash rained down like gray snow. What the hell? Jin's broken thoughts clawed through the haze as he shakily pushed himself upright. He had no arms, just cauterized stumps where they used to be. He staggered once, twice, nearly collapsing under his own weight. This can't be happening. He turned, limbs trembling, and began to stumble away. Each step was a struggle. Each breath a shallow rasp. I have to run. Escape. I can't die here. He limped forward, dragging his maimed body like a ghost trying to flee the living world. Vivi stood still, watching him with a hollow, distant expression. Her breath was slow, steady. Cold. She raised both hands, palms facing each other, fingers spread with purpose. A small flame formed between them, flickering gently. Then, it began to shift, twisting, elongating, obedient to her hands as they moved with slow, deliberate precision. Like dancers weaving a story, her palms guided the fire in elegant arcs, tracing invisible patterns in the air. The red flame shimmered. Then turned blue. Vivi's hand stilled. She drew one hand back like a bowstring, the other arm extended forward, her fingers forming a perfect line of sight. The blue flame stretched taut between her fingertips, shaping itself into a narrow, gleaming arrow of pure, burning silence. Jin groaned as he dragged himself forward. He could barely see. His vision blurred at the edges, darkness curling in like ink in water. Behind him, the only sound was the soft crackle of flame and the whisper of death. A single molten tear fell from Vivi's good eye. The other, bloodied and half-blind, stared forward with quiet fury. She released the arrow. Ding. Shia Station bustled with its usual rhythm. Commuters flowed in and out, trains roared through tunnels in timed intervals, and the overhead lights hummed in their steady cycle. Then, the lights flickered. A murmur rippled through the crowd as heads turned upward, confusion spreading like static. Some checked their phones. Others paused, eyes scanning the platform for an answer. Then came the scream. All eyes shifted to the far end of the station, and that's when the crowd saw them. Two figures had appeared from nowhere. One was a girl, barely standing. Her pink hair was matted with grime and streaked with blood. Her clothes were torn, her limbs trembling with exhaustion. She reeked of filth, of smoke, sewage, and something worse. Across from her, something knelt in silence. Not a person. Not anymore. It looked like a charred skeleton, frozen mid-meal, with only scraps of blackened flesh clinging to bone. Blue flames danced along its ruined frame, eating what little remained. Gasps spread like wildfire. Someone dropped their coffee. Others backed away instinctively, fear gripping the air. The girl looked up one last time, eyes unfocused. Her body swayed. Then she collapsed. And Shia Station fell into stunned silence. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.